And yet here we are in the thick of it. Day number 2 of the Rlcs SSA. Qualifier number 4, the first qualifier for the second majors. Yesterday proved that we have no idea what to expect in this region anymore. Things absolute chaos. And I cannot wait to see what today's action brings. I'm Ultras, your host for the day. And joining me on the desk to start off our pre-show is the Bromeo, Machtfish, and Pyro J. And I mean, gents, we are going to have not enough time to really break down all the action. If you guys missed yesterday, man, you have no idea what to expect. New people rising to the top, Limitless being challenged on every front from unexpected sources. And I mean, I think let's start with you, Markfish. Yesterday, a couple of teams that we really were very excited to see just not hitting the mark.
Yeah, we talked yesterday about how great it is that new orgs joined the scene, and those new orgs have picked up promising rosters. We had Genesix with Dabs and Declan, long-standing duo joined by Laxter, and of course 9 Lies, Snoozy, Guns, and Cams, who I think both of us expected at least one of the two to make it to today. But top 8, they aren't free anymore in SSA. You still have to perform on Swiss Day. 9 Lies and Genesix fell short 2 and 3, bombing out of the Swiss. And especially for 9 Lies Esports, it was a rough one. They played against both the top teams. They played against Mobula, they played against Limitless, and then finally falling in that game 5 on this stream here against Reverse Oreo. At least another local team from Sub-Saharan Africa, from South Africa, but still, as an org that's picking up, one of the most promising stars from the region in Cams, it's got to hurt falling short, really. And the only thing we can do now for them is rebound.
I mean, yeah, falling to an SSA team is a very small consolation, I think. But I mean, like you say, top 8 is now something that's really worth holding your head up high for. It's something worth fighting for, and genuinely a mark of greatness in this region now. And out of our top 8 teams that are left, only 3 of them being formed of SSA players, that being Limitless, of course, and then Reverse Oreo and Snake's Den. And Bromeo, when we look at that, we're still seeing that there are some success stories lying here and around.
Well, I mean, you got to have a look at it from this perspective. We ended yesterday on an absolute cliff edge. It was that 9 Lies Reverse Oreo game. And, both SSA, both going hammer and tongs. And it's a game that on paper, Reverse Oreo should have lost. Because, put it this way. Let me throw some stats at you. Reverse Oreo had 50 less big boost pads over the course of that game than 9 Lies. They were being starved. They spent 7.5 minutes longer in their own half. That's a game and a half longer being played by Reverse Oreo on the defensive. Now, they were outscored by 12 goals to 9. So on paper, that was a mismatch. Most of the core stats were similar, same shot percentage, goals, demo saves, that sort of stuff. It was all pretty similar. So how did Reverse Oreo take it? Because let's admit it, the 9 Lies roster with Guns on it was expecting to take this one, and honestly, so was most of the desk. So having a look here at this Reverse Oreo team, I identified one player. I mean, they all played like absolute heroes. Strutic was all over the place. Nitro was fantastic. But Zyro made 10 saves out of his team's total of 19. That's incredible. He was a shot stopper. He was the one who made sure that none of those 9 Lies shots made it to the back of the net and gave his team the platform to win. I mean, there's a couple of clips of goals coming out of that game, and I'm sure we're going to see a couple throughout. But honestly, Zyro was the difference maker, even though it was a fantastic team performance.
I was genuinely excited to see Zyro. I came in there going Strutic as someone that I got to see the rest of this week, and I thought he was going to be the big playmaker of that side, but Zyro certainly showed it off. But Pyro Jane, let's chat to you for a second. 3 of the teams are from SSA, but the other 5, all international imports. And that was led by the Spanish Armada, 2 teams that went pretty much uncontested in Ostronic and Mobula.
Yeah, no, there are 6 Spanish starters out of this entire top 16 of SSA, and none of them lost a game yesterday. I mean, we can start with the number 1 seed of Ostronic, where we have featuring a new third for the team, Torres, instead of Mario. Torres, your leading average scorer on average in SSA yesterday. You can take a look at the run and Swiss there. It's Ostronic. And Byrachu and then Yellow, they're supporting Torres' insertion on this roster really, really well. I mean, Byrachu and Torres, they were top 3 in goals per game yesterday, and Yellow leading in assists. This team had a plus 26 goal differential yesterday. That is absurd. So I think that team's feeling very good coming into today's action, but we've got to talk about Mobula as well. And I feel like with Mobula, especially after they get that win against Limitless, people are looking at this team and saying, how are they taking these wins? How did they just defeat Limitless just like that? To me, there's a couple things that make this team really, really solid. Number 1 is obviously all eyes on VK Salen. This player is great, but it's actually off the ball that he's that well. He was the leading demo inflictor of yesterday, over 2 per game, and even had the highest average boost, speed, and demos in that matchup against Limitless. So VK Salen, kind of off the ball, is actually a huge impact player, but to me as well, Mobula, they're a big glass cannon. Their counter attack game is so well, but it's because after long-standing possession, they're a little bit shaky on defense. They get over top of each other. There's some double commits, but it makes their counterattacks super, super lethal because they're always positioning for it. So keep an eye out for that for Mobula today. And then Ostronic, keep an eye out to see if they lose their first game of this event.
Incredible to not lose a game. It's interesting that you talk about that glass cannon build because it kind of goes in contrast to what SSA typically brings to the fore. And it's going to be very interesting to see how that dynamic shifts as the SSA teams who kind of favor that long drawn out pressure, really cramp up a team, steal their boost, maybe get a good time demo going through there and see if people like Limitless can, extend their current skills and their current play style into something that really puts a bit of a hammer into the play style that the Spaniards bring out. But we also have a new feature for you guys. Yesterday, we introduced Pyro J's top 10 plays. Today, we wanted to highlight some of your opinions, get you involved a little bit more in the broadcast. And we want to do that by highlighting some of your tweets. If you guys want to get involved in this conversation, go onto Twitter or X and use the hashtag #ThisIsSSA to make sure you're visible and kind of gets that nice little back and forth going. We got a couple of those to show, so make sure to look out at the bottom, just under our camera. And one of the nice things, one of the things that I really want to highlight about a lot of the tweets that I was seeing yesterday, and a lot of what SSA has really been about, has been focused on growth. This is our 3rd RLCS. We are the youngest region in the world and the first one to get a regional broadcast for this split. So just a little bit of a shout out to Blast there for making that possible. But a lot of the people, people like Nine Lives who are really experienced players, were even there going, you know what, it wasn't our best day, but we still want to look to the future. And I think a large part of that comes down to the investment by these big international organizations. People like Nine Lives and Snake's Den really wanting to come through there. Of course, there's still the heartbreak that come from people like Spooks. You can see it down there, really not happy with this. But that's the problem with how chaotic this came to be. Yesterday threw us all off. And we did promise you guys we were making predictions the whole way through. We were wanting to see how well we really knew this region and how well we could guess what was coming. And I'm kind of terrified, gents, to come through here. Bromeo, stop smiling because he did come through as our prediction champ there, tied with Muzz and your boy Q. But Gravier and myself, the long-standing casters out here from SSA, we did not do so great. Thankfully, we were a little bit better than chat. But otherwise, looking at our predictions for today, Bromeo, do you want to first get it over and done with? How well you did yesterday, and what was your secret?
Oh, well, first of all, I don't know how you guys got smoked so badly. You guys usually destroy me in the predictions. So I think it's more heart over head. There were a couple of fixtures that definitely didn't go the way we thought they were going to, and that might have helped out a little bit. But as you can see up here now, we have everybody's predictions. So throughout the weekend, please flame us if we get it wrong, praise us if we get it right, but also join us, because this one's in for the long haul, and I can't be the only one winning this thing.
I mean, I just
gonna
hate
butt
that
in here as
humble
well.
bravado. Doesn't
Yeah,
make
yeah.
you hate you?
Hey, listen, mocked. We're 1 point away, all right? So we can't count each other out here, but we've also got to mention the fact that, like, chat's got to get up here, too. We were tracking chat's predictions quite a bit, at least for the main event matches on the mainstream. So, chat, you did an all right job as well. just a quick little golf clap for you.
Well, Mark, let's go to this prediction graphic that's up there, right? Because Muzz and your boy Q, the two people who tied with Bromeo for having all the best predictions yesterday, are the two that have separated themselves out there. They believe in the Snake's Den versus the Unknown Goats game, that Unknown Goats is going to take it. Everyone else, Greybeard also throwing in a good little random Oreo there in the bottom corner, but everyone else seems to believe that today is a pretty preordained ordeal.
Yeah, it seems like we're all in agreement, but that either speaks to our genius or to our downfall, really. Hopefully to our genius, not our downfall, because we actually know ball. But I think in actuality, because we also predict the series score, we are very sure that the two games could be very close. That's Limitless Drift Queens, despite it being a clear wash from all of us, and that Snake's Den against Unknown Goats series, where we just think Unknown Goats could take it. A lot of Game 7s have been predicted, by myself as well. But overall, I think there might just be a little bit of SSA hope in there, that we have, two Spanish teams, two SSA teams in the semifinals. That just seems to be the vibe we're going with here.
Well, Muzz certainly backing against the SSAs there, betraying his patriotism. And then Greybeard, of course, in that Astronic game, the only one to predict that the SSA team is going to be coming out. But let's take a better look at what today's action looks like we've got 4 games, right? It is the 4 quarterfinal games, single elimination from here on out. So do or die. And I mean, that's got to make a lot of teams quite nervous here. We've got our 4 games, and we're going to be starting off with that Limitless game that we have at the bottom of the bracket. So we're working from bottom to top. Limitless versus Drift Queens, then Straskibity versus Team Mobula. No one giving Straskibity the option there, or at least the backing, but it's still going to be interesting to see. They've made it this far. They've come further than so many other teams. They still have something to show for it, I'm sure. And then Unknown Goats versus Snake's Den is sure to be a clash to note. And of course, Astronic waiting there at the top against Reverse Oreo, who only just managed to squeak through at the end of the Swiss stage yesterday. So if you guys want to put in your predictions at any stage, we are of course going to start with our first game. Limitless going to be taking on Drift Queens. And let's focus down to that first game, guys. If you guys want to start getting your chat predictions out there, of course, hashtag LMT. And then there's a hashtag as well for Drift Queens, hashtag DQ. So maybe put some channel points on there if you feel comfortable or confident in that. But let's go into our analysis of this. Bromeo, you like your stats. What does this have to say about it?
Well, we got to have a look at it quickly. But honestly, from the outset, I think Limitless has been hurt yesterday. They took a rough few games, and they also went down a couple of games to a couple of teams they wouldn't have expected to. So I fully expect the stats to agree with historical stats here. I can't see Limitless losing this one. You can see goals scored is at least a goal a game higher than Drift Queens. Like, make no mistake, Lazy Bear, Crypto, and Reevesy are out for it today, and I'm sure they might take a game or two, but the amount of demos, just look at that. 2 more demos per game on average. This is an aggressive team. This is a hungry team. This is an injured team. And I fully expect that to be the deciding factor on the vengeance that they'll wreak upon the bracket today.
Pyro, we did mention earlier, Reevesy is the latest introduction to this team, and he sat at an average yesterday of 2 demos per game, consistently. How much of an impact do you think he's going to have for this side, and is it enough to take it over the top?
I mean, we just talked about how Limitless are a team that relies on those demos too. So I don't know if we're setting up the narrative of who can out demo who. For me, it's more of a who finds their rhythm situation, because Limitless, as Romeo just spoke on, is looking a bit injured after yesterday. Usually in the ring, they're the ones ready to find the knockout blow, but they've got a few punches against them. For this team of Drift Queens, they ended Swiss very nicely. 2 sweeps to come into quarterfinals day today. So to me, this is a team that may have just taken some time here to find a rhythm as they have Revsy as that new insertion to the roster. If they feel comfortable and cozy in this matchup early on, that could be the biggest threat to Limitless.
And you can see another big threat to, to Drift Queens right on your screens there is To Die For. He's been so good yesterday, shooting 43% only yesterday. Over the entire season, 36%. That is incredible. 1.7 shots per goals per game. About 500 score. To Die For really is a player for the big games. You can see that on the major as well. So all eyes are going to be on him, and it's really a question of how well can Snowy and Sweaty support him with those demos, with passes, and how much can they really make him shine.
I mean, To Die For, one of the youngest players and still one of the most long-standing players in the upper echelons of the league, is certainly a big playmaking factor. And yesterday there was just maybe some discohesion. We did see a couple of the games there where the communication, it seemed to have been more of a problem than just Discord, of course, letting everyone down. People double committing to players. There was one play that you and I were sitting in the back there, Mark, where it was Sweaty was on the ball, looked like he was about to start a challenge, and then To Die For, straight past, picked it up, and then went forward with that ball. Very interested to see how that comes out today. And I know we did spoil this by showing our prediction graphic earlier, but let's get into some predictions. You guys, obviously, we're still keeping that up for you guys to maybe weigh in a little bit more. I'm very interested to see if chat has given up on their support of the reigning champions of the region. So far, we are pretty unanimous, I think, on the desk. But let's get the official word. Pyro, which way are we going?
Listen, yesterday, before any matches started for the second split, I did have my prediction on Mobula. And it was 3-1. It was perfect. This time around, I want to stay perfect on my Limitless predictions, but this time I got to go in their favor. I think there's too much on the line here. You know, they've got to stay in a lead for the major, for Worlds. If they lose this quarterfinals, it's not one eyebrow raise, but both. This is a win for Limitless. They need it.
Yeah,
Mark,
Limitless.
go for it.
They need that win. They super need that win, because otherwise the race to major, the race to Worlds is so wide open. They cannot afford to bomb out in top 8. And I think Limitless do well against teams that don't necessarily have the team cohesion. And for me, the problem is Drift Queens, they have great mechanics individually. They have great players individually. Crypto yesterday was a treat to watch. But overall, the cohesion not quite there yet. And that's something Limitless will exploit with those demolitions. So Limitless 4-2.
4-2 definitely would be a nice sign for them, a confidence booster to get the rest of the weekend rolling. And Bromeo, Mark kind of alluded to it there. The point shenanigans, Limitless started with 28 points clear, but they would love to try and make sure that going out in 5th to 8th place would put a big hamper on that, and would give someone like Astronic, who's the next leading up person on that, a much better chance to try and get that world slot for themselves. So, Limitless or Drift Queens?
Well, it has to be a choice, an easy choice. Limitless to take it purely because they're injured and they're hungry. They need to take it. I say it goes to game 5, but not further than that.
Fair enough. All right, so Limitless going to be taking it in game number 5. So a nice 4-1 scoreline there. And I'm going to clean out the panel, all right? Last time we did this, where the whole panel went for one person, we were completely wrong. I mean, even yesterday with 9 lies, 3 people on the panel and chat with a 92% prediction all predicted 9 lies to go through, and we were wrong. So let's hopefully not put the biggest caster curse on this tournament that we can. But definitely, I think Limitless is looking like a team that I can still put a lot of faith in. And yesterday, Drift Queens showed that they were vulnerable. I mean, they went down 3-1 to Genesix. So Certainly a team with their own troubles behind them. But let's get into this. The first day here, or the first game for day number 2 of the RLCS SSA qualifier number 4. It is Drift Queens versus Limitless. Cannot wait to do it. Let's see what the chaos has in store for us today.
Let's get down to it, baby. The Swiss bracket cut the field to 8. Today, 4 teams lock in their spot for Championship Sunday. And what better way to start off an SSA broadcast than with the boys in blue? The SSA super team, Limitless, defending their turf against what will probably be the first of 3 straight import squads in best of 7 action if they want to defend their crown. Today is the Drift Queens that would love to prove that they are the ones to take down the SSA Kings. We're out of those second chances, baby. Single elimination. Let's get down and do what it do. And of course, I'm your boy Q and Muzz. Are you ready to kick off the quarterfinals?
Oh yeah, big time, big time. We saw the Drift Queens finish 6th yesterday in Swiss. Of course, Limitless finishing 3rd. Don't really find them in that position, Q, and now they got to fight for their lives here in this match number 4 of the single elim of quarterfinals. And so who's going to be able to take this W? A whole 7 potential games ahead of us.
Hoping we see us a 7-game series for sure. Don't be surprised if we see Limitless maybe take a little time in game 1 to try and dissect the opposition, but something tells me they're going to be coming in with some confidence. This is something that they've seen before and they should feel rather comfortable with, but it is Crypto keeping the ball in the offensive zone for now for the Drift Queens, and Lazy Bear unable to get the ball by rising up, but RevC keeps it in this offensive zone. Drift Queens right now doing a good job of keeping the pressure down here on this blue half of the pitch. Limitless really struggling to get past midfield.
Yeah, Reeves and Crypto having a real good time yesterday as well. Just getting through, and as Markfish mentioned there on the panel, Crypto, such a treat to watch play Rocket League as well. So Drift Queens, they could upset Limitless here this week, and I think everyone wondering, is Limitless, they got to shake off those cobwebs from yesterday and just regain, push it under the mat, your boy Q, and try to get through to that grand final tomorrow.
Yeah, only time will tell here. Early tell of the tale, though, is that Drift Queens got the control, and Limitless need to figure something out here soon. Because if we do see the Drift Queens being able to continue to pepper away at the net, taking away, almost defanging, the Cobra, right? Having to really make them work from the backside, even just to get past midfield. That's where one thing that we don't see Limitless normally playing from. We saw them struggling a couple times. They were having to focus on the counterattack yesterday. It looks like they're going to have to try and do something similar here today. Drift Queens not going to be able to find anything towards the net on the last visit down. A nice pass attempt towards Snowy, but unfortunately, no dice. A pass back towards the middle of the field. Snowy once more, sending it towards the corner, though, is the defense here from Drift Queens. Doing a really good job of limiting anything towards the middle of the field.
Yeah, 0-0 still on our scoreboard. You have your boy Q. Who do you think is going to be able to break the ice first in game 1 of day number 2 here, as we see Drift Queens pushing it downfield. Reevesy, maybe beating out Sweaty there as well. Can we get a dunk coming down from a 3rd man? No one there to finish that loose ball off here. And to die for, he's going to take it the whole way down the field as well. Can't finish the shot off as well. Runs out of boost. Sweaty on this left-hand side. Yeah, over Crypto, over Lazy Bear. Snowy maybe looking to finish as well here. Shot, it's coming down. The dunk, there it is, to die for. He opens up that scoring. 1-0.
What did I say at the top? Don't be surprised if they take a little bit of time to figure out a way to dissect the opposition, and it took them a while to get the first shot. The second didn't take much time to find it. That one finding the lace, and the boys in blue are going to be the first one on the board.
I think yesterday we saw To Die For as well, just leading from the front here for this Limitless roster as well. Snowy and Sweaty just kind of figuring out still how to play against Team Mobula. Why do they come with... Oh, that's a close one as well. Sweaty has to finish that one off. It's an easy goal. There we go. Limitless up by 2. And so this is not unusual for Sweaty just to, come in clutch in these moments.
Yeah, I feel like one thing that Limitless is normally really good at, whether it's Sweaty, Snowy, or even To Die For, is once they find a way to open up the offense, they continue to really pop the top and really continue to pile it into the back of the net. So they've been able to find themselves 2 here pretty well back to back. Lazy Bear going to be able to rise up and make sure that they don't get their way into the zone for free. To Die For able to win the 50, sending it back towards the midfield line. Ball towards the net. Snowy's going to send it towards the side wall where Lazy Bear is looking for a cross. I think that was towards Crypto. Wasn't able to dial it up. Was looking for the demo instead. To Die For coast to coast. And Limitless now up by 3.
Yeah, it's the David show, right? That's kind of pretty usual what we see here from Limitless as well. We see Reevesy there on that near post as well, trying to defend to die for. To gets that second touch, bangs it home. They go 3 up here, your boy Q. And they want to try and make short work of this quarterfinals and head to that semi and, potentially face one of those two teams waiting for them. But, good game one thus far coming at you from Limitless as well, just showing the Drift Queens how it's done.
Bear here, going to be able to get the save. Now looking to get that second touch to center it up. Crypto looking for the touch, faking. Snowy going to be able to get the second touch in the corner to slow down this attack from the Drift Queens here. Deny4 doing a good job being the nuisance, but it's still 3 players up for Drift Queens trying to apply some pressure in the zone. Deny4 able to get it past 2 and able to get a big clear down to the opposite side. And one thing that I have noticed was early on, it felt like when the Drift Queens got set up down here on this blue half of the pitch, even if they weren't necessarily getting shot, they were controlling the ball quite a bit. Nice pinch. That's going to be bang like that. Snowy going to give themselves a fourth.
Yeah, all defenders here from the Drift Queens just a little too far up for that action as well. To die for beating out Lazy Bear on that one. Reevesy can't get back. Crypto can't get back. Nice little open goal for Limitless. They go one more up here. 4-0, your boy Q. And I suppose there's just no better feeling than winning game one like this.
Oh, especially in this fashion, and to kind of complete the sentiment that I was starting before we saw that 4th goal. It felt like early on when the Drift Queens would be able to set up down here on the offensive end, they were able to keep the possession for quite a bit. The defense has made some subtle adjustments, and they've been doing a great job really limiting the time, not only just the looks, but the actual time spent down here on this side of the field, and especially as they do continue to build up the lead, limiting the time spent on the other side of the field makes it so hard to try and find any sort of momentum.
Yeah, and only the 4 shots being registered here by Drift Queens at the moment as well, and just being smothered here by the Limitless offense. Sweaty goes up for a bit more action there as well, and Reevesy has to try punt it out from the backboard. And yeah, Limitless just doing the Limitless things here, being the kings of SSA. To die for. Looking for a little bit more icing on the top of this beautiful cake of game number 1, but had to be kept out there by Drift Queens at the moment. Sweaty wanting a bit more to die for from that right-hand side though. Crypto has to punt it up here, but Sweaty already looking to fight him off here. Lazy Bear has to clear this ball, but with 3 seconds remain, your boy Q, game 1 going to Limitless.
I mean, we saw it on the desk, man. A lot of people were expecting Limitless to be able to set the tone here in this series, and they're able to come out and do just that in the first game. 8 shots as opposed to the 4 on the opposite side of the field. And remember, I think it was the first 3 or 4 shots were recorded from Drift Queens relatively early before Limitless found their first. So, I mean, the back half of that game was all Limitless. And I think the big thing for them is just the fact that they were doing a good job of keeping the control on the offensive side, limiting any sort of chance that Drift Queens had at getting any sort of like sniff of offense on the opposite side.
Yeah, we see the demos, they're going toward the Drift Queens as well, so they're playing a bit of that physical game, trying to get rid of maybe shooting chances for Limitless as well. But when you're getting smothered and you're stuck in your own half and you can't get out, and you've only taken the 4 shots there, Q, that's Limitless, right? They just play the smother in Rocket League, where all 3 players are able to get on top of you if you give them half a chance.
Gotta feel like as far as for Drift Queens here, they gotta figure out what it was that was working for them in that first minute and a half. And you have to hope that it wasn't something that Limitless has already made the adjustments to, although I've kind of got a sneaking suspicion that that was the case, because we did see them doing a decent job of spending a decent amount of time on the other side of the field. So for them, they can't play on their back half. I mean, Limitless, when their rotations are on point, one thing that I've been loving too, especially since they've been brought in the new coaches, like the team plays as far as on the offensive side versus going to that more relying on individual mechanics, right? You got to find a way to get the ball out of their hands, and you can't just focus on one player. It's tough.
Yeah, it's not always how do we target to die for. You got to worry about Sweaty, you got to worry about Snowy as well. These guys are able to do magical things on the field here as we head to game 2, Forbidden Temple. Your boy Q. Do the Drift Queens, have they figured things out, or is it still going to be the Limitless show?
I think this is just going to be the Limitless show. I think this is going to be Limitless doing Limitless things here in this series, trying to prove themselves a point, at least make sure that they can secure themselves a championship Sunday, but they're going to have to turn it up from there. Sweaty's going to be able to get themselves an early save off of a nice shot from Crypto. Deny4 wins the 50, moving the ball forward. Snowy's able to get it over Crypto here once more. It is Revsy though on that back wall. Makes it pretty easy to field this thing over to Deny4, but Sweaty able to knock it back towards the midfield line. I have a feeling as far as this game, we'll see it start something similar to the way that we saw game 1, where Drift Queens is going to try and push the pace a little bit. Limitless is going to be good with sitting back because they know their defense is on point, and then they're just going to flip the switch at some point, get themselves a goal or two, and it's almost going to be like rewriting the same script.
Yeah, well, they did lose 4-0 there in game 1 as well. They don't want to repeat here in game 2 as well. As Rlcs is going to hold on to the ball as well. Go straight to Snow. He wants to try to get that pinch onto the wall, but Crypto shuts him out, and Rlcs wants to take the shot there. Oh, just go straight towards Sweaty though on that post, and so unfortunately not going to be able to sneak it past Sweaty Clarence there on that near post shot there as well. Snowy again over one. Can he get over the whole entire team? He's trying to do so. Doesn't find to dive for, but to dive for a bit of a shot out to the corner here. And Crypto ready with the counter on the halfway mark here. Snowy, Limitless, they're trying to push this ball forward. They want to try to open up the scoring in game 2 as they did in game 1. Lazy Bear, Crypto, just waiting for this ball, as you said, kind of doing good things in the first minute or so, and then something happens with the Limitless team, just turns on the heat.
Here's Snowy going to be at least setting the ball forward. We are now 90 seconds into game number 2, and Limitless have yet to record a shot. 4 of them bangs have been recorded by the Drift Queens. They're looking for a 5th, hoping that the 5th one is going to be the one that finds the lace. Tadai4 rises up, though, and able to send that thing up towards the back of the field. The big thing right now, standing out to me, looking at the early part of the scoreboard, is the fact that Sweaty's already got 4 saves. Sometimes we talk so much about their offense on that Limitless side, but they're showing that the defense is stone cold as well.
Yeah, when you've got that savior medal in the first half already here, your boy Q, that says everything, right? And that's just Sweaty Clarence for you as well. Just so good on offense, so good on defense as well. We saw him save that near post shot earlier that came down from Rlcs as well. And, you know, that's just Sweaty, right? Able to get around the park and do magical things here for the Limitless side. Shot. It's, oh, the close there. Crypto keeping that one out. And Sweaty almost picked up the first one.
Snowy doing a good job of rising up, make sure this ball doesn't get past the midfield line. Was looking for the second touch, but Crypto does a good job of passing up the field to Lazy Bear. Lazy Bear doing what we've kind of seen a bit, where we're passing this ball a little too far forward, giving the control back to Limitless. Snowy off that side while looking for Tadai4, but right now it's the Drift Queens keeping the control in the midfield. Sweaty getting enough of it to make sure that Lazy Bear isn't able to receive a clean pass, and we're 3 minutes in almost, still tied up at 0, showing how close of a series we could be looking at here, Much.
Yep, 1 shot per 5, right? Make it 6, and so Limitless not really threatening the Drift Queens just yet. And you know what we saw in game number 1 there, 4-0, and now 0-0, 90 seconds almost remaining here of our regulation time, and Rlcs has to clear this one as well. That Limitless threat just getting swatted away. Rlcs looking for a bit more action here as well, and just ball getting punted up there. Lazy Bear maybe looking for a bit. He doesn't have too much boost in the tank to carry on that maneuver from the corner as well. No passing play coming out of this left corner as well, unless Crypto's got something to do with it. But straight to Sweaty Clarence keeping it out yet again. Nice little pop up there. It's going to go goal toward, but just kept out.
Now it's Tadai4, should be able to field this pretty cleanly. It's going to get recorded as a save, of course, since it was headed towards the net, but no real presence of threat. There is now it's Limitless looking to move up the field. They're still sat on just the 2 shots that have been sent on the net. The one thing to keep in mind as far as the Drift Queens, yeah, you're sitting on 0 goals this far, but your 8 shots, 7 of which have required saves. Sweaty finds a frame there, a little bit of a window, punches it home, and with a minute on the clock, the Drift Queens need to respond.
Oh, and can we just talk about that flick that Tadai4 used to put it into the back wall and then get that rebound for Sweaty Clarence there as well? Just any type of tool that's coming out of this Limitless toolkit, it works here, your boy Q. And here we go. Tadai4 finds Sweaty, beautiful goal here. You know, just when it matters most, right? We're down to the remaining 1 minute and you had a score there as well. All right, the counter and the equalizer coming out from Lazy Bear.
What a play, though. Crypto gets it past the 1, then able to get the fielding of the ball on the back wall, passes it down to Lazy Bear, puts it right on the hood, and that is a quick response from the Drift Queens here, all tied up, 53 seconds left, and now the question becomes, who finds the third? Because as close as this game has been, that third might be the decider, even if it happens before the overtime drop. But it's Snowy looking to get past the midfield line. Rlcs up in the sky. You can see neither team really able to get themselves control of this ball here early.
You'd imagine the 9 shots that Drift Queens have already taken, they'd be able to pick up this third as well. But just that defense from Limitless, so strong that you just cannot get through it as well. Crypto, a bit of a sloppy shot there as well. Wasn't really going to do too much as well as that active defense again from Limitless, just keeping them at bay. And nice demo in the air there from LazyBear, takes out Sweaty. Crypto's going to maybe slow this one here from the corner to die for, though, up in his face. They know the urgency of this one. They need to try put in that third. LazyBear sending it forward. Yeah, is it going to be wide at the back? It will be because Sweaty finds Rifle on the corner. Probably going to head to overtime. There it is, OT, game 2.
All right, and it is now golden goal opportunity where one shot is truly all it takes. Sweaty able to get off the corner. I think was looking to try and find a teammate there in the center, but both players already committed the rotation back. Now it's to die for on the counterattack. Crypto, the only one there, but Crypto with the save.
Downfield there for Sweaty. Reevesy, Crypto, so close there to die for. I'll keep that one out as well. Sweaty wants to drop it out. LazyBear as well. Bit of a bump there, goes up into the air for Tadaifor. Maybe Tadaifor's going to look at the dunk though. It's going to be wide. Nice little swat infield. No one coming in to take that near post is Snowy. Just a second too late for the play. LazyBear out for Reevesy. Nice little pop up. He's going to look for the dunk. He's going to, oh, close. So close. Almost got that dunk straight on Tadaifor's head.
So close, yet so far. Now it's Snowy in the sky, looking for the counterattack, but it's the bear, LazyBear, right there for the save, and now looking to try and get something going, trying to see if they can flip the defense, turn it to offense, able to win the 50. Crypto, though, unable to get the control in the air, and it's going to send this ball deep into that Limitless territory. Tadaifor off the goal line, now has to get this thing past the defender in the corner, able to do that, but Crypto cleanly fields it in the air. Sweaty doing a good job with the 50.
Will that rebound have done anything to help LazyBear get the shot? And it's not going to work out for Drift Queens there. Already a minute and a half of this OT. Snowy, Reevesy in there. Reevesy winning that battle into the corner. LazyBear, but Sweaty will be able to get that out, and Crypto as well. No beans in the tank for anyone here. Your boy Q, everyone just kind of chilling on 0 boost here, moving around the field. Not too much of that glorious boost in their tanks. Crypto. Can you find someone? Yeah, Sweaty though. He's going to be able to clear that one again. Sweaty, oh, we got the double savior medal almost. He's on 5. He's almost picking up the 2 times there.
5 from him and 5 from Tadaifor as well. 10 saves. Defense being the story for Limitless in game number 2 as we are now 2 minutes into our overtime. Revsy sends it forward. Sweaty in the sky to be able to slow this thing down. Now going to send it to the ground, and Crypto slows it down right around the midfield line. And we've been seeing more of the battle around this midfield control for now. Neither team really having to have too much of their back up against the wall, but that's only because Limitless still has yet to spend much time over on this Drift Queen side because they're just locked down into their defensive half.
Yeah, I think both these teams haven't learned a lot out of Swiss here, your boy Q. You know, when you go in to game 5 and OT against 9 lives, you need to try figure things out. And Drift Queen as well, learning from that long day yesterday. LazyBear onto that demo, onto Sweaty as well. Nice little fight here in the corner. All 4 players there as well. Everyone's just getting in on that action. LazyBear with a beautiful pinch, goes all the way downfield as well. Who's going to be able to find on the end of it? Tadaifor with a good collection. LazyBear again with that demo onto Snowy. Sweaty in this corner here as well. Crypto, it's a bit of a loose one. Oh, there it is. Reevesy finally, after 3 whole minutes, does the job.
And the big thing there was that demo you had mentioned, no third back, right? Still just coming back in off of the bench, only had a couple of boosts in the tank and not able to rise up and get the stuffing. So that means it's now going to be tied up at 1-1 as we go into game 3. Drift Queens lighting up the net, 16 shots as opposed to the 5 from Limitless. Holy smokes.
Yeah, absolute bombarding just this Limitless defense there as well. And, you know, Sweaty gets the casual, 2-time savior medal as well here, your boy Q, just doing that work that you mentioned at the back for the Limitless side. But OT winners there, Drift Queens in 3 minutes. Reevesy doing that job there. And, oh, man, just the back and forth action there, your boy Q, as you mentioned, a lot of that middle game action.
Yeah, I think the big thing for Drift Queens is just the fact that they won. And I know, like, the very simple answer was like, well, of course, right? But I think when you look at the fashion that it went to overtime and they were playing for 3 minutes, if Limitless wins that, despite the fact that they got outshot by so much, a little bit of doubt starts to creep in the back of the mind for sure from the Drift Queens, but instead you're able to make sure that you've got ice in the veins. You're able to find it when it matters the most. You win game number 2 and you've turned this best of 7 now into a best of 5.
Yeah, no better team to do it than Limitless, of course, right? You know, you've gone to Worlds, you've gone to a major, you've played in Copenhagen, you've played against KC, you've played against OG. You know, if there's any team that can do it, of course, it's going to be the lads from Limitless here. But game number 3, your boy Q, we tied up the series 1 apiece, just making Saturday more exciting.
Yeah, you know what? I am always down to get more Rocket League. I hope every series today goes 7. You know what I mean? Sign me up, tap it in the veins. But let's go ahead and get ready for game number 3. Let's see which of these two teams here can really assert themselves. I feel like in the first 60 to 90 seconds, if Limitless catches themselves back up against the wall in their defensive half, similarly to what we saw in game 2, that is a recipe for Drift Queens to be able to walk away with a second straight win.
Up, Sweaty. Might get onto the scoreboard first. It's so close for Limitless. Oh, just kept out. And we talk about saves, you know, for example, like Gold Ninjas from yesterday. Just goal line action there. And Sweaty almost get on the scoreboard. Yeah, Crypto, look for that action as well. He's going to be able to make it this time. Gets the dunk. And Drift Queens that take the lead.
Oh, so you have the save on the opposite side. Then you come into the offensive zone. You come down here and Crypto getting just absolutely filthy with it. Put it on a highlight reel as Drift Queens go up by 1.
And that's the action you want to see, right? Just coast-to-coast action. Make the save, pop it up, go for that nice aerial dunk as well. Get it on Limitless heads as well. Crypto's looking for more, though. Then an awkward one goes a bit wide there. Reeves is not able to pick it up either. Gets that bump on a Snowy as well. Just wants to dominate and show that physicality here on the field. Bullion still Snowy out of that play, but Sweaty, though, does pick it up. Crypto's going to be able to push this one out to dive for. Once you look at the small pinch from the corner, Lazy Bear, though, to run this out of his own corner. He's actually doing a good job of it, though. Can't beat out Sweaty. And Snowy now finds that demo onto Lazy Bear as well.
Now it's going to be as far as Drift Queens retreating back to the defensive half. The dive for pushing up. Sweaty here with the shot tossed off the backboard, trying to get the rebound, the double tap. Not gonna cut it here. It's Lazy Bear with the pass up to Crypto over the defender, and Sweaty comes in with the save from left to right.
Holy smokes. Crypto almost sunk that one as well. Would have been 2-0 for Limitless. Oh, they're looking for more. Crypto has to pop the one up to the backboard. Oh my goodness. Well, Drift Queens, they're coming out to play here, your boy Q, and they're definitely threatening here against Limitless.
Crypto's gonna open things up with the demo here. Slows things down is Revsy looking for the play from the sky, but Sweaty able to jump up and swat that thing aside. Now it's Crypto trying to get fancy with it. Lazy Bear with the contest in the air. Revsy back to Lazy Bear looking for a give and go action. Listed I4 and company from Limitless now looking to try and get out of their zone. The only problem is you can see on your screen here, folks, they're struggling in the boost department. Revsy's in the sky, has the Lazy Bear, but the I4 with the save.
Just so many of these opportunities you have for Drift Queens where it's coming down and they're just almost able to shoot and score, but it's just kept up by a defender from Limitless as well. They're Lazy Bear. Almost absolutely pummeled that one home though. But now it's up to Limitless to try find a goal of their own. Crypto out onto that side wall, and Sweaty's going to be able to go up for that one. Doesn't get a full hand on it. It allows Lazy Bear just to get that grab. Snowy though from the back wall. Wants to try pushes out. Small pinch there from the floor. Crypto. Reevesy will get up quick and be able to control that one as well. Does find Lazy Bear on the other side. Nice little shot out there to Sweaty as well. Almost that demo in the box as well. And you can just see the intentions from Drift Queens. They want to get physical.
They definitely want to play physical. They realize that buys them some additional room, and it's been something that Limitless has struggled with in the past here. Lazy Bear looking to get this pass from Crypto and intercepted as Revsy. He's going to have to get back to get the save, and a little bit more pressure. And Sweaty tries to go for this demo. Not going to be able to hit it, but it does leave it all for Snow. He says, I'll take those cookies, please. The pass, looking for the middle, looking for the bump as well, but Crypto sends it away.
Now the opportunity for Sweaty. Oh, he also wants to put his hand up for this action as well. Snowy's going to take a shot though. Lazy Bear makes that save to die for. Up. Bit of a weak one. Reeves is there. Snowy from the corner as well, but up again Crypto. And just this kind of backwall defense from Drift Queens has been outstanding, right? It's just keeping out any kind of assault that's coming at you from the Limitless roster at the moment. And Crypto beating out to die for there as well. Lazy Bear gets the swat over Sweaty, and just Limitless not able to find their footing at the moment.
not finding their footing, but they are keeping the pressure down here on this side. To die for says, go sit on the bench for a minute and think about what you've done, leaving them in a puff of smoke. Snowy with the pass to die for in the center, tries to drop it down, but Lazy Bear gets some help from the most valuable post. Sweaty now gonna get a shot, hits high as well. The defense from Drift Queens are gonna avoid two different disasters, and now looking for a counterattack. The Rlcs, bang, and Drift Queens up by 2.
Just this play here from Reevesy, just runs it all the way down that right-hand side. Beautiful pass infield from that corner as well. Finds Reevesy, sorry, Crypto with that pass. And just no one home there for Limitless. They just don't maybe see Crypto running up that corner, coming around the bend, and beautiful infield pass there. Drift Queens up by 2, your boy Q. All right, nice little counter-attack here. Coming up from to dive for 1 goal difference.
Leading the way, though, is Snowy with the demo. A puff of smoke, says Kablamo. Wide open net for my teammate. That cuts this lead in half. They do have 50 seconds. They still have to find themselves a second if they want to at least force an overtime. Their defense has to stand the test of time as well, and they don't have much time to make it work.
Yeah, they've got the 4 saves to their name at the moment, Drift Queens, and so they know how to keep out Limitless as well. And those Limitless kickoffs definitely. All right. Nice little dunk coming up from Lazy Bear off the Reevesy pass here. Just Reevesy again from that right-hand side. Nice little pop out to the mid, and Lazy Bear with the finish.
Oh, you saw so close to stuffing that thing, but now it's a 2-goal lead for the Drift Queens. I mean, we've seen crazier things happen. 41 seconds on the clock. If there's anyone who can come back from a 2-goal deficit, it's definitely the boys in blue. Sweaty says, I'm getting the first one here, baby.
Yeah, and that Sweaty just knows how to come in clutch as well. Anytime there's a 0-second action that needs to be taken, Sweaty finds the back of the net there as well. Gets over Crypto, gets over Lazy Bear. 1 goal difference again here, your boy Q. This is only game number 3. How can it be so juicy?
Oh, it means we're in for a banger here. We talked about it, one of the 2 series that I think the entire desk had the potential to go 7 indeed, or at least have some juicy implications in how it played out. But Sweaty now playing along the sidewall. 20 seconds left. Revsy does a good job to slow things down, pops into the sky to dive for, does move it forward, but Crypto reading it like a book. A second touch sends it deeper into this Limitless side. Crypto being an absolute nuisance, keeping the ball down here deep in the Limitless side of the pitch. 3 seconds left, a pass for to dive for, a ball way ahead of the team. The ball's gonna touch the ground, and Drift Queens win game number 3.
Well, I'll tell you this much, your boy Q. That wasn't on my bingo card, right? So 2 games back-to-back here, 2 and 3. Drift Queens take the dub, and nice little scoreline coming out from them as well. Got the goals, got the assists, got the saves on Limitless. And that's sometimes stats you just don't see against Limitless all too often.
We do indeed have a timeout coming out here from Limitless after the back-to-back losses. I do like the call from the squad from the boys in blue. Take a second to pump the brakes a little bit. See if you can almost figure out what it is. Oh, that save we're seeing on the replay there was so filthy. Not only because of the save, but they score on the opposite side of the field as well. A heartbreaker. Also, look at that play from Crypto. Oh my goodness gracious. With Drift Queens, they've been doing phenomenal here in these last 2 games. If they can keep the pressure up in game 3, do we see Limitless go out in the top 8?
Oh my goodness. Well, the script this weekend, your boy Q, seems to be the fact that, you know, a lot of our kind of top teams just aren't here this weekend, right? And so do we just add Limitless onto crazy at home?
Now we're going into game number 4 as, of course, our team here going to take that couple of extra seconds, especially on the side of Limitless, to figure out what it is that you've got to change. I mean, in that last game, they did outshoot the opposition. That side of the story was a bit different from game number 2, right? In game number 2, they had their backs in their defensive half for so long. It kind of made sense why it went the way that it did. I think that's why you have to pump the brakes after game 3, because in game 3, you spent so much side down the orange half and you still couldn't find the success.
Yeah, also, I like this maturity coming up from Limitless as well. Call the early timeout. A lot of teams maybe wait a bit too much. They get to game 4, then they're like, oh, now we need a timeout as well. They've got that experienced coach in Noxus. And so I think, they're just having a chat. They've seen what they can do, right? They just need to clean things up, right? And, Drift Queens, maybe no one expected to have Limitless's number here at the moment, Q, but it's working out for them.
They figured it out thus far here, and maybe the reason that they are indeed the Drift Queens is because it's all gas and no brake. They've got to keep the pedal down here to the metal against Limitless, because if there's one thing that we know about the boys in blue, you let them get their foot back in the door, they don't mind knocking that thing down here. Lazy Bear in the corner going to look and try and get the clear. Crypto looking to get it past to die for. Saw early, Limitless had an opportunity, not able to even get a shot towards the net. Now the possession in the side of Drift Queens, and if Drift Queens score first, watch out.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty scary territory there for Limitless. There's a bit of a scrap there on that halfway line as well. Snowy with the shot though, kept out by Reevesy. Oh my goodness, that was a nice little hard missile though. Kept out in that defense again from the Drift Queens. Almost that dunk coming out from Crypto. Zypher has to swat that one away.
Pass up to Lazy Bear, gonna keep the control here for the Drift Queens. Crypto, pass off the back wall to die for with basically nothing in the tank, but is at least able to find Sweaty on the side wall. Sweaty also relatively low in the tank. Are you guys noticing a trend here? As we do have the Drift Queens now gonna be able to get the clear. Lazy Bear rising up, not gonna be able to win the 50. This might be an opportunity for Limitless. They've got the numbers. It's a pass towards the center, but it's gonna be Crypto with save.
And to die for, just sends that shot goalward, and then with Reevesy keeping him out there as well. Sweaty, maybe attack number 2 here coming out from Limitless as well. Does have Snowy. Snowy's actually just playing the demo game at the moment, trying to get rid of those defenders. Is it going to be working out for them as well? Sweaty didn't come in just in the nick of time to try get that shot on, and already getting pushed out. Lazy Bear. Sweaty gets demoed there as well, so just such a physical series here in front of us. Sweaty pops it up here. Can he do something with it as well? Probably won't beat out Reevesy there. The backboard reads here coming out from Drift Queens there. So good. Oh,
to die
over?
for, pass one, and able to get that thing shoved in the back of that. Over a second defender as well. And if it's one thing that Limitless is able to do, is respond when the calling is needed the most. And out of a timeout, you thought Limitless was going to go down 1-0. I don't think so.
Yeah, and always seems to be to die for, right? Just leading the pack, just getting those cheeky shots and making sure he can just get a little pop over the defender's head here as well. To die for, looking for one more as well, kept up by Reevesy. But who wouldn't you want to put there in front in that striker position but to die for?
Die for definitely seems to be the one that has the ice in the veins most often when it's needed. Really doing a good job of being able to lead from the front. Speaking of the front, Crypto passing it forward. I think was looking for a pass to Lazy Bear, but wasn't able to dial things up for a connection. Now they got to get the clear here. 2 players committing. No, let's call a third that was going up underneath. No one really back. Almost caught with their hands in the cookie jar, but it is going to be Drift Queens still with the possession around that midfield line off that 150. A pass from Revsy. Crypto not able to win there, but you can see the pressure from the Drift Queens has shifted. They're spending a lot more time down on this blue half of the pitch.
Yeah, trying to get an opportunity against Limitless. Try and extend those 2 shots they've already taken into a goal here at the moment. And Sweaty gets something to there, though, but he's going to get kept out by that staunch defense of the Drift Queens as well. Reevesy wants to try to pop it out for Snow, though, but it's a nice long ball downfield here into that blue half. Sweaty, take it down here, just nice and slow as well. Lazy Bear will be able to meet him there. Snowy is going to run it up. Can he find a decent pass to a second man? They've already cut it by Reevesy, and that double commit there from Drift Queens working well. Crypto as well. Back up in that corner just to keep out Limitless. It's popped up by Reevesy. To die for, though. Maybe they wanted to look for that shot opportunity, but it's going to be kept out already.
Minute and 45 seconds here left in game number 4. And a relatively low shot affair here. We're talking about 4 shots from Limitless, 2 shots from Drift Queens. More of a defensive standoff. Neither team really able to assert themselves as far as setting up shop on either half of the pitch. We've been seeing a lot of the big booming clears here as of recent. And when we did have Drift Queens spending a little bit of time in that blue half of the pitch, Limitless's defense was doing a good job of sending a lot towards the outside. To die for, now sending it up for Sweaty. Unfortunately, though, Sweaty doesn't have much help in the corner. Not going to be able to get that thing past to the 2 defenders as Lazy Bear now looking to get it out of their zone.
And to die for, not picking up that double. Crypto with the catch as well. Just trying to get it past Sweaty. Close, Snowy. Already going up to meet him as well. Does he have Reevesy underfoot? He will be able to. Crypto, it's the 1-2. Oh, close there. Drift Queens almost getting that goal in as well. The sneaky little Crypto Reevesy play there. Reevesy back putting it up for Crypto again though, but Snowy has to keep this one out, and oh my word, just the opportunities coming here thick and fast for Drift as well. There might be a dunk, there might be a dunk! Crypto isn't able to nail that one. Reevesy, Lazy Bear, no one coming in. The cavalry not arriving. Yeah, for Drift Queens to try sink that one against Limitless as well. Reevesy with a bit of a, one straight to the wall there, but nothing sinking.
Oh, they don't have any boost. They've been getting up to maybe 30 here. Drift Queen's been doing a good job of starving them, but they are going to be able to get this thing past the midfield line. 20 seconds away from Limitless being able to tie up this series and send this thing to a game 5 and basically making it a best of 3. Snowy in the corner, just trying to burn some time. One touch, a second from to die for. Revsy has to hope this thing gets over Sweaty and push the pace. A last opportunity down here in the offensive side. Nobody going to be able to move the ball forward, and Limitless tie this thing up.
Q, they get game 4 just when you thought things were getting a little bit there hairy for the lads on Limitless. They do clinch it, but only by 1 here, your boy Q. And I don't know, is that a little bit, cause for some stress?
It's definitely a cause from stress because I think Limitless is used to being able to kind of push things around until about that semi-final match. We're definitely seeing that gap being closed, and Drift Queens has definitely showed that they are, I mean, have no problem going toe-to-toe with the boys in blue here. That game was closed all the way until the very, very end. And now that this thing is essentially turned into a best of 3, you got to make sure that you come out here in game 5 and really set the tone.
And I kind of just think about all those glorious maps we used to play on. Head here to game 5, Q, in Wasteland Night. Oh man, that just would have set the scene for me.
Definitely would have loved to see it here, but you know what? It doesn't matter what the scene looks like. We're still in for I'm guessing 3 more matches. I don't see either of these teams being able to win 2 back-to-back here, although I'm sure Limitless would be able to, or should I say would love to be able to kind of keep this momentum going. But I think this is what everyone tuning in was hoping for, right? Our first matchup of the day, the Kings of SSA getting put to the challenge by the Drift Queens.
Yeah, Drift Queens having a good time here. Lazy Bear, Crypto, and Reevesy just pushing Limitless all the way. That OT of 3 minutes in game 2, just showing just the ice in all 6 players' veins here at the moment. We head to Aquadome, and it's a big game number 5 here. It's already Snowy starts off the action from this kickoff as well, but it's just going to be picked up here by Crypto and should be able to get carried down through.
Got Limitless at least able to win the kickoff and put the ball down on this half of the pitch early. But again, Drift Queens doing what they've seen them do quite a bit and limiting the time that Limitless is able to spend down there. And I also like to point out that it feels like Drift Queens have really been able to take to the sky and keep control of the ball as well, especially when trying to flip the pitch from defense to offense. Lazy Bear with a nice booming clear down should be able to find Revsy. Revsy just a little bit wide here. Ball getting sent to the side by Snowy. And now for Limitless, back into this point where their back's against the wall. They got to find a way to get the clear. Deny 4 is going to be able to get the save here. Sweaty, not much in the tank. And back to the same old story. Big old boost over for Drift Queens and Limitless, basically running on fumes at times.
Yeah, and Lazy Bear doing well at the back there just to keep out 2 shots here. Makes that 1 goal and then kind of just in that defensive third circling around making the clear. And so defense, again, really staunch here from the Drift Queens as well. They want to keep out Limitless. They only held them to the 1 goal in game 4 as well. And so it just shows you what they're able to do at the back here. Crypto beating up Snowy, but Sweaty, we're able to pop that up. Lazy Bear again off that back wall. He's able to get it down now to die for. The sharpshooter is coming in here. Can he get a second? Is someone rushing in to make the play? Snowy won't be able to get that shot. And now Reevesy for Lazy Boy. Lazy Bear going up. Cut out there by Sweaty. Those Snowy's up here. Is it going to be an opportunity for Limitless to bang this one down, though? This seems to be the back and forth game.
A back and forth game, at least for the first 90 seconds here, but it is worth noting Drift Queens have found themselves a couple of shots. Meanwhile, they've been able to hold Limitless to a big old goose egg. Now through almost 2 minutes. Deny 4 looks for a shot. Revsy's going to be able to get the save. How much that gas in the tank here for Lazy Bear while they're trying to field this thing? Snowy's going to put some pressure, moving their way up. Now has a chance to look for the pass for Deny 4, but Revsy says not today.
Not today, not in his watch, not in Aquadome. Your boy Q keeps them out. Nice little demo there from Snowy onto Lazy Bear as well to die for. Look for that action. Gets it onto the back. Can there be a double? No double coming out. Crypto wants it clear. Doesn't get the perfectly as well. Snowy is wide. Almost an opener there for Limitless. The beat here to die for meets Reevesy. Then Crypto popped it up, finds Snowy as well there again. Oh my goodness, a tight match between these two rosters here in Game 5 to die for. Okay, that's a good ball. Won't be running that one up. Lazy Bear, though, actually, he's the one with the catch. He's also looking for that dunk and that double. Oh, Reevesy coming in, though, but it's going to be swatted out by To Die For.
Now it should be Sweaty looking for the clear. Snowy whipping as well. A potential opportunity for Drift Queens to flip the field here. They've got boost in the tank. They're moving and playing downfield as well, but To Die For jumps the passing lane, able to get the clear, setting things down for Crypto to try and field it in the corner. Gets past one defender, leaving it off for Lazy Bear, who's able to get this thing over Snowy as well, and Crypto fields it past one, but Sweaty able to send it over towards the corner. They haven't been able to get the clear. It's the second pass, and it's going to come across for Crypto to try and make something happen in the sky. Revsy sitting around that mid sort of the field to try and punch it home off the pass, but no dice.
About 4 shots to 5 here, so Drift Queens just one up here on Limitless at the moment, but otherwise even Stevens, and 0-0 on our scoreboard here as well with 90 seconds remaining. Your boy Q, and I don't know, do we go to a long OT again? I mean, that's going to be the exciting part of game number 5 as well. It's just absolute battle here. Both teams wearing each other down here, but just who is going to crumble first? Sweaty from that corner. Can he get it over Crypto, though? He's got a full tanker boost this time, so we're going to see if that works out. To Die For in for Snowy, though. It's not going to action, and now we see To Die For actually has to hold on to the possession and just plays calmly into the back here. Just the maturity out of To Die For.
Only problem is ran into Crypto, picked up the big boost, was able to jump the passing lane, able to jump on up, gives the control to Drift Queens, pass down to Lazy Bear, hits the low ground while everyone has their wheels in the air, and Drift Queens gonna go up 1-0.
Oh, there it is as well. Just a high ball hanging and waiting for Lazy Bear to get it in. There the Drift Queens, they're up 1-0 here with a minute remaining against Limitless, the SSA Kings. Are they going to be unthroned today?
Only time will tell. Looking to potentially at least put them into check, then potentially mate. After that are the Drift Queens here. Looking to try and make a play up in that Limitless side, and To Die For has quite a bit in the tank. One touch over one. Crypto going to be able to at least rise things up. Sweaty slows things down with a demo. To Die For also handing one out as well. That should allow them a little bit of space to flip the field. The only problem is, of course, players come back in off the respawn. They've got boost in the tank, and now it's a counterattack coming in from Drift Queens.
Crypto nabs at 100 in the midfield there as well, so Sweaty just has to circle back. Snowy as well can't continue the fight, though. To Die For as well. Everyone's sitting. He looks for the bump action. They misses all the players, and so nothing from To Die For working out on that back line. Crypto goes up, though. Get it past one as well. They may be looking for that double. To Die For has to keep it out. The double demo coming out here as well. Is it going to be enough for the Drift Queens? Their turn now to win 1-0. It just has to touch the floor one more time here with 0-0. The ball has to die. Limitless with one more opportunity as well. To Die For looking for that dunk. Doesn't find it as well. The ball has to die. They're keeping it up. They're keeping it up. They're keeping it up. To Die For. They're looking for more. Can they do something with it? Sweaty. Is it out to the wall? Is that enough? It's still going. Crypto. Maybe he makes it too. Just a cheeky one. It should be able to go down here. Maybe. Snowy with the catch. They're still alive, your boy Q.
Until Drift Queens eventually find a way to put this ball on the ground and move themselves onto series point. And talk about a heartbreaking way for that game to end. It looked like Limitless were going to have the last second goal, potentially forcing the overtime. And now they're going to have to go back to back, or they're going to have to sit out Championship Sunday.
And that's a sentence, you shouldn't really be uttering, or people hear when we talk about Limitless, right? And there we go on your screens. Drift Queens 1-0 beating Limitless game 5 there as well. Let's check out the highlights. Only one goal scored here through Lazy Bear, your boy Q.
I mean, that was a beautiful shot too. Smart play. I mean, expecting everyone to kind of bait out that high shot and just basically puts it down in that lower right-hand corner. Talk about precision, baby. One shot is all it took for Drift Queens here. And now the pressure, unusually, on the Limitless side going into game number 6. And you can't help but wonder, as far as for them, if the palms are sweaty, knees weak, maybe arms are heavy. Not sure if there's any mama spaghetti on their sweater already or whatever, however it goes. But, man, they got to win 2 in a row. It's going to be tough.
They have to win 2 in a row, 2 on the trot. And so the grit now that has to come out here from Limitless is has to run deep, right? They need to dig deep as well and find something that's going to work out for them as well. I just think it's so nice when you see other teams also rise to the occasion, right? Like Drift Queens, you're taking on Limitless. None of the predictions on the desk. No one says Drift Queens, right?
Yeah.
You know, we showing up our fancy graphic now and we're all bragging about our predictions. We're all might take a fat L right now if DQ get the dub. And that's worrying, right? Because, you know, I just love the fact that SSA, we're climbing, people are getting better, teams are improving. And yeah, this is exactly what you want to see.
Well, it would be worrying for Limitless if they fall here. That would kind of open the door in the discussion moving forward, potentially, when we talk about not just Major number 2, obviously, but even for Worlds. So for Limitless, they've got to find some way to go back-to-back. They've got to find a way to get this pressure shut down from Drift Queens. They got to return to the form of Limitless that we have seen for so many splits here in SSA and defend their turf.
Try defend their turf. They're so close there to die for. Sweaty. Oh, kept out Lazy Bear as well. Oh my word, defense again here from Drift Queen. So staunch at the back now. Sweaty. Will he find Snowy on the other side as well? Will he actually get Sweaty himself? And Lazy Bear. Nice little pop forward there for Crypto as well. Big pinch from To Die For. Is it going to be able to work? Crypto, we're able to catch this one and slow it down as well. To Die For. Just a hard ball into that Drift Queen half though, but nothing coming from it at the moment. And that's going to hurt.
Nothing quite yet. Of course, only the first minute gone by, and we're still drawing at a tie at 0. Sweaty able to get it past a couple, but Crypto from left to right able to get the save and move to that, at least up towards that midfield line. Snowy was trying to kind of contest in the corner, at least slows things down and allows them to keep pressure on the field, especially when Deny For follows it up with a big old kablooey. Snowy now looking off the backboard, potential pass opportunity, but it's Revsy sending it upfield, and now Crypto looking to help Drift Queens find their first goal.
So close, yet so far. Still in a nice bit of time here on Neo Tokyo. Bob's Ramen is got front row seats to this action. Snowy, he's looking for that flip reset as well onto the back ball. The play though is coming out from Sweaty. Can there be a shot on To Die For? Where's he? Oh my goodness, opportunities there for Limit. There's no one able to capitalize on that moment, that brief moment here against Drift Queens. Now Snowy again holding this one on the wall. Reevesy cutting it out. Sweaty waiting patiently there in the box. Oh, shot almost there from Limitless. To Die For with that bump. Crypto holding it down here on the wall. To Die For wins that one. Reevesy. Crypto. Lazy Bear just plays it out.
Able to put it right where Sweaty does have to turn things around after retreating back to the defensive side. Limitless have had 2 opportunities that looked fantastic for them to be able to find the lace. And as you can see at the top of your screen, folks, we're still all tied up at 0s. If they have another heartbreaking save on the goal line, things might just start to fall apart. As far as Drift Queens, if they're able to find themselves on the scoreboard here, well, as far as first anyways, they will be able to put so much pressure on the boys in blue.
Yeah, we're also on series point here at the moment, so if Drift Queens do win, they can take the series 4-2, so that'll be a big upset here for Limitless. Still 0-0, as you mentioned, on our scoreboards here, and Crypto from the corner. Can he play it? Can he get it over one? Snowy's going to go up to meet him, though, and anyone at the back here for Drift Queens, Reeves is there. He's waiting patiently for the ball, gets it out. To Die For. Popping this one up here and just to play, slowing down a bit. No one really looking to grab onto anything convincing just yet. Sweaty almost with that in, and Limitless, they want to try sink those opportunities. They're taking the 4 shots, nothing sticking at the moment. Reevesy, nothing in the tank either. Snowy popping it up. Who's going to be able to meet him? Snowy taking that one all the way. Lazy Bear though with the defense.
The defense from the Drift Queens has been able to lock things down for the first 3.5 minutes. And sure, you could say the same thing over on the Limitless side, but they haven't had quite the same looks. There have been a couple that looked like they should have been crossing the goal line for the boys in blue, but Drift Queens have been able to send them all aside. A ball sitting in front of the net here, but Snowy going to be able to send things up towards the midfield line where Revsy keeps things in the zone for Drift Queens. And as for now, the big back and forth here, it feels like this does tend to favor Drift Queens just a little bit. Remember, they have an extra life. They're on series point. As far as for Limitless, you let one go across the goal line here, you're in trouble.
Yeah, and Reevesy, just an absolute shot cannon there that came out, just went a pixel to the left there, but incredibly close and threatening for the Limitless defense as well. Sweaty! There it is! The man comes in clutch, as he always does.
Sweaty doing so good to rise up here, and Revsy, I mean, gets a nose on it, but not able to send it wide enough. And Limitless now just have to be able to lock things down for 50 seconds to send us to a 7th game, a decider, and that's what everybody loves to see when it comes to some Rocket League. But Lazy Bear gonna try and dance this ball up the field. Sweaty slows things down, and for them, for Limitless, all you gotta do is play keep away. To die for, tries to slot it, but it's gonna hit the post.
Kept out there by Crypt as well to die for. Trying to take that shot, trying to replicate what we saw from Sweaty earlier. Rlcs, Sweaty bringing it down. Lazy Bear will be able to catch the one into downfield as well. Catch by Snowy though. And so Limitless still holding on to this 1-0 lead at the moment. So close. Rlcs has to make that save to die for. Almost made it 2 though. Oh man, just shots here coming in from Limitless as well. But goodness gracious, that Drift Queen's defense is incredible.
Defense is incredible, but they need to find some semblance of offense in this basically rule 0 situation. Keeps it on the sidewall. Crypto moves it forward, and it's Snowy just trying to move it far enough up the field. Find a way to shove this thing down onto the ground, and we're going to Champions Field.
Well, your boy Q, there's no better way to start quarterfinals on day 2 than going straight to Game 7 Champions Field here. And Limitless, they're getting pushed this weekend, right? That Game 5 OT against 9 Lives. Game 7 here against Drift Queens. Seems like everyone in SSA has kind of peeked behind the curtains. We're like, oh, Limitless, we'll see what you got and we'll match you.
You almost can't help but wonder if they who shall not be named have proved to people that the monster of Limitless can indeed be taken down. And now for Limitless, they do have their backs against the wall. Of course, so do the Drift Queens here. We're going to a best of 1. And you mentioned that this is somewhere that Limitless maybe not necessarily used to being, but they have been here recently. So they kind of have an idea of what it's going to take. Drift Queens, you could say pretty well the same for, but I feel like with the way that things have kind of turned around, where Limitless wasn't able to find really so much as far as production down on that orange half of the pitch in the first couple of games of the series, even when they were losing in the middle couple of games, they kind of started to change that story around. I feel like Limitless has figured things out, but it's Game 7. Anything can happen.
And, you know, just to make this game really dramatic here, your boy Q, Snowy has qualified for every single championship Sunday, right? He's made every single time. He's always been there on day 3. 5 minutes ahead of us to see if Snowy goes back to Championship Sunday.
Well, you know what? Let's not just talk about it, Muds. Let's go ahead and be about it. Game number 7. 5 minutes to figure out which of these two teams punches their ticket to Championship Sunday to die for, with an opportunity in a similar tale like Game 6. A nice opportunity for Limitless early that does not find success.
Seems to be a few of the games we've seen in this series here with just a couple shots getting, you know, rattled towards the Drift Queen side, and then nothing seems to stick as well. Limitless maybe gonna see, you know, what the analysis and review will be able to help them with that there. But Rlcs fighting out Snow in this corner. There's a bit of a 2-team here with Lazy Bear as well, getting in on that as well. Crypto has to push that out onto the crossbar. Decent save from him. Sweaty looking for a bit more as well there. Finds that demo to Rlcs as well though. Crypto maybe 1-2. Lazy Bear though keeping it out, just slowing down that play. Rlcs having to wait for Sweaty as well. Sweaty, there we go, they pull him out. Cool, almost Limitless getting the first goal there.
And they do still have the possession of the ball down here on this Drift Queen side. Sweaty gonna rise up to the sky and tries to maintain the control. Snowy bump it into Sweaty. Not like this, my guy. To die for though, at least able to keep it in the zone for now, but no one forward to try and slow down Revsy, who's in the sky, trying to turn defense to offense. Lazy Bear, a second touch, but to die for with a big clear now has an opportunity for that turnaround, but Revsy jumps the lane and takes the cookies.
Oh, just when you think Drift Queen are going to go up, to die for sits in that box. He waits for that save, and Sweaty keeping out that bay there as well. But just as onslaught coming at you from Drift Queens, it's relentless. Crypto want to get on that as well. To die for, pops it over 1. Can't get past Rlcs out to the wings. Snowy, bit of a shot of a Crypto once again on that backboard. Just the reads and the plays and the defense here from Drift Queens as well. Just seem to be anticipating every move, every shot coming out here from Limitless as well. Snowy, bit of a nice infield. There was a Sweaty to Snowy. Nice little pass and play there, but they didn't end up landing. Sweaty to die for again in this corner. In the corner, Snowy. Lazy Bear has to try, punt this out, get rid of that ball, get rid of that offense. Crypto stops that one on the back ball. Doesn't get that pinch pass across the goal face, and we're sitting here in this midfield action at the moment, Q.
Yeah, been a kind of a tug of war, back and forth as the pendulum swings, and Limitless, it is worth noting, currently out shooting the opposition 4-1. They've been the ones who have done a little bit better of a job, I should say, setting up shop on this orange half of the field. I thought Sweaty was getting an opportunity of that. Unfortunately, not able to dial things up. 2 players faking. Lazy Bear has to make the touch, sends it deep into the opposition's territory, and now with Sweaty here, you got to get it past Revsy. Revsy wins the 50, but denied for it. There to field it, moving it forward in the sky, off the backboard with the pass, but Revsy with the save.
We've got these 5 shots already here registered by LMT. Only the 1 registered from Drift Queens as well, but still zeros on our scoreboard. 2 minutes to decide how things are going to settle, and how that does settles. Sweaty, Lazy Bear for Snowy. That downfield pass to Sweaty though, but cut out by the Drift Queens. Now Reezy waiting for the play here to die for, gets up faster. No beans in the tank, however. Slow down play. Oh, Snowy and Lazy Bear, bit of a scuffle there on the other side. Reezy up for that one, but cut out again by LMT, and maybe another potential overtime forming.
Snowy now moving the thing forward for Limitless, trying to see if they can make something happen on the offensive side. Moved aside by Lazy Bear. Revsy over one to dive for the last line of defense, and he's able to shut it down. Sends it towards the corner, but it's still the Drift Queens with the control. 72 seconds left as Snowy able to get the clear. Revsy shuts that transfer of the pitch down right around the midfield line. Sweaty says, nah, I told you we're going this way, brother, as it's going to be Limitless trying to set up some sort of semblance of offense. A minute left, and Drift Queens over Revsy, the flip, that double touch, and Drift Queens going to go up by 1.
Oh, Reevesy, you beautiful Rocket League player that touched the plays there, everything into the corner, gets the double, gets the finisher, gets the goal for Drift Queens here, Q. Is that gonna be the stake into the hearts of LMT? Oh my goodness, we've never seen aerial prowess and play like that before. When it matters the most, Game 7. 50 still on the clock though. Can't get too excited, but for Drift Queens, that's huge.
That is a huge goal for Drift Queens. Limitless. Now, time of the essence. 40 seconds. That's all you got. And you got to find a way to find the back of the net. Revsy in the sky once again gets it past, and it's all up to Sweaty. Sweaty sends it towards the corner, though, and at least there's no more threat for now. They have to find a way, though, to get past that midfield line, and you've got to get yourself a good shot or two. 24 seconds. Ain't much time.
Ain't. Oh, Sweaty almost on that near post. They're so incredibly close, and as you say, ain't too much time left here for Limitless to do things with it to die for. Also never missing that championship Sunday, and so this might be the first time ever, oh my goodness, in all the seasons we've seen you have sub-Saharan Africa. Clock's ticking down, final chances here for LMT. There it is. That's it. You won't see Snowy, you won't see to die for tomorrow. That's it. LMT, they're out. They're done.
And Limitless fall before the Final Four. No championship Sunday for them, and it's the Drift Queens say check and mate to the Kings of SSA as they punch their ticket to the top 4.
Well, as you know, your boy Q, a queen, can move anywhere on the field. It can do anything. It has the most power. And so Drift Queens, that power here showing against LMT. They take it to Game 7. They win that very decisive OT in 3 minutes as well. They take Game 3. 3-2 Q. I think this was such a beautiful demonstration and showing here of the Drift Queens. And it had to be, right? You beat Limitless. I mean, that says it all.
What a series, guys, to start us off for the day. Completely taking out the reigning champions. First time Snowy and, by the way, to die for won't make a, not just final day, but they have made every grand final up until this point. So it just shows this second split is like nothing in SSA history. What a showing. And Drift Queens, they took advantage of the strongest caster's curse we could have put out there, proving us wrong yet again. Terrible sign for our predictions for the weekend. But what a showing coming out of the Drift Queens. Reevesy there at the end, managing to put in that beautiful little sky through there. I mean, Limitless now heartbroken. I don't think Snowy is going to be someone that you want to be around for the next couple of minutes. But geez, the fight all the way to game number 7. 1 goal separating the last, I think it was 3 games. Oh, your boy Q. Jeez, that is something to say about the level of Rocket League that this region suddenly has.
Yeah, we have seen the gap close, and the gap has now been eliminated. The boys in blue have now been limited. They've been eliminated, Liz. But they're gone. They're out of here. They don't make it to Championship Sunday. And now all of a sudden, the stories for not only Major 2, but we talked about the top of the story yesterday. Now with them going out this early, we talked about Worlds implications. We get to have us a nice story to tell through the next couple of qualifiers here.
We're going to do all the maths, don't worry, between this weekend and 2 weekends' time. Maybe we'll have something to tease you guys with tomorrow, but certainly Astronic looking to be in a more viable position suddenly. It also makes the challenge for who actually gets that 1 slot for SSA to the major in a couple of months. It's certainly a harder fight going out there. But I'm sure you guys saw all the saves there. I must admit, saves. Rlcs was doing a stellar job on the back line there, Muzz.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about that Drift Queen's defense, their ultras, and they understood the assignment. Crypto up, gets the save, especially off of that back wall. Rlcs gets up, gets that save. And Lazy Bear, he threw in a couple saves there as well. Limitless, I think. Equally, some opportunities just not grabbed as hard as they would have liked, right? So kind of soft goals, soft openings that maybe didn't get fully taken advantage of, plus those saves as well. Just it seemed to write the narrative for Drift Queens, and yeah, they took it to game 7. They got that dub, and defense and offense wise, yeah, taking down Limitless, that's a big feat.
I mean, the opportunities were there for Limitless time and time again, and it just came from the desperate last-minute diving saves. Lazy Bear got a couple of those, couple bars that hit the crossbar, the upright, just millimeters away from it. But like Greybeard says, great events turn on small hinges. There hasn't been a greater showing and a greater calamity or chaotic maelstrom that has come out of this region until this weekend. We're going to be going to a short break, and I'm very interested to hear what Pyro J has to say in the interview after this. And you guys don't forget, you also have your chance to have your say, both on Twitter using the hashtag ThisIsSSA, and also in the driver of the day. Go forward to acgl.gg/vote to see who you want to back. Of course, we're only going to be highlighting each team once, but at least we do get to see every one of the players here today. So if there was anyone from this one, definitely get out there. Certainly some big moments that you can reflect back on. But we're going to take a very short break, and we'll be back with game number 2 in just a little bit.
Welcome back, everybody. We just witnessed the defeat of Limitless in the quarterfinals of this qualifier, and their taking the win was Drift Queens. And we have Lazy Bear here with us in the interview. Lazy Bear, welcome in. Congratulations. I had you in crypto in my top 10 plays, but very few people had you in the top 4 of this event. What does it mean to you to defy all the odds and take this win?
Honestly, it means a lot to me and to my team. We knew we weren't the favorites, obviously. Limitless have proved themselves. So we knew that we could beat them, but honestly, we didn't know, like, we had no pressure on us, so we just played the game.
That's great. Yeah, the lack of pressure definitely helps. And I'm hearing some confidence as well. You're saying you knew you could beat them. I feel like that really came through in game number 2. To me, the possession game from you guys in game 2 was overbearing against Limitless. Was that switch intentional? And how exactly did you guys turn that around after the 4-0 loss in game 1?
Honestly, I think the first game was a bit of a warm-up for us. We were just seeing how they were playing. And then in the next games, they had some good attacks, but we held a very good defense. And then we just had to transition into attack. And yeah, well, I think we played a very good defense, honestly. That's how we won the game.
The defense was great. There were some crazy goal line saves as well. I'm curious, you guys go up in the series 2-1 and Limitless call a timeout. Are you guys preparing during that time for some adaptations from that team? Or are you guys just focused on playing your game?
Yeah, we just focused on our game, honestly.
Yeah, that makes sense because that's what's winning. And then I want to get your thoughts on your attack and why it's so good, because in Limitless's wins, they were all shutouts against you. So how exactly did you guys break through Limitless's defense? While your guys was so good, Limitless definitely had their moments as well.
We just tried to not overcommit too much. We just tried to play our game, just put some shots in, rotate, and eventually we just break through on their defense.
Yeah, you guys broke through. I mean, you, Crypto, Revsy, you guys were all over the place, looking great. Listen, you seem to have found the limit of Limitless. They seemingly had plot armor. Snowy to Die For made Championship Sunday every event. Not anymore with Drift Queens in the way. What is your guys' limit? It was top 4 last split. How do you expect you all to perform here in this event? Do y'all take it all the way?
Yeah, we're confident we can take it all the way. It's going to be very tough against Mobula, so we're definitely going to prepare for that. But yeah, I think we can.
All right, well, you heard it from Lazy Bear, already calling out Mobula before the match is even over. I'm taking it that's your prediction for this next one, Lazy Bear.
For Team Mobula?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to go 4-3 to us.
Okay. Oh, all right. The win against Mobula 4-3, another game 7. Well, you're preparing for a very intense event, Lazy Bear. Thank you so much for the interview. And again, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we take it back to the desk. Let's hear from them to set up our next match of this quarterfinals day.
Such calm, such confidence coming there out of Lazy Bear. Not just sitting and being happy with the top 4 finish. They're going to be going all the way to the grand finals. And I mean, after coming through there, why not? Certainly a great showing from the squad. Romeo, you and I got a chance to watch that game and chat through it. And there was a lot to unpack there. You know, we're so used to going, why is Limitless winning? I'm very interested into your thoughts about, we're looking at the future. How can they grow? How can they develop? What are some of the things that you think could be worked on from that squad?
I mean, I'm currently just a little bit dumbfounded, a little bit dumbstruck, because I didn't foresee a loss here, and all credit to Drift Queens, because they played an immaculate game and completely shut out Limitless and kept it to a very, very low scoring affair, despite some very heavy aggression on the part of Limitless. They were very strong on the 50s. You could see that that was the plan. They were going to take the 50, contest it, get a good one off that, and then use that as a launching board for attack. And I've got to say, so many of those 50s were so well contested by Drift Queens that they lost momentum there before it had even begun. And that's why when Limitless were on attack, they looked great. But when Drift Queens were on attack, I was scared. It was honestly such a good game, and from a neutral perspective, it was fantastic. But from a local perspective, my heart hurts.
And that leads me to your question, Buzz. Rarely do we see someone with as much patriotism and as much passion for the South African squads, or the SSA squads, I should say. We see now, looking at the rest of the bracket, we are down to 2 SSA teams, with the rest of the 7 still remaining being imports. And I'm looking there, we've still got we've still got Snake's Den. They and their teammates, Straskibity, I believe it is, being the... No, it's a reverse Oreo, of course, sorry. Do you believe that these guys have at least narrowed that gap to Limitless, who were previously so renowned as the regionals ambassadors, that they still have a chance to keep going in this competition?
Yeah, well, I think there was a handful of teams that we probably suspected could have made it to this point, right? Snake's Den were up there, 9 Lives were up there. Maybe Genesix with a bit of a shout if they had some good matches and fixtures. And here we sit, Reverse Oreo and Snake's Den with Limitless falling out. And even Reverse Oreo, we didn't expect to get you. They had to go to Game 5 and win it as well, their Ultrazone. And so, yeah, the 2 SSA teams left over when you look at that full kind of our distance teams or import teams. Just kind of making SSA a really hard place to play, but also that means increasing the competition and just making sure that everyone else has to get better to rise to the occasion here. And so, even that Snake's Den fixture, right? Unknown Goats, they got velocity, right? We saw them yesterday. They play hard. And so if you want to get the dub there, where to you like them, you're going to have to pick up your socks and actually just up that level today. It's not just a case of like, go into a best of 7, let's see what happens. You have to ramp it up.
And I like what you say about gets better. If that seems to be the general theme of what a lot of the teams from SSA are thinking about this. This has been like a revitalization of the scene.
Yeah.
The first impetus for everyone to start grinding really hard was the introduction of Rlcs 3 years ago. And since then, it kind of again separated into the top teams and the lower teams who were kind of fighting it out for 4th or 5th place. Now we get a really big impetus. And I even there did see Noxus, the coach from Limitless, put out on Twitter still with that positivity. They are disappointed, they are heartbroken, but they are not giving up, and it's just the motivation that they're going to use to grind it out. And I mean, this exposure is really a great way to refine that steel of this Limitless side. They kind of were uncontested, and so didn't have anyone to look up to or anyone to steal, sharp, and steal against. And then they get to Worlds, and they're a little bit outclassed. Now they've got people locally that they can play against regularly, which I'm very excited to see. But let's go into game number 2, right? It is still a whole weekend's worth of action. We've narrowed down one of our series. There's still 3 more teams looking to confirm their place in those semifinals. So, Straskibbity versus Mobula. You guys, the chat vote is open. We've already all casted our predictions. We'll get back to those. But the Caster's Curse is certainly one that we have got to be very worried about right now, because Team Mobula there, Bromeo, seems to be on paper the undefeatable team.
Look, Mobula are looking very scary. We saw them dominate yesterday, and I don't think they've even been put through their paces properly yet, because they're just hitting their straps. We didn't even have stats for them yesterday, so I think what we're going to see from this today, especially from Team Mobula, is how hard are they really going into this. And now with Limitless out, these are the big scaries. These are the people we're looking out for. I mean, you can see that, the statistics there are pretty similar, and it doesn't give them a fair representation of truly how good they are and how good they can be. So honestly, going into this next game, I will be watching with bated breath, because I don't think we've seen their full potential yet.
Full potential. That's the scary thing. When you're still looking to unlock the second form, it's one of those boss battles that you're just sitting there going, oh no. But look at that. Oh, the wonderful face cams. These guys look comfortable and confident going in. Yeah, that's Mobula, of course, that we're busy looking at right now. And they're smiling. They're ready for this. At least 2 of them. And the wave to the fans. I absolutely love that. Good luck to these guys. All right, team, it's time to get into predictions. So predictions for the chat, busy going right now, of course. Don't forget, go for that chat vote of the driver of the day at acgl.gg/vote. But right now, we got to get into predictions for this match. So, Muzz, let's give Bromeo a moment to think about this. But Muzz, which way are you going?
I was going to say, I don't think we've seen Straskibbity step up just yet, yeah, Ultrism. I think after, Team Mobula were able to take down Limitless, I'd imagine you can probably take down Straskibbity. So you're going to put down production, you're going to give me Team Mobula there underneath there. I just think, they haven't entered that final form just yet, but they are working out in that hyperbolic chamber.
All right, Bromeo, Mobula looking clean throughout the Swiss stages. Do they continue their run of form?
Look, Mobula are going to take this. By how much, that's yet undecided. If they decide they're going to get really scary, it's going to be a sweep. But I say Straskibbity can take a game or 2 of this one.
Yeah.
Game or 2 is what you're giving them. All right, it's going to be interesting to see. And now we're going to test once more how strong we are as casters to change this and add another dynamic going on there. So once more, a sweep across the desk. Mobula, the favorites to win this one. But where it goes to in the game, when we look at our chat vote, we're looking again at about a 97% towards Mobula. So yesterday we lost. Everyone got it wrong on a 92%. We pushed that envelope even a further step. 3% is all anyone gives Straskibbity. 3%, though, could be all it would take. We're going to be going now into game number 2 here on the Rlcs SSA broadcast. There's, of course, still the first weekend. A lot of Rocket League to play this weekend and over the next 6 weeks until we get to that. And we're very interested to see out of these teams which one's going to, of course, start looking towards that major spot. And Romeo, just a very quick thing. How do you think this changes the way a team like Mobula or Astronic looks towards? Are they already setting their sights on that major spot, or are they just still focused on this weekend?
I think it would be very naive of us to think that they ever took their eye off it. I think that every single team of that caliber has, got only one sight ahead of them, and that's Major and possibly Worlds. And I think that they look at every single game ahead of them, and that's the way they should, but they've definitely got their eyes on that prize.
Well, 5 minutes at a time is the way we have to focus right now. Straskibity versus Mobula. Game number 2 here on Saturday of the RLCS 4th qualifier. Cannot wait to see this. Will this story have yet more in store for us? Or are we going to see the expected results? We go now into the action live.
Team Mobula, one of 2 Spanish teams who have yet to be defeated in SSA this split, and one of 2 Titan Slayers defeating Limitless. Straskibity with a rough start in Swiss, but sweeping their last 2 matches to earn a top 8 spot. They meet up now in the quarterfinals with a path to the grand finals blown wide open. Mocked Fish, who marches forward.
And suddenly it is all wide open. Mobula, the Spaniards, against the Italians of Straskibity. If you ask me, I think Mobula, with their display yesterday, they are coming in here as the favorites. But as we've just seen with Drift Queens, just because someone is favored does not mean that we can't have any sort of upsets coming our way. Mobula certainly will be looking, though, to put on the pressure early, with demolitions coming out of the Starman himself. Of course, the most renowned player that has come in and has been imported down to South Africa, VK Salen himself.
We spoke so much about that impact from VK Salen as Team Mobula continue to march forward towards this goal line. Plenty of shots, plenty of chances, no goals to be called for. It's actually the off-the-ball work that VK Salen has done that has been so obvious to me. He was the top demo inflictor of the Swiss rounds yesterday. And in their matchup against Limitless, winning it, had the highest average speed and average boost as well. So VK Salen, as he takes that quarter boost, keep an eye out for that management.
That boost management, of course, just a quality mark of VK Salen. He has that experience at the very highest level, and he tries to impart that experience not just on his teammates, but also maybe just as a little bit of a lecture to the rest of the region of how to properly conduct yourself. But up until now, it's been very quiet thus far. Jelly has the first opening opportunity here for Straskibity, who are not being shocked by anything. They're not starstruck. They are still trying to play their own game and their own series. Karma being up high, getting it over 1. VK Salen getting demoed as a result as well. Totally to keep up the pressure. Ground pinch. Oh, well, the pinch was to the ground, but it wasn't to one of his teammates.
Not quite. They've had an opening or 2, but the venomous nature still yet to be seen from Straskibity. Indeed, on the goal line, they still hold up a fortress. Tolly out in the way to Jelly. The pass not intercepted, but the shot not connected. Jelly on the side flip, missing the ball. Leoro downfield here, setting up off the backboard. Kama, not the best touch, and actually, he lays it in.
Not the best touch out of defense, and a long clear from Leoro does not hit the ceiling, and in the end, with a bit of help from Karma and the crossbar, finds its way through. It's an easy goal for Straskibity to be conceding, and it's one that's going to be hurt because, quite honestly, they did have a better start of the series.
You know, when I spoke to Lazy Bear of Drift Queens, he talked about Game 1 being very much of a warm-up, so consider that for the underdog of this match as well. They could just still be fine-tuning their work here.
That fine-tuning seems to be happening rather quickly, though, for Mobula. Rubik's looking for that near post, finding that near post perfectly next to the back of the net, and suddenly Straskibity, a bit of out of nowhere, they are in trouble as Rubik's looks for yet another bump. Not just VK Salen, the one who can find the aggression on Mobula.
You know what? I love seeing Mobula in these 2v2 situations, because when you keep your eye on the 2v2 leaderboard ladder, it was VK Salen and Leoro hand-holding their rankings all the way to the top 50. So that was Leoro and Rubik's in that instance there, but I think they are very deadly when it comes to that, especially when it's Leora leading the charge. He loves his air dribble bumper demo plays to take out the last defender.
Oh, Spanish Bim Bam just coming out in full fruition. Just don't give your opponent any sort of time to breathe. Don't give your opponent any sort of space to do anything with. That is the way the Spaniards stereotypically like to approach the game, and that is something that's incredibly hard to deal with if you're not prepared. Just Karma, Jelly, and Tolly certainly have to work it out for him, especially with VK coming down. Oh, the fake! VK Sailor, that's just rude.
It's rude, but it can be rude if you're confident, right? A quick dribble, a fake pass Tolly, and might as well roll out the red carpet for VK, as that's 3 for Mobula.
A third goal for Mobula, and that's a scary start to the series, especially if you're Straskivity and if you're holding it with Straskivity, because you haven't been doing many mistakes here, Pyro. It's just that the few inches that you gave to Team Mobula, they just took your entire arm off.
Yeah, they'll take them out if you give them an inch for sure, but there have been mistakes on the goal line as well, right? They're credited for almost 2 own goals as on the goal line. They couldn't get the better end of the ball. Jelly barely gets it there. VK trails this ball to the goal line. Leora off the post again. And the 4th defender seems to be doing the most work right now for Straskivity.
The most valuable post indeed here for Straskivity, who are now finally finding themselves deep in the opposition half again, but once more, they are being outsped and beaten in the aerial assault by the Team Mobula defense. Tolly now has a bit of time on his hands, gets it over. Just Karma though with an unfortunate backflip that immediately bleeds all the pressure from that play. And now it's all with the orange side of Mobula once more. It's a bit of back and forth here with no one really getting any sort of persistent pressure in those latter stages of game 1.
VK Sailing, trailing towards the net off the crossbar, now near the post. Once again, the woodwork putting in that latter end of the word. The work indeed done, but Mobula will take game number 1. I have a fun fact for you as well here, Mocked Fish, as we watch this ball and eventually hit the ground. Limitless got a shutout in their game 1 win, and they were favored in this series. Yet to me, Mobula, they're showing less signs of vulnerability.
So are you telling me that we are going to be in for a Straskivity masterclass where it doesn't really matter and Straskivities just start to be popping off? Because if so, I'm full for it. Give me it. Give me another game 7. We definitely need that. But in this first one, Mobula, in the end, 10 shots to their name, only 5 from Straskivity, and not too many threatening shots either from Straskivity, and that's where I'm a bit worried for them.
The threat has yet to be seen. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. At the start of the series, there was a ball kind of right in the face of the net. Somebody needed to have that dagger of a shot, and the power never really came through. So if Straskivity find their footing, we may see that come through. And I do want to mention as well, Straskivity, they don't need to have these overpowering victories. I think they're very comfortable with tight games. In their 2 sweeps at the end of Swiss, each win, those 3-0 wins, were by 1 single point. They'll win a game by 1 point if necessary, but in order to do that, they need to get a lead.
Yeah, they do need to get that lead early on, because Straskivity is a team also that just loves to play with that lead. As you say, they then set back, they can go into defensive position, but they really don't like to chase behind the deficit. No one really does, but Straskivity even less so. So a lead for them is just absolutely vital. Early goal for them would be the perfect response after a disappointing game number 1 outing.
Okay, let's see if that comes through here. We're on Forbidden Temple. Game number 2, taken to the skies already is Jelly, getting a good view of all those temples, the scenery. Kama, not afraid to take it to their own backboard. This is how you start to establish control and maybe reset the tempo of the game, is dominate on possession, play the ball off your own backboard, see what you can conjure from your own end.
And Team Mobula as well. Very just keen on, very calm, just sitting back. All three players, no one really wanting to challenge Karma in the air. But right here, they are needing to be challenged indeed by Toli. But again, it's just good composure until the double backflip from Team Mobula. It's just good ideas. The execution is just a bit, it seems a bit more sloppy than in our previous series.
Right, we talked about the fine-tuning that is still being done here by Shaskibity. And it will continue as the series goes. Already at the mid-court here, VK Salen pops it up nearly to himself. It's quite the slow play here from Mobula. They know that they'll get their beat eventually. They've just got to slowly work for it. That one was chased at, though. Tolly credited for the save. VK Salen plummeting from the ceiling, but Tolly still the better of it. Sees the midfield pass open, but Kama doesn't even want to try for it. It's Leoro for the sidewall read, but no follow quite yet.
No follow-up just there, but a little bit of a warning towards that Shaskibity net here in game 2 with that sidewall read from Leoro. And he certainly tries to get his teammate involved here. VK not aborting that for Rubik's. Now, give 50s it his way. Just some slow and methodical. That's the game plan here for the Spaniards. It's very unlike what I've expected of them. I think very unlike what all of us expected for them. But it seems to be working. It seems to be working for them. They're not just playing against Shaskibity here, but they're also still playing to find a lot of connection between each other. They still are playing to, build that team chemistry that will eventually lead them to, well, what they hope is the London Major.
Oh, well, yeah, absolutely, but there's many steps still to go, and we talked about a lead needed from Shaskibity in order to give them some comfort. How about their first goal of the series from Kama?
Goals certainly do your soul a world of good, especially if you get gifted one like that. VK Salen and Rubik's both not quite ready for that bounce, and in the end, yep, Kama just there to punch it home. That's the lead that we said that Shaskibity desperately wanted. Can they hold on to it now? VK Salen forcing up a save from Jelly Leoro for the second ball. It's still loose, it's still in the dangerous area. Shaskibity are doing well to keep it in their corner, keep it as safe as possible.
Gotta wonder if that one goal has awoken the beast in Mobula, and that they're looking for that swift response. It's the give and go between VK Salen and Leoro. That's intercepted well by Jelly. All he has is down the sidewall. Leoro, no boost, but still a pop. Kama, credited for the first goal, searching for their second. Pop down to Tolly. Once again, better to the judgment is Leoro. So much so that it sails its way to the net.
And out of nowhere, Jelly just mindlessly pushing forward, not really respecting that Leoro had a beat there on Tolly. Maybe communications, a bit of a breakdown for that team of Shaskibity. Third man too far up. Leoro saw his opportunity, and he made that one opportunity count. It's not pretty, but it's damn well effective from Team Mobula.
Nice beat there off the backboard from Jelly. These aerial attacks, I think, are necessary for Shaskibity to gain some ground in this game. They've been beaten quite a bit, especially from players like VK Salen and Leoro, who appear to dominate in the skies. So Shaskibity taking the challenge to that point will be necessary, and maybe we'll carve out a path to the win here as we stretch to that final minute.
Final minute now starting, and I mean, it's almost like silver goal territory in a series where goals have been very hard to come by. It's a methodical series. Neither team really trying to give up any easy mistakes, but here's an opportunity. There's a triple commit on the goal line, but triple the commit, triple the chances of success of the save coming through. And that save has indeed come through for Team Mobula.
He had such a less chance of guarding a follow-up chance, but Shaskibity, they cannot get that rebound to go. Not setting up another play here, though. On the corner, VK Salen pops it over towards Rubik's. It's from the corner again. VK Salen pop from the corner, comes across the face of the goal. Leoro not taking a swing there, even though that may have been their best chance here in regulation to take the lead. Pop high, Rubik's, VK Salen both soaring to the skies towards the ball. 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Leoro, a lot of boost, but gives away the ball. Double commit, and Jelly too far forward. Open look here. Rubik's denied by Tolly. Kama denies VK Salen, and will they survive to the final seconds of regulation. Will they drag this round 2 to an overtime? Leoro doesn't want to see it. Pass over to VK Salen. Double tap opportunity from the ceiling. No, it won't go netwards. And we have extra time.
Overtime in game number 2. But Team Mobile at the end, they're still pushing for that final shot in regulation. And now after the kickoff, immediately looking to be in control. VK can't really turn on that one. Jelly gets involved, but no carry out of his own half. That ball is locked into the blue half of the pitch.
Oh, but a great bump on the backboard. Opens things up enough for Mobula to lunge at the net, and this one looking better than ever. Tolly, another save and a Savior's Medal to go along with it, but they've got to outshine Mobula right now on their defensive line a bit more and stretch this across the field. They'll do just that. Jelly, full boost and power in their arsenal. Leoro down the side, and these clears from Mobula to gain the advantage on the court have been huge. Bump on the backboard. Jelly bails them out again. Oh, and boost on the play, but Rubik's there first.
Oh, look at the 1-2-3 from Mobula. It's so well choreographed out of defense. Rubik's looks for VK. He finds Leoro himself, and that shot placement pyro is just sublime.
The greatest strength of Mobula since we've seen them in Swiss this event has been their counterattack. At times it keeps them a little shaky on defense, but when you're always posturing for that venomous breakaway, it's all too clear how Mobula find the win. And boy, do they find a second one, especially there from Leoro. Check out the points there, Mocked. What do you make of that? 626 from Leoro.
I just saw, points-wise, I just saw VK about half a minute before OT, still lingering on below 100, but, I mean, there wasn't really anything for him to gain. Leoro doing absolutely everything in this game here for Mobula. 7 shots, scored the winning goal as well, and having the only save, and that's, again, a bit of a problem for Straskibity in a game where they're being outshot 10-2. They still got a goal, but it wasn't enough.
By the way, no signal of a timeout here. So you do wonder if they're thinking about calling that timeout. Team Mobula, I mean, look at them. Cool, calm, collected. At the beginning, before the series, VK was waving to everybody on the stream. They appear to have this sort of cozy, comfortable, and ultimately a confident outlook on playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, VK just, even after that overtime goal, right? I looked specifically into the cams and there was no reaction whatsoever. Cold, dead, focused on the game. And I mean, that's just the mark of a professional, right? We cannot forget that about 2 years ago in RLCSX, he was the EU regional champion, right? He was at the very, very top. And I mean, that's just something that probably will just come with that very fact, right? That you just have the experience. You know, adrenaline is a good thing, but the fall off when you lose it is going to be very destructive. So he just tries to not let it get into his system even.
Managed adrenaline as the apparent disposition of VK Salen. It's working out fantastic for this team so far. Composed and confident and scoring. Our Team Mobula, once again, led by VK.
Roll out the red carpet, Rubik's, and then VK with a dunk over Karma. A perfect start to game 3 here for our favorites of Team Mobula, as they are poised to make their workday as short as it could possibly be. Of course, VK Salen and Rubik's both playing out of Cape Town.
That's right. Nice ping on this server. The nicest that you'll see in anyone from this lobby. There's going to be a pop off the lip here. Tough one to read there for VK Salen as it's course corrected towards the orange side. I'll tell you what, Mock, the ball hasn't seen a whole lot of this side of the field. And with how counterattack heavy Team Mobula are, they are quick to work it back down to the blue end. It's a bit suffocating for Straskibity.
The problem is, even if Straskibity, and it's put here beautifully, even if Straskibity is moving forward, First Man rarely ever has boost for an outplay, rarely ever has the resources necessary to really make an impact and have an impact on their offensive push. And that's really a big, big problem for Straskivity. It's like, okay, we have to deal with getting the ball out of defense first and then think about offense. No, you already have to make your clear with offense in mind, and that's how you do it on the side of Team Mobula. One long clear from Rubik's, VK in a position to make the bump, Leoro already there. It's perfectly choreographed.
And Straskivity on VOD review especially are just going to be disappointed about a play like that. No one's near the defensive line. They actually had an advantage on the counterattack. It was a 2v1 and Jelly takes it to the sidewall. It's just they're not optimizing a path to actually score and instead putting in better positions for Mobula to punish most of the time. There has to be a reset on the side of Straskivity.
Best way I can put this at the moment is that Straskivity is playing not to win, but not to lose, if you get me. And that's a very, very dangerous mindset to be in, because you're being satisfied with subpar touches, you're being satisfied with subpar, well, clears just because they keep the net clean. You're not really thinking about, okay, how can we actually turn this around? What's our way forward here? And that's really the one big thing that we need to see from Straskivity, that will to succeed.
And then again, it wasn't so long ago, the beginning of game 2, Straskivity had a lead. That just feels like a figment of our imagination at this point, as a third sails in for Mobula.
Third sails in, and let's not forget, that was the only goal of the series thus far. Only one, and that was at the midpoint of game 2, so already 5 minutes ago. Kickoff could have been an opportunity here, but Jelly unfortunately predicts the ball to go the wrong way. Nearly the perfect follow from Jelly, but nearly is a word that will haunt them. Straskivity, that is a lot, I feel like, in this series.
Thin margins when games like these in Rocket League. And Rubik's, I gotta call him out here, not the one that scored, but the 4th assist of the game here. Talk about a playmaker.
We talked about so much about Leoro and VK, of course, that Rubik sort of falls through the cracks, but you can see him there on the top camera as well, with that glorious beard of his, where he stores all his wisdom of how to get his teammates involved in any sort of offensive play. Not just this game, even Rubik's has been the premier assister here for Team Mobula, the premier playmaker for them. He's just always, you know, trying to be in the mud, be in the dirt, trying to get his teammates involved in the best possible situations and not really hog as much screen time as maybe a VK or a Leoro would otherwise do.
Wondering if that beard comment relates as well to Q, who's been crushing it on predictions and even got some channel points, if I'm not mistaken, on that last win for Drift Queens. Because, yeah.
Coincidence? I think not.
Yeah, don't think so. Nevertheless, time wearing thin here for Straskivity. But nice pass across the field here. Tully picks it up almost past Leoro. And BK Salen, well, we talked about him being the leading demoer of the Swiss rounds yesterday. Good for another to defuse the attack of Straskivity and turn this around. Leoro, backboard. Tully takes their time with it. Well composed.
Very well composed indeed, but VK again immediately looking for more bumps, looking for more demos to open up the paths, to open up the way for his teammates. Unfortunately there, Leoro and Rubik's just a bit too far back to actually benefit from VK's work, but what hasn't happened now may still come. Leoro with the double tap attempted, and now Mobula, they're sort of moving into a bit more of a loose game style. They're sort of moving into a, okay, yeah, we know we've got a 4-0 lead. We know we can just fool about just a little bit.
It's a comfortable lead. They may just extend it. Shot fired, but denied by Straskivity. Kama beats this ball and almost headlocked with VK Salen. Another demo in favor as well by Mobula. Trying to clear that lane indeed for the 5th goal. Here it is off the sidewall. How about the dish from Rubik's 5th goal? And he'll actually find one credited to himself.
Someone called Doomsy. There's a beautiful dish being served here by Rubik's. 100% goal participation is persisting in this 3rd game. He saw Leoro in the last one and thought, whatever you can do, I can do better.
We'll keep it going here. 5-0, a commanding lead for Mobula. A team, as you mentioned, Mocked, has their sights set farther than just this quarterfinals, than just this event, for an international debut as well. Well, a debut for some of these players on the roster. They will concede a goal here towards the end that, well, for Skibbity, they're just hoping that's a glimmer of hope as this series treads on.
At least it's something for Skibbity, right? Like, they can't stress too much on this one goal, but they also just aren't allowed to just completely disregard it either, right? They got it, they worked for it, and in the end, they got it over the line. But the problem for them is just that overall game speed is just not on their side. There's too lethargic. It seems like their head has, not just the players have a bit of hyping, but their head also has a bit of hyping.
It does certainly feel like that. A bit delayed to the attack, as I agree. Mobula are outpacing them on the field. We have to recollect game number 2, though. That did go to overtime. I mean, there is a path to victory for this team, but I think it has to come into the form of disruption from the most part. The demos are coming from Mobula, right? They're the ones enacting the disruption and taking Skibbity out of any rhythm that they could collect. Realistically, Mobula's rhythm is the one that has to be disrupted.
Yeah, and the only way to disrupt it is to find, of course, find your way physically just into the series, but also, again, it's the scoring that one little cheeky goal, perhaps going for the long clear. Don't take it across a lateral every time. We've seen Jolly in specifically doing that a lot, but just take a long clear, get the ball out of danger, and then swerve on it, swarm on it, be a bit more annoying, just ego challenge them a lot, just make it as unpleasant for Mobula to play the series as physically possible.
Also kind of wondering, as we talk so much about disrupting, maybe the timeline between games 3 and 4 could be a resettling of the series. We're still waiting for everyone to join, and now everyone's here. I don't even think a timeout was called by Skibbity, interestingly enough, but still, we get right into game 4. They just want to get on with it, Mocked.
Match point, game number 4. Mobula, one win away from punching their ticket into a semi-final meetup against Drift Queens. And against the Drift Queens that looked very, very scary today. Of course, not out of the woods yet. Skibbity still have an option. It's a non-zero chance that they do get this reverse sweep, and Jelly trying to lay the foundations for that. A clanger onto net, saved away.
Okay, the first bit of danger shown off by Skibbity. Is there more in the tank here? A player of theirs gone off the demolition, and BK Salin does acquire an air dribble past one. Plus backboard touch past another shot there from Leoro. Drags 2 off of the goal line from Skibbity, but a demo on Leoro could extinguish the fire for now. Pass downfield to Jelly, and he's got to wait for it. It just didn't have the power on it.
Fortunately, it didn't have the power, but you know who does? It's Leoro. Double tap it down. No real defense. Karma tried and nearly succeeded, but Leoro, he's just gonna score them in his sleep.
Take a snapshot of that goal right there, because that really tells the story of this series. The counterattack diffused by Skibbity off of just not working quickly enough behind the ball, not having the boost management to fuel that counter. But the difference maker from Mobula is that air dribble double tap play, is Leoro finding the gaps to score.
And it's always him, and it's not the first long-range effort here either. Karma respecting BK Sailor, maybe just a tiny bit too much, respecting the redirect possibility, but then the fake coming in and going into the heart of Skibbity. Very, very difficult series for them, and BK is gonna maybe even prolong the hurting. No, the post will deny. Rubix will not have such kindness in his heart, however. Third goal for Mobula.
Hearing us talking about all those assists in the last game, 4 in a row. He's like, no, listen. I can score too, trust me. Give it an open look. He's able to sink that one, and averaging a goal every 30 seconds here is Mobula as they advance closer and closer to that top 4 showing in their SSA debut.
But yeah, let's not forget that you said it there. This is Mobula's first regional here in SSA. This is the first time they are playing, so that's also why we really didn't know what to expect. We could have guessed that they were probably one of the top teams, but with the display like this against Straskibity, who in their own rights have been at every main event thus far and have made at least another top 8 at those main events, it's a statement of intent as well to be dispatching off Straskibity in such an emphatic fashion.
It's a showing as well as to what's to come here for SSA, because Straskibity in of themselves have taken out teams of SSA origin. And now, starting out this quarterfinals day, we're getting 2 import teams taking wins. We're getting closer and closer to what could be a full import top 4. That is to say, of course, that one of these teams takes these victories, and Mobula does take it here in this game. We've passed the halfway point. And Straskibity, they don't want to be as convinced as maybe we are, mocked of that win.
As Straskibity still have got some fight in them. Granted, it was a bit of a team bump there from Leoro onto Rubik's, but, you know, happens. Still, Straskibity in a position to capitalize from it, in a position to punish that mistake. And that's a position they very rarely found themselves in thus far this series. Maybe suddenly revitalized, though, by that Tolly, looking for Karma. BK already intercepting, Leoro waiting for that ball to come to him. Pinch is attempted, but the astral pinch has not been successfully executed.
They just can't get past VK Salin. Like, I hate to say it in any other way, but that backboard presence in the read from the backboard, the speed at which he fires away these shots and sets up Leoro for success. Again and again, it's too much to bear for Straskibity, but Team Mobula, they can't get behind this ball.
Hello, that's the way back into the series. Leoro too far forward and Jelly just barreling down and finishing it. Only 1 goal deficit now here for Straskibity. Suddenly, we are back within a realm where this is possible, simply because Mobula has been slacking.
Well, they'd love here, Straskibity, a second overtime in the series, but still more to work towards to gain that. Kama looking to advance already off the sidewall, pass out to Jelly, who's been the difference maker for Straskibity. Leoro doesn't want to see it through. Shot there from VK Salin. Captured by Tolly, caught on the sidewall and sent, delivered to Jelly. No package on the goal line, though, to be sent, only to be returned. VK Salin, a 4th.
Return to sender. Rubik's with a nasty, nasty dunk. And VK just has the quickness of thought to latch onto the loose ball. Finds only an open net in his path. 4-2, 2-goal lead reinstated here by this little Spanish squadron that wants to go to London. Spanish Armada is certainly raising and showing and flexing its muscles.
Tell you what, though, Jelly has been flexing quite a bit as well. He's got 6 of the 7 shots from his team. One of the 2 goals as well, and still once more while there's time on the clock. Pass from Kama. Out to Jelly. He's going to fake the initial aerial, get the wave dash, almost a beat on the Leoro as well. Shaking it up with a little bit of spice, but still no shot towards the net to come from Straskibity.
No shot just yet, but maybe here, Karma moving in. Rubik's had that pass covered. A little bit too obvious, too easily readable for Team Mobula. Now Straskibity already back in defense, not for long though. Jelly, flip reset over the entire length of the pitch is going to make a lot of mileage down that field. Leoro not getting down, and that could have been the most important time for him. There's no coming through the defense. The sweep will be completed. Mobula move on to day 3.
Cold as ice. Light work, no reaction from Mobula as they simply tap out of the game and move right on with their day. Mobula a 4-0 sweep against Shaskibity with only one overtime for Shaskibity to walk away with. This is a convincing effort. This is a dominating display in an effort in SSA from Mobula where they still have yet to lose.
Still yet to lose. And of course, now with Limitless out of the picture for tomorrow, suddenly a Mobula that might even still be dreaming very, very big. But for that, they still have to perform like they did today. It wasn't, honestly, Pyro, it wasn't the cleanest performance. It wasn't the most dominant, but it was just almost like a good horse only jumps aside its needs. So we didn't see anything too crazy for Mobula.
It's a great comparison, and I'm curious how Alt feels about that win as well. A bit of a quicker quarterfinals than if we compare it from match number 1 of the day here, Alt.
It certainly seems like order has been restored a little bit. The predictions were on there, 3% chance for Shaskibity, and that's kind of what it felt like there. Like Mark says, it was a relaxed game from Mobula. They didn't want to push themselves too hard. They weren't taking it too seriously. You know, even when a goal came through, we saw the face cams came up. There were still smiles and little jokes of, oh, didn't get to that one, but oh well, we'll just go and score 3 on the other side of the field. You know, the guys seem to be trying out a couple of nice mechanics, and I think it was a really nice showing from Mobula of just, we can do this. We have set our sights past this game for the future. That's a really nice part of that. You know, Pyro, you mentioned halfway through that combo in the front line there, Leoro and VK Salen, they were looking potent together, even when they weren't trying to play as hard as they could.
They're always posturing for the counterattack. It is lethal. Once you see a clear on the backboard from VK Salen, there's usually Leoro moving up from the sidewall or the midfield to catch and release. And probably on that release and that air dribble, bump someone along the way. They're always forward thinking. And when you have a team that's ready to turn defense to offense in a split second, that's a team to worry about.
Macht, I'm looking forward to now. We obviously have settled the bottom half of our bracket with Mobula managing to go through, and Drift Queens. Lazy Bear seemed quite confident that it was going to be a difficult game, but still that they could take it. We saw Mobula first yesterday. We've seen them now again today. How are you feeling about this team? Does Drift Queens have a good chance at this, or is Mobula still like the titan that they want to or need to take down?
The thing is, with Drift Queens playing so much better today than they have yesterday, I wouldn't put it past them to actually get the upset. And I still think what makes Mobula difficult to predict is that we still haven't seen the ceiling. I don't think we still know really how good Mobula really is as a team. Hopefully Drift Queens can show us that tomorrow. But yeah, I think Lazy Bear is fully right in his confidence. Why wouldn't they be confident, right? They'd just be limitless.
That confidence goes so far, right? We talk about Rocket League mentality and the momentum you go from one series to the next, and it's such an important part. And so it's good to see a team going through to the next day going, we're not done just yet. We're going to fight it out. But guys, on the broadcast, we're not done just yet either. We are going to be coming back after the break with game number 3. Maybe, as the panel has predicted it, the closest game of the day. I mean, I think we may have already been proven wrong after the first one, but certainly a clash that could determine a lot of what the landscape of SSA looks like. If you want to get involved in that conversation, of course, head over to Twitter, #ThisIsSSA. Otherwise, the driver of the day vote is open. You guys can go access that at acgl.gg/vote. We also have an interview with VK Salen coming up just after the break, wanting to hear their thoughts, maybe not just on this match, but on their entire plan for the SSA region. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back just after this.
Hey, what it do, and we are back, and welcome in and congrats and to our VK Salin here unlocking into the championship Sunday. That's huge for you guys. I know you guys were probably kind of looking forward after being able to take down Limitless and the Swiss, wanting to be able to be the ones that knock them out of the elimination stage. But I'm kind of curious, now the defending champions are out, does that change your thoughts or your approach at all going into championship Sunday? Or were you already kind of feeling like this was y'all's qualifier for the taking?
Personally, we are like going game by game, so today was as well a very important day to play tomorrow. But we played in the open qualifier against the Rlcs team, against Drift Queens, that's the name, I think, and also against Limitless, so more or less we know what we will see at Sunday, at least on semifinals.
Well, I love it. Now, VK, I know that you might be a new name maybe to SSA fans, or maybe even just a newer like Rlcs fans in general, but you have been playing Rocket League at the Rlcs level for a while now. I'm kind of curious, what was it about SSA for Split 2 that made you say, you know what, now's the time for the comeback, baby?
Most of the people doesn't know because it's just more for my community and stuff, but we are starting a turn, like we want to play in every continent. So we wanted to start in South Africa for the LCS. So I just been here like 3 days and I'm already enjoying Cape Town. So yeah, that's why I'm here, because it's like a bigger project,
I got you. A little bit of a way to see the world while playing RLCS. I love it. So now that you've played through not only the early rounds, but Swiss and now making it to top 4, I'm kind of curious, what are some of the differences that you've noticed as far as like the regional play?
I think the teams like play with one playstyle. Maybe in Europe it was like more randomly, depending which rival do you have in front. You had to decide some little things. And I think like because I heard that we played against the best team of South Africa, that is Limitless, and also the second team. And I noticed that one of them play more offensive and the other one's more defensive. Like maybe they played that much to each other, so that's why they create their own playstyle to counter the other one. That was cool to see.
I got you. So what would you say is the goal then, VK? So obviously you guys have the eyes set on Major 2, right? But with the points sitting where they're at, I mean, a spot at Worlds isn't quite really possible. It'd be tough. It'd be a really tall climb. Yeah. So if Mobile is able to, stay on top at SSA for Split 2, is the goal to make the trip back to SSA for the next season?
If possible, we will come back, because we are enjoying a lot this place. But as I told you, like, our goal for sure is we will try to make Major. Because by the rules we only can play in South Africa, so we wanted to do this trip like this, so we will be the entire month here, and so the goal is Major, but as I told you, like, we will try to get everything in every place,
Okay. So before we get out of here, VK, I'm kind of curious, is there anything that you would like to say then for like the supporters of Team Mobile who have made the trip and followed you guys out here to SSA?
Yeah, it goes back because as well the people only see when we are here and stuff, but this started on July of the last year, so we are excited to be finally here, and I know all of my teammates are so happy to be here. The coach will arrive soon as well, so like we will be happier all together. And for my community, they know if you leave me, I will speak in Spanish, just for a little bit. Ya sabéis, chavales, vivimos del clip y es el comienzo de la vuelta por el mundo. I say like we'll live for the clip because it's our slogan, and this is just the start, so prepare for us because Team Mobile is here to stay.
Fantastic. Well, again, congratulations, VK. We'll catch you tomorrow for Championship Sunday, but let's go ahead and hang back in with our desk and get ready for matchup number 3.
Right.
Team Mobile is here to stay, and certainly having a great time both in the Rocket League, and it seems a little bit out there. We were chatting to VK in the green room before, and he's currently playing here in Cape Town from Comic-Con. He says there's going to be a party after this, so I can imagine they are ready there to go and celebrate. Romeo, a pretty one-sided fight though, and an easy day through to championship final.
Well, we didn't see that team tested as much as we wanted them to be. It was a very easy sweep for them in the end. And like you said, the fiesta could be already beginning. Big nights in Cape Town. So they've done what they needed to do. They got the job done. They were clinical. And they're a good team, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see more of that tomorrow.
Pyro, I'm very interested to the fact that they are saying they're obviously staying here for the whole time, and then they want to go travel the world. If you had to try and predict where they would go next, you know, who's the next step up if they do manage to conquer this region on their world tour? Where to after that?
Well, at this point, you see EU pros like Tho going to APAC, and that could be a destination. To be honest, I'm not really interested in grabbing the crystal ball and trying to foresee that. That is his goal, and for right now, I'm focused on SSA, and if they can be the #1 of that region. Honestly, the greatest insight that I pulled from that interview was his comments towards the SSA teams. Limitless and 9 Lives, he's apparently saying that one plays very attack-heavy, assuming that's Limitless, and the other play is defense heavy. I'm assuming that's 9 Lives. It could go either way, to be honest, but what he's saying is that they're matching up against each other instead of a variety of play styles. So if you want to insinuate past that, SSA are getting really good experience by competing against a lot of different play styles during these regionals, these qualifiers, and as we've seen from the results today, have a lot more experience to get.
It's certainly going to be a tough ask because it seems there's so many teams here to give them that experience and so many people coming from different regions in the world that they all bring something unique here. And Snake's Den, one of those SSA teams, one of the 2 teams still left in this competition, going up against the Unknown Goats, a team who had pretty consistent run yesterday there, Bromeo. What do you think they want to learn out of this, or is it just a case of we play our own game style and try to take this off them?
I feel like this is going to be one of the closest matchups we'll see. So, honestly, I feel like both teams have still yet to encounter each other's playstyle because looking at Snake's Den, you see Eli and Werty, a new combination, and it's a largely untested combination. So we've seen them make top 8. They've already done SSA proud, and the point I want to make is this: is previously every single regional, you expected a few teams to go through on reputation alone. The age of reputation is done. The time of form is now.
Time of form is now, and this is an interesting team because, you know, someone like Eliakim Pyro has been renowned as, you know, arguably one of the top 3 players in the region. Certainly a very aggressive team. You know, you got Ram as well there, a physical player, and Werty, someone who can set up so many opportunities for the squad. Then on the Unknown Goats side, Chrono, Gifty, obviously very good, and then backed up by Velocity, that player maker who has really seemed to make the big difference here. I'm very interested as to how you think these 2 playstyles are going to match up.
There's a lot to talk about here, especially the fact that you're calling Eliakim a top 3 player in the region. Some will agree, some will disagree. A lot of people will agree with you back when he was put on Orlando Pirates as kind of the sweaty of Limitless that he became. Eliakim since then has jumped around a lot of different rosters, but I think he does look good here. Ram takes a very aggressive playstyle that we know him for, especially with his time on the team of SRZ when they were peaking at top 4. And Eliakim and Werty work hand in hand with each other really well, especially with Eli being that second man to slot a lot of the shots. So keep an eye on Eliakim. Keep an eye on this third as well. This new player, on the roster of Velocity. There's a lot between these players. So much to study, and that's why we're calling this game so close.
And I just look at those stats there. It seems to favor their Velocity, at least in the head-to-head matchup. But both teams, and you look at the team-based comparison, Bromeo, I'm gonna give this back to you simply because you are our stats guy. You are the one who picks apart these numbers and sees insight through the matrix. And everyone on the 2 teams kind of seems... I mean, it still hasn't fixed the back room. Come on, Werty. But absolute focus on that phase. But I'm interested as to the spread of the load between the squads.
I think that's actually a very valid point. And the great thing about statistics is that over time, they even out. And as you see, Velocity's stats are quite inflated. They're not saying he hasn't had a very good run now, but over time they tend downwards, and because we have less data available from him. So I do think that this is a much closer matchup than we've had today. And barring the upsets that we've had this morning, earlier today, and the sweep that we just saw, I think today is going to be our most competitive game. So we're talking about leveling out. I definitely see this game as being fought to the bitter end.
I want to jump in there real quick because the other reason we're crafting this is so close is look at the only losses that these teams have since the split change. It's against the top two teams. It's against Mobula and Astronic. So how really do you even carve these teams differently based on who they've lost to? It's the top of the region so far. So we really get down to the nitty gritty of top 8 versus top 4 in this match right here.
Well, I'm sure you guys have got your own opinions. It might just be that I'm completely wrong about a line. You can put that in chat as well. Or if you actually wanted to be highlighted on the Twitch, make sure to go out there on X, hashtag this is SSA. Be part of the conversation. We highlighted some of those this morning. We want to see what your thoughts are coming up for Championship Sunday tomorrow. And then, of course, you just saw it flash below us there. The chat vote. We obviously want to know how you're feeling about this game right now. And then, of course, the ACGL driver of the day that you guys can go grab at this stage. Always for you to take part in our daily activities. Yeah. I want to jump in with you guys. We've got a little bit more time than normal. So I want to hear your prediction. I mean, we did flash them up earlier. Your prediction and at least why. Why do you think this team is going as strong?
Go ahead, Bromeo.
Sorry, Pyro. Let's go with Pyro.
Oh, I was going to give it to Bromeo, but he does start usually, so I can kick it off this time around. That's fine. Like we said, it's a very tight game, but listen, if Snakes Den don't win here, they have a pretty small chance of having any SSA locals in the top 4. I think that may be the greatest burden to bear, but it could be the greatest motivation factor as well. Wordy's coming in with that international presence as well, making it to Worlds one of these seasons. This team, they've got the credit, they've got the resume, they've got the experience to go to top 4. I'm taking Snakes Den.
It's an interesting point that you make there, that they have this burden to bear. And Bromeo, I would have to extend that point, definitely, because when you look at the matchups, probably Unknown Goats, the easier of the two opposition compared to Astronic, who went through cleanly yesterday. And then in terms of just leveling out the two SSA teams, arguably Snakes Den probably a little bit better, would you agree? But is it good enough for here?
Well, that's the thing. Like I mentioned, there's reputation galore for the Snakes Den team. I mean, like Pyro said, Wordy is a seasoned campaigner. Eli, a couple seasons back, world beater, and that's reputation. We are seeing Wordy and Eli together now, and Ram also had a great day yesterday, and this is what SSA has got. So if you want to put me on the spot for a prediction, I'm going to say Snakes Den. I'm going to say they take it. It's going to be close, but I think they take it.
Well, it makes it for a very interesting story. Once more on the channel here, we do have a sweep in terms of predictions. I'm also going to go with Snakes Den, but it wasn't that same for every one of our casters. Muzz and your boy Q did want actually the Unknown Goats to win this. You guys in chat seem to favor us as well. I don't know if that's just an SSA bias or you guys really do know and love these players, because with 74% down to 72% right now, so definitely not as confident as our previous series. This seemed to be a Snakes Den game to lose right now, or an Unknown Goats game to wrench out here and go through there, put paid to the attempts at SSA to hold onto their own region. But we go now into game number 3 here on Saturday. It is going to be Drift Queens versus Snakes Den.
The Drift Queens take the Drift Queens versus Snakes Den. Unknown Goats versus the Snakes Den. And Snakes Den, they have the entire hope of the Sub-Saharan African region, the entire hope of South Africa on their backs. It is them or it is the imports that reign supreme here in Open Qualifier 4. And Q, that's going to be a tremendous amount of pressure.
Talk about pressure, but sometimes diamonds are formed from that exact pressure there. As we do see here, early Unknown Goats have a shot on the net. That's going to hit the side, and they have not been cleared up out of the zone as for now. It's Chrono moving things off the sidewall, looking for a potential second touch, but now it's Ram flipping the pitch, trying to turn defense into offense. Snakes Den have an opportunity here, but no one follows it up.
No one following up right now, but Velocity's already there. Chrono once more on supposed to clear it out of 4 Snakes then. It's a dangerous, it's an aggressive start here. Coming out of the unknown goats. Chrono got an opportunity, quick little cut, and that's the 1-0.
The unknown goats are going to be the first one onto the scoreboard. It took 3 shots, 1 from everyone, and it's going to be this one from Chrono that gives them their first lead. Of course, in a best of 7, plenty of time for both teams to still be able to try and dissect the opposition, but for the unknown goats to be able to get the monkey off the back, the first point on the scoreboard's got to feel good.
And the first point, it comes, but it leaves as quickly as it had come. That little lead, Werty off the kickoff. Doesn't need any boost, just needs a good flick, and he found that very flick over Glyfty into the back of the net.
Look at the flick of the wrist, a very quick response here for the Snakes then to be able to draw things back up to 1. Also going to be able to win the kickoff here, although not going to be able to follow things up. It's Wordy chasing it down though in the corner from the sky. Glyfty Moon sending things back toward the midfield line. I feel like for the unknown goats, they know that they have the ability to score down the opposite side, but you wonder what the response or what the mental feels like after such a quick response. You would have loved to be in the driver's seat for just a little longer, but now it's Chrono sending one on to target. Eliakim going to be able to get the save and following it up with a clear off the side wall.
And Eli not just getting the clip, but Eli threatening the double touch as well. Werty to follow it up ramp. Not beaten by Velocity, still gets the ball into dangerous territory, but one demo from Glyfty going to open up a lot of space here for the unknown goats to get it out of their own half. And Eliakim, you can see there how instrumental he is in any sort of offensive push. He is the offensive player for the Snakes Den.
And Chrono going to be able to punch this one on in. And unknown goats are going to be able to regain their lead that they took about a minute ago. And for them being up 2-1 here with just about 90 seconds off the clock, now the question becomes, can your defense hold the line and make sure that Snakes Den don't get a quick response?
Certainly no kickoff goal here after this face-off. I like him trying to get to those guys, but Chrono immediately deleting him from the pitch. Swerty just gives away possession a little bit too easily. Snakes Den still in a bit of a chaotic state, not really finding their footing in this best of 7. Chrono once more tries to cheekily lob it behind his goal. Werty gonna get it to the safe zone, but it's not really safe here, is it?
Oh, it was kind of a threatening position there. Tried to send it towards the corner, but not enough oomph. Just luckily enough, no goats there to drill things home. Wordy's demo should be able to buy the space here now for a counterattack to come across, but it's Chrono jumping the passing lane, gets a touch on it, but a big booming clear down from the other side, and it's now on this unknown goats half of the pitch. Eliakim was looking for a shot, doesn't get enough of it, makes it an easy save for Velocity.
And Velocity, the man that joined the unknown goats out of Mina, the Englishman playing their last split, trying to now add another region to his own personal collection, maybe on a similar journey around the world that VK Sailor was talking about in his earlier interview, but a journey that has been a bit less successful. Only one main event he has reached in the Middle East. Here, though, it could be a chance for his first ever top 4 and first ever championship Sunday.
Got a chance to make something happen here, but there's still plenty of time for that story to be told. Glyfty Moon in the corner, looking to try and make a play. Eliakim does a good job of taking the ball, but hey, Velocity able to pick the pocket, looking to go towards the net with it, and Wordy standing right there. Eliakim trying to field the pass. No, instead it's just a shot straight from Wordy, and it's Glyfty Moon now, especially off the demo from Chrono, launches it forward, but that goes wide.
That's simply wide, and Eli and Werty both back in time anyway for the counter-attack. Ram now can't get it past Chrono, who's been really having a strong start to this series, exactly when, of course, the unknown goats needed him the most. Velocity looking for his Dutch teammate. Chrono is denied a bit, but still Glyfty gets on the end of it. That one, the shot was open, but the ball slightly too high.
Just a hair bit too high, a minute left, and for the unknown goats, their defense has done a good job of maintaining their lead, despite the fact that they've seen a couple of shots come in from the Snakes Den. But the good news for them is they've been doing a bunch of kind of time down here, down the Snakes Den half of the pitch, and for them, they just have to play keep away for these final 42 seconds.
They have to take, they can use the clock as their 4th man almost. with little time remaining. Chrono into the sky, looking for velocity, but Eliakim had that pass already read. Shot saved away by Glyfty. A dangerous opportunity though here for the Snakes. Then they are not down and out just yet. Another long clear. Velocity ready for it. Verti already on the end of that loose ball. Ram is there. He can't make contact. Eli having to move in to support his team, to support that offensive effort, but there's only 10 seconds remaining here, Q.
Not much time, and especially with their backs up against their own wall in their defensive half. Glyfty Moon sending it forward. Wordy keeps in the sky. Ram a second touch, but it doesn't advance the ball up the field. Glyfty Moon actually shoots it on the target, which requires a save. More boost being used. Less that can be used on the opposite side of the field. And it's looking like as long as Velocity can get this ball down on the ground, Unknown Goats will take game number 1.
The Unknown Goats, well, are they so unknown after the Swiss stage? Are they so unknown after this first game? It seems not. They take a game or lead. They take a lead over South Africa's hearts and their South Africans' dear players. But still, it wasn't necessarily a bad showing. It wasn't necessarily a stomp. It was very competitive, even though the one goal of Snakes then came after a kickoff.
Yeah, especially when you look at that scoreboard, the way it looked, a lot of those bars leaning in that favor of Unknown Goats, really kind of showing the amount of pressure that they had down. I mean, the good news for Snakes Den is that the defense did show up, right? With all the pressure that was down on your side, you only allowed the 2 goals. The only bad news, however, is the fact that when you're spending so much time on your own defensive half, it's kind of tough to find a way to put goals in on the other side. So they got to find some way to flip the pitch.
Yeah, and that comes in with not just getting the clears out, but also trying to have a bit more intent behind any sort of action you take down the length of the pitch, right? It's not good enough to just have Eli waiting down there, being your cherry picker. No, you have to incorporate him somehow into that defensive rotation to then have a better foundation into going forward.
So what do you feel like is for them? Do you feel like it's more just a sense of their setting up their passing plays and getting more intent with their touches? Or do you feel like they can also buy themselves some space playing a little bit more aggressive as well?
I mean, the aggression is sort of always a very, very double-edged sword, right? Because at the one hand, you're wanting to delete someone from the pitch. You wanted to get in their face. You want to bump him out of position. And that's great. And that can work to very, very great effect. But on the other hand, at the same time, it's a very odd-out play, and with how shaky the Snakes Den rotation can look at times, I don't think it'd be their wisest course of action, because you're making an already shaky rotation even shakier.
You think especially, I think that's a good point, especially with maybe it not being the most comfortable play style as far as for them. So I do like the idea, though, a little bit more ball movement and intent for them instead of the back and forth to try and get things going. One thing that I had really liked to see, I feel like on the opposite side, for the Unknown Goat side, is they always had like someone running towards net, right? They always were looking for that second player to make the pass. You weren't relying on the individual play. If they can continue to do that, for them, they've already got themselves a recipe for success.
Yeah, definitely a recipe for success. Yeah, and another recipe of success is, of course, having a server to play on, and we just had a little bit of a switch. We will get that going shortly, so game 2 will be coming. There's been no timeouts called. It's just a little bit of a technical problem. We'll get to you. It should be starting momentarily. But yeah, as you say, that we have a path forward here for the Snakes. Then for the Unknown Goats, do they just wait for what's happening right now here, Q, or do you want to see what the Snakes then can bring to you and then adapt from there? Is it going to be a constant metronome going back and forth?
I mean, I feel like right now, if you're the Unknown Goats, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just continue with your play style until they make the adjustments that make you have to play some way otherwise, right? I mean, you're able to outshoot the opposition. You're able to control the field quite a bit as well. So as far as for now, I think you just hold point, right? Now, the thing that becomes interesting, we've had 2 different results in our 2 different series. In our first series, the team that won game 1 then unfortunately had a little bit of a downfall. In series number 2, the team that won game 1 were able to carry that momentum. My question to you, Mocked, is do we feel one way or the other here? Or do you think it's going to be a little combination of the two?
It's difficult to call because we literally just had that one game, right? So I'm not confident in calling it either way just yet. What I do think is that Snakesen will give us a fight. If it's going to be enough, like if they can get inspired by what Drift Queen said earlier against Limitless, then of course, let's do it. I'm always down for a game 7, but I feel like Unknown Goats right now, they are in the driver's seat and they are not poised to take it by all means. I think it's way too close of a series for that to be the case, but they are certainly looking fairly comfortable right now.
Yeah, we're definitely getting a series reminiscent of what we were expecting and what we looked at when we look at as far as the predictions on the desk, right? Everyone was expecting 6 or 7 games, whether it be going and voting one way or the other. So even though with a 2-0 scoreline, I don't think that the Snakes Den is that far behind. I just think they've got to, maybe cross the I's and dot the T's a little bit to be able to send things home. But it is controlled from the Unknown Goats here. Off the kickoff, a shot on the target, and it's going to be Ram with the save.
Ram with the big save as well. That shot had a lot of juice behind it. Now, a long ball from Werty, only into the waiting hands of Chrono, who's going to the ceiling. Ram already pre-jumping. Eli beaten by Velocity. That's going to be a pinch down. Is anyone to finish it off? Clifty, no! He just goes for the demo on Ram. Good idea. But Ram just doesn't bite the cherry. He just sits down on the ground and thus evades the demo.
They do still have the ball for now. Chrono was looking for a teammate, but both of them already rotated back to the defensive side. The good news is, since they've rotated on the defensive side, allows them to set up that shop on the defense. They were able to limit the first trip, but now it's Werty looking for a second touch over by the corner, looking to see if they can make a play happen, but nothing really towards the net. Lyakim's going to get a center, but it does end up landing on the hood of Velocity. You can see moving the ball forward once more. Going to be actually looking for a demo to buy some space in front of the goal line, but I'm seeing a lot of passiveness from the Unknown Goats. We're seeing those back two committing to the defensive rotation when there's still a chance to make a play.
It's safety first here for the Unknown Goats. That turning away, that not really pushing too far. They're trying to not be baited in to being too aggressive here by the Snakes Den. But still, they do have a lot of possession. Chrono with a cheeky little shot from the side wall. It's going to be slightly wide. Velocity taking over, looking for Chrono once more, and Chrono 50s his way through. Clifty's there to finish it off, and Ram pre-jumping it into safety.
The only problem is when you jump into the Snake's Den, there's plenty of them around to try and jump and get the save. Ram going to be able to jump up and slow down this attack, but still, it's been the Unknown Goats playing downfield, keeping the pressure down the offensive third here. And now with a demo from Ram, that should be relief of enough pressure for the Snakes Den to move the ball forward. Also winning the 50 here as well, but Velocity, big booming clear back down as Snake Den once more working out of their zone.
Finally, they find each other, and finally they fight the passes. Eli and Ram, give and go. Denied at the end there by Clifty. But it's a good looking for the Snakes, and once they finally break out of it, they certainly know how to create danger in that blue half. And again, Ram is lurking there together with Eliakim, looking for a little shot. No chance here for it to go through. Werty could be involved, but Werty takes a sweet time. A few seconds too many for Werty. Unfortunately, no clean shot to come out there, but Snakes Den look much improved comparing to the opening minutes of Game 2.
They are definitely looking more improved, but now that the third minute is off the clock, we're still tied up at zeros. As far as we're concerned, the next goal might be the only one. A little bit more of a defensive stalemate here in game number 2. Kim's going to be able to get a touch enough to slow down the approach from the Unknown Goat. The big booming clear the opposite way. Glifty Moon, I was looking for a touch for a redirect, unable to get it. And you can see another very quick visit into the offensive zone for the Unknown Goats.
Very quick wizard, but turned around, and now there's Velocity, full boost to his name. Goes for the bump, finds the bump. Velocity does it on his lonesome.
I love this play here, able to go up, gets this thing on the target, and it says, come here, gets the bump up out of the way. A wide open net lying in wait, and now it's 90 seconds on the clock for the Snakes Den to find a response.
Velocity just wanted a little hug. That's all he wanted. Unfortunately, it was a hug in the face with a car that he so desperately craved. And that craving was to the detriment, of course, of the Snakes, but they can dish out the hurt as well. Ram immediately off the demolition finds the equalizer.
basically saying anything you can do, I can do better. And this time as a collection, you had the demo alike him also getting the bump on the Glypty Moon, which means no one able to meet with any sort of resistance in front of the net. A very quick response, and we are all tied up at 1.
All tied up, 1-all. Chrono going up high though, waterfall down. Not able to bring on target Glypty to prolong their stay in offense. They're trying to build a tent. Here are the team in blue. The unknown goats into the shot. No problem though for Werty, Glypty and Chrono, both caught in the same spot in their opposition's corner. Still not punished for that overextension.
Velocity takes the cookies, but it's going to go off that corner crossbar here. Glypty Moon in the sky, keeping the control. Ram, the only one to make a play. A nice pass to Velocity. The 1-2 combo, and the unknown goats take the lead.
The unknown goats after Glypty gets a pass and then completely outplaying Ram there on the back with that one little scooping touch off the backboard down to Velocity. Absolute beauty for the lead. The unknown goats, they've once more conceded the kickoff goal. They once more conceded an equalizer here by Snakesden, but they are unperturbed by that fact.
Now only 30 seconds left, and with the unknown goats getting a big boom down into that Snakesden half, they had to find a way to very quickly get out of their defensive zone and also find a little bit of success, but it's the touch from the Chrono. Ram gets the save, but it's 15 seconds left. The ball around the midfield line. You've got to make sure that this trip into the zone is able to dial things up, but no, Chrono is going to be able to send things down, and I think that should spell the curtains for Snakesden on game 2.
At least it should, unless Velocity keeps the ball up. Big miss from Ram. The ball touched the ground, and unknown goats take their second 2-1 win in a row. Werty and Snakesden calling the much-needed time out.
Yeah, you can definitely understand the timeout. Back-to-back wins here for the side of unknown goats. And again, looking at the scoreboard, a lot of those bars showing a lot of blue, not just on the score, which is obvious at the top, but the shots, the demos, the boost steals even as well. The unknown goats doing a great job of controlling this game from start to finish.
Yeah, and now really it is for Snakesden and their coach, Daijon, to bring in the extra firepower, to change their approach a little bit more, to find the necessary adaptation. And I mean, Q, we talked about what we like Snakesden to do, and I feel like this game has been a lot more measured here against the unknown goats, but still that little bit of oomph, that little bit of power, of persuasion even perhaps, seems to be missing.
They just play a little bit quicker. It's not much, but it's just enough that when Snakesden applies a little bit of pressure, they just move the needle just that much more. They have an answer for everything that's getting thrown their way. Now the question becomes, can you figure something out here during the timeout? Is the timeout buff real? And can the Snakesden avoid from going into a reverse sweep territory?
Timeout buff, we've heard about it time and time again on the other broadcasts, on be it Europe, be it North America. There's a lot of historical facts and historical data to actually support that. After a timeout, I think you're about 70% more likely to win that next game. It is an actual statistical thing. The one problem for me, though, is how do you approach this timeout from a coaching position? Because it's not that Snakes have been doing many like stupid or silly or easy mistakes even. It's just that the ball touches haven't been cleaned. Their individual errors rather than team errors.
Yeah, and the question is, can you smoothen out those individual errors? Can you look at with it and be like, hey, I'm the one that's holding things back, right? Sometimes it's so easy to try and point the finger, but these are pros. This is what they are supposed to be able to do and make the adjustments for. But unfortunately, that timeout time, that little extra buffer to try and cool the nerves is now gone. There's 5 minutes on this clock here. Scores back to 0. Let's see if the unknown goats can put themselves on series point.
Let's see indeed. The unknown goats are trying to make quick work of Snakesden and leave horror in the hearts of the locals. Still, Snakesden not out, but they do need this little win right here in game 3. A reverse sweep, almost impossible in a best of 7. This one game could be a very, very decisive one.
That was a look, scary look there from Velocity, but a very nice save that came across. Another one comes from Ram here, and now looking to try and move upfield. Pushes the ball towards the middle of the field, but it's Chrono sending it up the field. Wordy needs to make a play, able to send it back, and you'll see big booming clears from either side. Pretty well allows for a reset of the field, which inevitably kind of seems to work in the Unknown Goats' favor because they have been the one controlling the sort of tempo throughout the first two games.
And that tempo control, that game control from the Unknown Goats, instrumental, of course, in their earlier two victories. It's picking the right spot for the attack. It's picking the right places for the shots. Glyfty trying to do exactly that, but a shot aside. Second shot coming from Chrono again, high against the crossbar now. Ram on 0 boost against Velocity. Cannot do anything without that precious little resource in his boost tank. Unfortunately, a shot, yes, but not a threatening one.
First 90 seconds into game number 3, and the good news for the Snake Dens, Unknown Goats are still scoreless. The bad news is you've only been able to find 2 shots thus far. You're getting outshot as well. You have an opportunity here moving down the field to try and find some sort of success. It's Eliakim in the corner, looking for the pass off the back wall. The Chrono gets just enough of it to be disruptive. Velocity looking to try and flip the field, but Eliakim does a good job of slowing things down.
Eliakim slowing things down, but we need him to be active more on offense here for Snakes, and we saw it yesterday as well in their Swiss stage match that we had here on the mainstream against Drift Queens. Whenever Eliakim was working well, it was working well on offense, but right here it's calamity on defense. Someone wasn't at their post. Eli misses, and Werty was just going
Wordy,
for
boost over ball when the ball's coming towards your net. Not like this, my guy. Giving the Unknown Goats their lead once more, taking the lead early before the halfway point, and for them, you feel like if they find a way to net a second, the mental just about crushed. But look at that, a big boom down the opposite side, was looking for the clear, but instead it just goes all the way down to the net.
It's a long ranger from Ram, but there was the overextension there by the Unknown Goats. And that overextension, it cost them dearly. It cost them their lead. With about half time remaining here in game number 3. Maybe there's something to be gained here for Snakes. They're Werty trying for a little dish, but that has been defended competently by the Goats.
Snakes then, though, still have the pressure in the offensive zone. Nice job by Ram to win that 50 in the corner. Both players already rotated back. Wordy going to play downfield here, looking for the second touch off the corner. Is it going to be able to find it? It's Eliakim. One touch just off the corner here, followed up by Wordy, but Velocity with a big save, sending it back towards the sidewall where, at least for now, the Unknown Goats looking to try and flip this field. It's Velocity, full tank of gas, past the Glifty Moon. One touch, Chrono follows it up, but Eliakim with the save, rebound from Velocity, and the Unknown Goats regain the lead.
And you could see the head shake there from Eli. He knows he needs to have either a better touch or let it go to Ram, who had the easy save into the corner. It's overzealousness here on Snakes, and that's really breaking the camel's back, and it's overzealousness on the terms on the side of Eliakim, who tries now after the kickoff to make amends for his mistake. But the amends are not coming through. Maybe this one though, no one there.
That would have been a good opportunity, but no one there to drill that home. A beautiful pass. Now it's Eliakim up in the air, able to meet the pressure with Glifty Moon. So Wordy gets a chance, flips it on in with a nice little touch. A little bit of a kiss off the back wall here, and it's going to be 2-2.
2-2, and a perfectly weighted touch by Werty. A perfectly weighted little soft touch by Werty to equalize it yet again. And the mental, it sorely needs to be there now, but Velocity already on the backboard. Velocity finds the drop, but the backboard will deny him. That was a scary one for Snakes then.
Close, but no cigar. The counter-attack coming in. 2 players trying to launch themselves at it. Neither able to get the control. And Glifty Moon, wide open net. Velocity. Why you gotta do him like that? As the Unknown Goats regain the lead for a 3rd time in game number 3.
3rd time in a row that the lead is with the Unknown Goats. And 3rd time in a row, it's been a bit of a woeful defensive effort here from Snakes then. something that we hadn't seen in the previous 2 games, so it's something that definitely has come to shine now. Velocity and Chrono are barreling down the length of the pitch here. Eli, it's a save, puts it up high, tries to get control, at least gets it past 1, but still, there's the second player. The follow-ups from the Unknown Goats are making it so difficult to break out of defense in any sort of meaningful fashion here for Snake's Den.
Now for Snake's Den, they've got 35 seconds to try and find some way to tie things up and then maybe even avoid an overtime with an additional goal, but their time is running thin, and the Unknown Goats doing such a good job of playing keep away. Monkey in the middle? Nah, more like giraffes in the trees. Man, how can this be? Able to keep the ball away from the squad from Snake's Den.
Oh, but Snake's Den still coming forward. Velocity doesn't have the read. Chrono does. He helps out his teammate. But again, no supreme pressure coming out of Snake's Den either way. They're putting too much respect here on the names of the Unknown Goats. They're playing with too much fear, I feel like. And the Unknown Goats are certainly reaping that, and they are reaping those rewards. They're taking everything that they can. Ball still being kept up in the air, though. Glifty gonna make sure that doesn't happen. The Unknown Goats on match point after 3.
Match point after 3 games. They have done a good job, despite the fact that Snake's Den has kept things close on the scoreboard. They've done a good job of really kind of controlling the pace from start to finish. This time around, we're seeing Snake's Den fighting back a little bit with that physicality and the demos there. But we talked about the risk that sometimes causes. Unknown Goats made a couple of big plays off of those, despite the fact that they were playing a little short.
Yeah, and that's in the end, those mistakes. Bromeo talked about it on the desk, right? It's the age of fame or the age of big names is gone. It's the age of form that has come in, and on form, Snake's Den are certainly not playing as well as we know that they can. They're certainly having a bit of a rough day, and Unknown Goats are in every position to just punish them for having that off day, for not playing at their highest potential. And that form certainly favoring the Unknown Goats. Snake's Den need to find some magic to turn it around.
I mean, the good news for you for Snake's Den is not like you've been taking mollywoppings in 3 straight games, right? Like you've been close. So it's not like you have to make huge adjustments. But you mentioned earlier, in these best of 7s, the reverse sweep is such a tall task. But right now for the Snake's Den, you've got to take this thing 1 game at a time, because while you can't win this series in this next game, you can most certainly lose it. The good news, 5 minutes back on the clock, scores back to 0. What are you going to do from here?
Scores back to 0, and Snake's Den back pushed against the wall. They literally have nothing to lose from this point forward. All I want to see, and all I think South Africa wants to see, is that Snake's Den play their hardest against an opponent in Unknown Goats who is playing fantastically well. There's an opportunity. Eli gets it over everyone. Worthy to finish it home. That's an early goal for Snake's Den.
That's what you need here for Snake's Den, to be able to give yourself a little bit of breath of fresh life heading into a new game. You've got the lead. Now you get to do something that we haven't seen you do thus far in the series, and that's play from the front.
Let's see how well you can defend, or hopefully for Snake's Den supporters, even extend that lead, because you know the Unknown Goats will be coming after you with everything they've got. Chrono, his own back corner, tries to carry the entire length off the pitch, but is met in the midfield. Confident challenges coming out of a Snake's Den. Velocity looking for Chrono once more, who's been a bit more of the star boy this series, who's been a bit more subdued otherwise. But in this series, Chrono really firing on all cylinders.
Next man up. That's what separates the great teams from the good teams, as anyone can pop off at any given time when called upon here. Velocity gonna send this thing towards the side, also shuts down the shot from Eliakim. Passing play, Eliakim, but it goes all the way across the goal line, sends itself wide. Wordy with the play off the wall, and that's gonna be Snake's Den now up by 2.
And suddenly, where's this been the entire series, Snake's Den? Where's the confidence on offense been? There it is, coming late, but hopefully for them, not coming too late in the series. Opening minute has come and gone. Snake's Den, 2 goals the better than the Unknown Goats. 30, possibly even a third. No luck this time.
Lycan's going to be able to at least rise up and get the touch, slows down the counterattack because they were the third one back. Glyptimoon looking for Chrono. Velocity, full tank of gas, has Ram up in front of him. Bigger, faster, stronger. Wordy, though, going to be able to field things up and try and send things towards the midfield line. Eliakim doesn't win the 50, which means the Unknown Goats do technically have this ball in the offensive zone. Maybe not necessarily the control, as it is going to be Wordy trying to clear things back towards the midfield line. And now it's Velocity in the sky. One more defender to beat. Ram in the sky tries to follow things up and gets the save.
And gets the save. Eliakim, the continuation on the clearance, gets it all the way out of the danger zone, out into his opponent's half. Wordy, all must stay there is the Snake's Den's prerogative. And as they are trying to achieve that, now it's the Unknown Goats certainly and suddenly and unexpectedly in trouble and not really sure of how to clear their own lines. Glyfty tries with 50-50. Chrono's there in the opponent's corner to collect, but no sustained pressure here for the Goats.
Yeah, definitely seems like a different team here. Not sure if that's more to say about some changes that Snake's Den have made or just a little bit of an unfortunate series of events for the Unknown Goats. The good news for them, though, they still have a whole half of play. It's only a 2-goal difference, especially with the fact that they're able to get the save on that shot from Eliakim. They haven't gotten the clear, though, and it feels like one thing that you can really notice the difference in is how much time that the Snake's Den are spending on this blue half of the pitch.
Yeah, they've just compared. It feels like in this one game alone, they've been spending as much time as on every other game. But Velocity coming home from the ceiling. It's death from above.
Gets it right over the defender, but under the crossbar as well. Perfect placement, perfect control, cutting this lead in half. 2 minutes and 1 second on the clock. Plenty of time here for the Unknown Goats. They don't have to panic here. They know that they've been able to find some weaknesses in the defense. Chrono with the pass over was looking for Velocity. It's off the hood of Glyptimoon instead. I thought we were going to see a counter-tap opportunity from the Snake's Den. The demo still might allow that, but Glyptimoon with the save.
Lifty finds the save in the end. Chrono taking the ball away from Ram. Lifty to continue that effort down the pitch. Eli, it's a great first touch, pop up into the sky, beaten Velocity. Eli doesn't get the flip reset, doesn't get the power. No, he just takes it away from Ram. Communications breaking apart. It's not about telling your teammate what you want to do. It's also about listening about what your teammates might have in store for you, because leaving it to Ram would have been the better option.
Oh, I thought Velocity was going to get that bump onto Wordy, but instead Wordy sends it up to the sky. Oh. Velocity backing off the rebound. He's too big, fast, and strong to stop coming down the pipe like that. And the Unknown Goats tie things up at 2.
But look at Chrono just being in the face of Eliakim. Eliakim simply cannot jump. If he jumps, he gets bumped. So, and then Velocity scores. And if he doesn't jump, well, Velocity just scores anyway. It's being stuck between a rock and a hard place here for Eliakim on defense, but they had the big whiff out of the Unknown Goats. Not punished this time around by Snake's Den, and suddenly Q with about a minute left on the clock. We are all tied, and the Unknown Goats have all the momentum behind them now. An open opportunity. Velocity is shot saved by Ram.
Rams now got to be able to get this past 2 defenders. Velocity's going to send it off the sidewall, which ends up being a perfect pass to Wordy. Glyptimoon gets the save. Chrono from distance, but that's going to be wide. Now going to try and see if they can find a pass off the back wall, but it ends up landing right on the hood of Ram. Glyptimoon around the midfield line, going to be able to slow things down, but it's Eliakim after the demo. Just like that, for the Snake's Den puts themselves back in the lead.
If you can't beat him, delete him from the pitch. Velocity in a prime position to get back and make a save. And no more after that demolition from Ram, and a late lead opening up here for the Snake's Den, but it's already taken away. Rocket League giveth, and Rocket League taketh away.
And who else for the Unknown Ghost but Velocity, who's been leading from the front. Throw the hats out on the pitch as well. That's the hat trick to tie things up with just 23 seconds on the clock. And just when it looked like Snake's Den we're going to walk away with their first dub here in the quarterfinals, we just might be looking at overtime.
And they still have to fight hard for it. Velocity already airborne. Velocity, we know what damage he can cause, but Ram is wise to that damage as well. Chrono, oh my god, he's got a bad place. Ram, the beneficiary. There's the late lead again for Snake's Den.
Sheesh, able to flip the field here is Ram. Who needs boost when you can just tap it on in, baby? And with 8 seconds left on the clock, we just might be seeing us a game number 5, unless the unknown goats can make something happen off the kickoff.
Will there be yet more kickoff wizardry? Glyfty receiving that pass. The bonds is still good for the unknown goats, but Ram follows it up. Velocity, low boost, needs to keep it up high. Exactly that. Ball still airborne. Glyfty once more. Once more, he does a good job. Velocity, take control on the side. Well, Ram already in defensive position, killing it down. Snake's turn, take the first game of the series.
All right, we talked about it. They couldn't win this series, but they could most definitely lose it in that last game. And the Snake's Den stepped up to the task and are able to force a game number 5. But look at the scoreboard here. Look at those stats, Mock. Shows you just how close things were in game number 4.
And it's the first game that has been statistically really close fought as well, where the unknown goats before did have almost a slight edge in sort of every single set. Now it's pretty much down the line. It's 50-50 all the way. That's more of the series that I think all of us on Des at the beginning of the day really expected to come out here.
So for Snake's Den, they win themselves a 1. They get things close, but now can you keep that momentum on your side? Can you keep the blinders on? Forget about everything that's in the past and everything that's on the side and focus one game at a time and continue and chugging things away, because we did see for them being able to rack up into 10 shots on the target, on the goal. That was what was required. Can they meet that same sort of pace? That's going to be the big challenge.
Yeah, it's just keeping up that pace here for the Snakes. And as we move into Aquadome, as we moved into the little waters, and it's a baby. The snake has evolved itself into a water snake, into a river snake, because it needs to have that poisonous bite backing it up. Glyfty and unknown goats will certainly not wanting that to happen. They don't want a game 6, they want to finish it here now.
Every game that unknown goats allow to kind of turn over, yeah, sure, you've got yourself extra lives, but then that momentum, that you had on your side all of a sudden shifts, and I definitely wouldn't want to go to a game 7 losing 3 straight.
Oh no, still, you don't want to do that even with the timeout that you still have at your disposal. Let's not forget that the unknown goats still can use their timeout as well to break that momentum just a tiny bit in favor of themselves. But right here, opening minute, coming Conwetti. One little saver on the post. Wasn't going in anyway, but making sure doubly so. There's a pass down from Velocity onto Chrono, but once more that shot is wide to the left of the goal. Chrono not having his shooting boots strapped as tightly as he did in the opening games.
Not quite as tight, and I mean, honestly, on either side, no one getting much offense going here early. We're a minute and 10 seconds past. Both teams only got the one shot. Ram tries to find that one, but it hits the bar, and that's it. No bar down this time around. Eliakim looking for a pass over to Ram, but can't draw it up. And it looks like we have a disconnect, which means we're going to have ourselves a pause, because 2v3 would, well, that's just not fair there. So we're going to have ourselves a second here, which might even just work in the Snake's Den favor in the sense of an extra second here to kind of gather the thoughts.
Yeah, gather the thoughts. You know, you've been in full focus all the time, and now it's just, okay, calm back. Obviously, it's not a nice position to be in for Ram. And obviously, it's not a nice position to be in overall, but he's already back, and we'll be getting that game starting from a kickoff, because the positioning is all messed up now. So kickoff with a 0-0. It's going to be at the same time, so 3:35 remaining on the clock. And what do you do? Is it any sort of time to speak about, or do you just go into yourself, go into your own mind, and just try to calm and settle your nerves here?
I mean, if you're Snake's Den, you just have to go right back in. It's almost like it didn't happen, right? The minute that you start worrying about anything else, that's when you have unknown goats finding their way to cross the goal line and giving themselves the lead. First 2 minutes have gone by here, or just about have gone by here, I should say, in game number 5, and we're still all at zeros, which shows you just how tight this matchup really is.
Still all at 0, but Glyfty Moon might be changing that, and not might. He is changing that. Glyfty, a perfect shot to the back post.
And just look at it, rising up and puts it all the way over. Ram almost gets there, but almost ain't gonna cut it here today. The Unknown Goats get themselves that first goal in game number 5 with about 2 minutes off the clock, and they're going to look to try and see if they can find themselves a second here. Chrono moving the ball up, and Eliakim looking to get the clear. Pocket picked by Chrono.
It's a dangerous one because Snakes then, they have not won a game yet where they went 1-0 down. Maybe they can beat that curse finally here, and Werty's certainly trying. That's the equalizer. They've had many of those, but can they convert it now into a lead? That is the question.
They've at least been able to relieve the pressure and draw things back to the tie. That's always the most important thing once you go down. And you're able to do so before you happen to hit the halfway point here in game number 4 as well. So you got plenty of time for the vibes. But what you need to do is keep the vibes high as well as keep the pressure and keep the momentum high as well. Wordy with the steal. That's going to go high and wide. And now it's Velocity looking to get up the field. But it is Eliakim's picking it off around that midfield line.
And it's Eli that has been a lot quieter than what we are used for him. He's not being that prime aggressor here for the Snakes. Then he is taking himself back, maybe not feeling it on the day and letting his teammates shine. And I think the Snakes then is a better team for it. If you are trying to make the team effort work, that is usually the way forward here. As Werty now comes in. Werty drops it down. Eli is still there. Eli is still there. But so is Chrono on the goal line.
Save with, I think, probably a good 50-60% of that ball across the goal line, but instead of getting frustrated, they turn back around. Guns blazing, Wordy off the sidewall, and the Snakes Den going to be now up by 1.
You can see that one touch from Eliakim that has led to scramble defense by the Unknown Goats, and for the first time, Snakes then are able to flip a map from deficit into a lead of their own. But there's Velocity, and you know the danger the Velocity can cause. There's one fake Lifty's there, and that's the equalizer.
Wow, it doesn't take them much time at all, and that's a little bit of a feels bad bro. But I'll tell you what, it's tied up, a minute 45 seconds left for the Snakes Den. You've got to find some way to keep the composure. You were in the driver's seat, but only for a moment.
Now that driver's seat has been taken away from you, yoinked away from you. Maybe they can get back. Ram and Eli once more, a little give and go. Werty in the back, no boost to his name, so Ram has to cut in here and try to buy some time for his teammates. Get back and go back and position themselves like him into his own corner. As for now, the Snakes are now trying to stop the bleeding.
Look to try and get this thing past the midfield line. They're at least able to do that. I thought Velocity was going to get the stop off that sidewall. Lifty Moon sends it away from there. A little bit of a threatening look from Eliakim, who was bearing down, trying to track that ball off the ceiling. And 63 seconds, tied up at 2. Velocity trying to turn defense into offense, going coast to coast. But that's pretty easy for the defensive Snakes Den.
Pretty easy, but another attack is coming that might be less easy. Velocity looking for the ground pitch, but Ram wise to his antics. Already taking it to the side together with Werty. Quick little counter-attack, immediately disrupted by Chrono's demolition. Velocity beating out Ram here in the midfield. It's coming down into silver goal. It might be even golden goal territory here, Q. And neither team giving it in. Glyfty has an opportunity, but Ram once more the savior of Snakes Den.
We've seen a couple of times just in the last 20 seconds where the Unknown Goats have broken out some demos to buy some space, and I thought that was going to get them that third goal there, but the defense from the Snakes Den able to stand the test. Can they continue to do so for 15 seconds? Maybe even find themselves a goal. That way you don't have to go to overtime, but the final 10 seconds tick away. Snakes Den have control of the ball.
Snakes there with control, but now Glyfty just lacking a little bit of boost. Eliakim keeping that up. Glyfty back into the corridor of uncertainty. Ram is there. Chrono to keep up. That shot is good. That shot is in. Chrono sends Unknown Goats to Championship Sunday.
What a play. Ram thought he had the clear, but it literally lands right onto the hood of Chrono, who slots it, baby, up in that top left-hand corner, and the Unknown Goats are going to be your victors.
What a slot that was in the top left. Perfect placement. Eli on 0, boost on the backboard. Couldn't get back to it, try as he might, and you could see immediately his reaction in the face cam. It was one of distraught. SSA's best hope for a top 4 finish has been eliminated.
Mocked. I mean, we were all expecting either a 6 or 7 game series, although it might have gotten cut short. It was most definitely the banger that we were all expecting. So big shout out to the Unknown Goats for being able to send themselves on a championship Sunday, but it is a little bit of a tip of the cap to Snakes Den because they did show quite a bit of fight today.
Yeah, it was very close. Let's not forget, every single game of the series has been decided by just one goal.
Yeah.
Right? There was literally so little in between the teams where in the end it was just, I feel like it was just the better efficiency on the side of the Unknown Goats that really pushed them forwards. While 4-1 as a result seems devastating overall, I think there's a lot of positives to be taken away by the Snakes. And on another day, even if they play very, very similarly, they might take this one 4-1 or 4-2. They because the series was just this close, wasn't it, Alt?
It really was. I mean, even just looking back at those highlights there, you could see off the crossbar or the backflip that just got saved out there, the shots, the opportunities that just weren't taken. And Mark, I think you summed it up really nicely. It came down to efficiency. There were some rotational problems there in the back line of Snakes Den where they had a double commit going there, and 20 seconds later, it's sometimes hard to link those two plays together, but you now are one person short on the defense and you just can't make the save that you need to. You can't make the challenge. I mean, big ups to the players there from Unknown Goats, because someone like Velocity in the air was terrifying to watch every time he took control of the ball. But it was a great play that just was not matched from the other side. And we got to just go, that's another SSA team out for here. But I mean, the better team won at the end of that. And so, yeah, boy, certainly a team that we can still say is a deserving person here and is probably going to give Astronic a decent run tomorrow.
I think this is a team that will definitely give Astronic a run tomorrow. Let's not jump ahead of ourselves. Astronic obviously has to still punch their ticket for tomorrow, but yeah, I think if they are to cross paths, I do gotta say, you know, I definitely can see that happening. It was a great game today, man. I would really love to have seen a game 6 or 7, but you know, 5 1-goal games, it doesn't get much better than that.
And I mean, how much closer are we going to make these games? Mark, you kind of said it, 1 goal apiece. And this entire weekend has just seemed like that. Every moment, down to the last, has shown, if nothing else in terms of skill, the tenacity of all the players coming here. That one decided literally after the buzzer with the slightest slot in that top corner after keeping the ball alive for 20 seconds. I mean, that's a pressure that a lot of these players are just not used to dealing with.
That's a pressure that they're not used to dealing with. But I mean, Q said it at the beginning, right? Pressure makes diamonds. You have to be able to perform those exact slots like Krona just did on 0 seconds when the ball can't touch the ground and you need to slot a top corner. That's when you need to slot it top corner, and it's a tough lesson for SSA. It's a tough lesson for everyone, but that's the cutthroat nature of the Rlcs. Do one single slight, very very slight slip up, and you're done for. And unfortunately, Snakes Den today on the receiving end of that, but still, it's only one day. It might look very, very horrid for the South Africans, but it's not over yet.
Well, you guys are from the overseas, so something you need to know about the SSA culture is we thrive on adversity. We are always being presented with challenges down here, and we are always able to adapt and overcome and grow as a people. And so very excited to see what the future of RLCS around here looks like. And of course, we always go back to that growth aspect that we really want to focus on for this region. But guys, we have one more series here for you tonight. Astronic going to be up there versus Reverse Oreo. We're going to be coming back after the break with an interview with Glyphy. I'm excited to see what their chances and their impressions are of this region. So don't go anywhere. If you do want something to do, go chat on Twitter with that hashtag #ThisIsSSA. We want to highlight your tweets on the stream here tomorrow. And then, of course, that ACGL Driver of the Day vote still up for grabs. Every team, barring 2, has been highlighted so far. And maybe there was a single play that stood out or just someone who made that big impact. acgl.gg/vote. So don't go anywhere, guys. We got one more opportunity for excitement here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Welcome back. We're here with Unknown Goats as Glyfty Moon. They just took down Snake's Den. Glyfty, well done on the win there. You guys did pretty well, 4-1.
Yep.
Yeah, nice, good dub there. So
Thank you.
Yeah, no, well played there, well played there. So how are you guys finding the competition here in SSA thus far? Moving from call 1 into call number 4, because you obviously played on Stress Skibbity before joining Unknown Goats here. So kind of how's that competition shifted, from Major 1 here into Major 2?
Quite easy. Everyone seems fairly easy besides like top 2, top 3 teams. So yeah, fairly easy.
And are you scrimming a bunch? Are you playing,
Nah,
you know,
we're not scrimming at all.
So no Limitless, no OnlyFans, not scrimming Will You
Nope.
Happy Meal, none of them?
Nope. Only
Okay.
done one. We did one scrim against Lazy Bears team. That's it. Not really scrimming much.
Okay. Interesting. Then of course you guys picked up. Yeah, and you guys picked up Velocity as well, right? He came from the MENA region, or at least played in MENA region. It finished not too well. I think it was a 12-14 as well, and then came out to SSA. What were you guys looking for? You know, why Velocity? What was the magic there?
He's just the powerhouse that we needed, to be honest. He does everything we need. Plays around us perfectly. Just stuff like just normal stuff. I could just needed a solid third.
Yeah, and your personal choice to join Chrono because you left Straskibity. You know, you didn't
gel in there too much. From Straskibity.
Oh, nice. Okay.
They actually kicked me. They didn't like the way I was playing. They tried to pick up Chrono, my teammate, but we just stuck together. Glad we have done really well. Really proud of us. So yeah.
And then, okay, so I mean, this is also your guys' best finish as well. I think you and Straskibity might have gone to about 7th or 6th place there. Yeah, top 8, but this is still even a higher position as well. So yeah, well done there as well. And you guys, you know, if you look to the next series, you know, who would you guys like to play there, Astronic or Reverse Oreo?
Reverse Oreo. It'll be a tough game against Astronic if we do play him. I believe we can win, but it'll be a close game.
But you guys could take them?
Yeah.
Okay,
the only team I think we probably won't beat is Mobula, but I think we can beat anyone else.
Oh, you never know. You never know. It's been one of those weekends where anything seems to be happening. Oh, Glyph2Moon, thank you so much for taking the time then. Back to the desk here, Ultras.
I love the confidence from these guys coming out. Swiss has absolutely had no impact on the mentality of these guys. Even the top 2 teams are there for the taking. And so it really does open up a weekend of unexpected results, and certainly one that we on the panel got wrong, Bromeo.
Well, I'm so glad that, excuse me, I'm so glad that you guys showed the predictions at the beginning of the day. Because then you didn't have to look at how badly I've gotten each of these predictions wrong afterwards. So yes, today it's been wild. I didn't expect any of it. It's been a roller coaster of emotions. I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, well, someone who does want to talk about it, your boy Q, looking very smug over there. You thought that Unknown Goats had this. What was it about them that just gave you such confidence?
I think for me, it was one, that this was going to be a very close game. I expected this one to go 7. I think for me was seeing how Velocity fit in and really kind of played around the other 2 parts that had me feeling that they were going to really just that little bit of a tipping point. Again, I was expecting this thing to go 7. I don't think I was quite expecting them to dominate in the fashion that they, well, maybe dominate's a little too strong of a word, but I didn't expect them to, you know, be able to control the game the way that they did.
Yeah, because I mean, dominate is difficult to say when it was just 1-goal games, but I mean, a 4-1 at the end of it, certainly the confidence that came out from Glyph2Moon at the end shows that they are in this competition. They're finding it a pretty easy standard to get through, although they are still being pushed. So a very interesting take coming out there. We go now into our final game, of course. Astronic versus Reverse Oreo. Astronic looking indomitable in their Swiss stage yesterday. Absolutely clean. Didn't even drop a game, your boy Q. And so this team, arguably and still probably the most likely to upset Limitless for the world spot.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that there was a chance that they could, you know, go the distance, and I feel like even more so now with the fact that Limitless was eliminated earlier today. I have a feeling that the boys from Astronic are going to come in so motivated, guns blazing. I feel like that they are going to have a statement that they want to make here today.
And then, of course, when we look at their lineup, pretty much unchanged from last season, but a critical innovation coming through there, bro. Torres coming in to replace Mario. And, I mean, now Torres, the top goal scorer out of the Swiss stage yesterday.
Do you know what? That's one of those things where I was looking at that change and I was like, why? Mario is putting up Byrachu so well. He is the top assister in the league. And they're replacing him out. And I was like, that's incredible. So what we've actually seen is a really good change. It went from a good team to an even better team. And, you know, that's horrible for Mario, but great for the team. And I've got to say, the way that Byrachu, Anilo, and Torres have been linking up has been really, really good. And Reverse Oreo definitely are coming in as underdogs for this one, with notably Zyro with being in the top 10 for saves. That's what they're coming up against. And I fully expect Zyro to be making plenty of saves in this one.
Got to be forced onto the back foot is certainly an opportunity. But Q, when we look at Reverse Oreo, we've already underestimated them in the past. You know, they had a pretty rough time up and down when it came to the Swiss stage. They went up against DQ at the beginning and went down there. And I mean, DQ has now managed to make top 4, so certainly an admirable loss that they can take away from it. Went through to Vendetta, did pretty handily there, took that game nicely 3-1. Then went up against the Elites, another tough team, and that was their second loss. But pushing through to the rest of the day, they just looked better. And, you know, Bromeo just kind of highlighted Zyro as one of those players, and we've also talked about Strutic before. But trifecta, and then most notably 9 lives to finish off the day, taking that all the way to a game 5. This potentially could be a team that could cause an upset.
I could possibly. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. One thing that we talked about in the green room is the fact that their defense is good. Their or defensive numbers are good, right? They have the ability to stop the ball. I think the problem that they're going to run into is finding a way to get out of their back end. I feel like Astronic just plays a little too quick for them here. The counterattack is going to be where they really have to focus. Maybe hope that Astronic comes in and feels that confidence and tries to almost overassert themselves in the offensive zone. They're going to have to pick their moments. They're going to have to be efficient. Is it possible? Sure. Do I see it happening? Not a chance.
Well, this channel hasn't been so great so far in predictions. This whole weekend has, in some ways, broken hearts, but in other ways, just really kept it for a very entertaining series the whole way through. And the only one who has predicted against this Astronic side was Greybeard. Not here this weekend, unfortunately. He's down at Comic-Con.
He's trying to catch up.
Maybe scope out the competition there, but he did put down Reverse Oreo at having this. And Bromeo, what sort of thought pattern could lead to this that it would take for Reverse Oreo to maybe get this?
Look, there's a couple of things. We've highlighted Zyro's knack on defense. He's going to be critical, but like you said, they're going to need to fire it up front. They're going to need to release fast. They're going to need to attack fast. And for that, they need Strutic. And Strutic needs to be red hot this game if they want to make it through. They're coming up against an Astronic side that hasn't dropped a game in Swiss. And they're looking really, really good. And they are seated there for a reason. So make no mistake, this is going to be an incredible upset if Reverse Oreo manage to take it through. But like most of my predictions, it's been an absolute shambles this weekend, and I'm beyond. I won't be surprised if they manage to take it off.
Well, we'll have to test the strength of that Caster's Curse just now. You guys, if you want to get involved with that and then back one of these teams, of course, chat vote is now open already. And when it comes to this, I'm very excited to see it simply because this is on paper a great team, and you talk about the need to fire on all cylinders. One thing that I have noticed throughout the weekend when it comes to these international teams versus a local team, and especially the Spaniards when we compare it to maybe Mobula earlier, was that the South Africans or the SSA teams are giving them a little bit too much pace. Or too much space, rather. There just seems to be this delay in following up with a 50, and you can imagine Astronic going to be just like their Spanish counterparts on every one of the balls. Macht was talking about it earlier this weekend, where they have this massive hit and keep hitting mentality behind it, where you are going to be cramped up and challenged at every opportunity. So, Reverse Oreo with tasks to do, and certainly a fire that needs to be lit underneath them. We kind of showed it on the channel earlier, but your boy Q, let's see your prediction for the day.
Hey, you know what? It's been a wild, crazy weekend, man. Anything can happen, so I think I'm going to give Oreos a game. I am going to go ahead and actually roll with Astronic here. Give me 4-1 Astronic.
4-1, still giving them a game. That's the sort of deficit there. Bromeo, do you have a score as well as a prediction from you?
Look, you know, we had to make our predictions beforehand, and had I seen the way today was going, maybe that would have changed a bit. But on paper, I have got Astronic to take it 4-1, but I sincerely hope I am wrong.
4-1. All of us seem to think that there is a light, a small flickering flame here that Reverse Oreo might be able to cash in on and pick up one. Because I also think they could just pick up one, but I would be very surprised to see if they got any further than that. Astronic definitely coming in as the favorites, and you guys seem to believe it as well, giving a full 18% towards Reverse Oreo, but their vast majority there towards this Astronic side, just looking so good. And it's not just one player, you know, and Yilo is also coming out of yesterday with the most number of assists. So we got lots to watch, so many players ready to bring their best game. That's the only one they get for today. So it's make or break time in our final series for the day. It is Astronic versus Reverse Oreo.
The final hope of South Africans in the top 4 lies heavily on the shoulders of Reverse Oreo, taking on the Spanish of Astronic Skill Quest #1 seed of the event and yet to drop a single game. One more spot. The Championship Sunday decided, Muzz, here and now.
We saw a fantastic series yesterday, Pyro, where Astronic, Nitro, and Zyro took down 9 Lives. Right, they went around 5, they took them down, they even had an OT in that series, but Strutic, of course, that player that leads from the front, won them game 1, won them game 2, as well. You have Pyro J. Are they going to have enough in the tank to take out Astronic? Hopefully.
Whew. Talking about having enough in the tank, clearly some boost required to make saves against Astronic Skill Quest. On this team lies 2 of the top 3 goal scorers of yesterday, and that includes Taurus, the recent addition to Astronic. They hadn't reached the mainstream yesterday. They're looking to make an explosive start on it here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and already all this pressure have been put on here against Reverse Oreo as Astronic want to get in on the action, and Yellow able to follow that one up as well. Maybe he's going to sneak it on the near post. Oh, there it is. Okay, Byrachu. There it is. Opens up our scoring. What a beautiful shot.
Byrachu becomes a missile leaning towards the goal line, and Nitro, well, not as keen to it, slow moving without the resources necessary. Lie down, Reverse Oreo.
And Reverse Oreo, they're able to come back quickly. We saw yesterday, at least in that series, they didn't stay down for long as well. Able to pick up those equalizers so close there. Zyro, oh man, if Nitro was just a couple of inches closer, would have been able to cement that one there. And so again, down 1 to good right now. And we can see Astronic. Can they do something by clearing this ball and keeping them at bay?
This is interesting. On Yellow actually bumps Byrachu into position to take on the counterattack. Look at this formulate here. The give and go Byrachu waterfalls it down for Taurus.
Yeah, Torres being the kind of the real big player that have been picked up here by Astronic that everyone's talking about. You know, what can he do for this roster? He has had decent time in Europe and when he plays in the Spanish leagues. And so he's bringing that flare out to the SSA. The flick over by Nitro. Maybe, oh! The follow-up by Zyro was almost close though. It's Torres. Had to keep them out. Long ball.
Look at that. Blood and Yellow will enjoy this even more. Top corner slot.
Top corner slot there, and just when we thought Zyro was going to get that follow from Nitro, the real coast-to-coast action, yeah, coming up from Astronic Skill Quest. And 3-0 right now. So much time left on our clock here. Pyro J, Reverse Oreo need to find something.
And this game, in terms of predictions, just based on statistics, would have been the most overwhelmingly in favor of the favorite here, Astronic. Again, undefeated so far in this event, and since they added Taurus, the top scorer of the Swiss Day, to this roster, they look unbelievably smooth into this split #2, and as well into this game #1.
Nitro and Zyro both from this back wall having to get this one out and over that halfway line. Already getting Demodo Strutic, that goal scorer from yesterday. Torres popping it up here. Bit of a double commit there. Oh, between Zyro and Nitro, and it doesn't go their way as well. Just the miscoms between each other here, and Torres able to sink that one, making a 4 in Astronic. They're taking names here in game 1.
Taking names and not letting them have any saves. A bit of double effort, a bit of hesitation, at the goal line there for Reverse Oreo. And unfortunately, against the Astronic Skill Quest, you cannot hesitate. This is a very fast team, not only that likes to ramp up the pace, but loves to score. Their goal differential yesterday was 26. plus 26 against the 3 matches that they had. They're looking to add to it here with almost a 5th.
Well, you don't finish Swiss #1 and undefeated Pirate J if you don't have a scoring record like that. So Astronic with that plus 26. They want to lay it down on Reverse Oreo here as well. Torres almost getting the dunk there, making the 5, kept out and wanting to extend that deathly lead of this. And Yellow wrapping around the bend, but cut out by Zyro. Nitro looking to run down the field though, but he's got a complete empty tank of boost though. I don't think he's going to be able to get too far as Byrachu. Just controls this one up in the air. He's got it down for Anyello. Anyello taking the shot. Taking that shot though, kept up by Strutic. Almost making a 5 down for Torres. Torres taking the shot as well. That thing was cut up by Zyro. And so again, that active defense here from Reverse Oreo. Trying to keep Astronic at bay though, but Strutic halfway down the pitch gets demoed.
Well, that defense you call out was called out as well by the Desk, a defense that persisted against 9 Lives all the way to Game 5 overtime. But this defense being tested in a variety of ways. Another long ball power shot comes in from Astronic, very close to the net and Yellow. Rotating back into this play, but on 0 boost, so Torres gonna call them off and cut rotation instead. Still slamming away at this ball is Astronic as Byrachu leaps to the challenge. Takes on the 50-50 and Torres with boost again, and Yellow to their wing. 50-50, no. He'll go in favor of Zyro. Finally, some stops coming through from Reverse Oreo, but as much as we want to talk about this defense, they need at least a lick of attack.
Yeah, and talking about attack, Astronic sitting with 14 shots to their name right now, and so they are just peppering the box here of Reverse Oreo at the moment. And Reverse Oreo, I think they've only grabbed 1 at the moment. So they're just smothered in their own half here by this very quick EU Spanish team in Astronic Skill Quest. And Yellow almost finding another one there. Has to get kept up by Strutic. Byrachu maybe wants to get in on the action as well, but Strutic nice little cut up in the air. Torres with that big bump as well, coming in like the bull. And Yellow over 1. Gonna get that flick though, but Zyro with a good little push out.
You gotta be the bull sometimes. You gotta get physical. And listen, Reverse Oreo, they know how to do that, especially in the form of Nitro. That's a player who loves to take on the demos, but usually that's to clear the way in on offense. We haven't seen much of that. Still, it's the attack-heavy Astronic.
Oh man, and Torres making a play all the way to the corner. Hits the pass out there for Anyello as well. Good little rebound off the wall. And yeah, 5 to zip now at the moment, Reverse Oreo. They're struggling, right? But they did push 9 Lives to Game 5 yesterday. Can they go deep in the series here against Astronic? We're going to have to see definitely Game 1 over here at Pirate Jane. We're going to have to just regain if you Reverse Oreo and see what your mental can do.
I'll tell you what, as this ball reaches the ground to end game number 1, Astronic Skill Quest taking that victory. We've been accustomed to defying the odds today. Limitless won their first game of the day 4-0, and we saw how that turned out. However, showing very few vulnerabilities are Astronic Skill Quest. That is a 15-1 shot differential against Reverse Oreo. Muzz, that's a nearly absent offense.
Yeah, absent, and yeah, Astronic didn't have to make a single save as well. When have you ever seen that bar so skewed? Just all that pressure against Reverse Oreo here as well. So, Astronic Skill Quest. They've come out firing here in Game 1, Pyro Gen. No, we don't want to speed run the whole of Day 2. That seems unnecessary.
Well, to be fair, we started with a Game 7, so I think that we did. we're definitely on the seesaw, Muzz, going back and forth between speed running and drawing it out as long as it could possibly go. I gotta give my golf clap to Q, because when he made his prediction, he said not only are Astronic Skill Quest going to outpace Reverse Oreo, Reverse Oreo also going to struggle to just get out of their own half. And with how we saw the possession turn out in game number 1, that is absurdly true. You have players like Byrachu, where when I was forming my top 10 list, I had a problem just choosing one play from him. It had to be the air dribble flip reset musty flick that he scored, but this is one of the quickest players in the air right now in the region, and they will continue to try to dominate in that manner.
Yeah, well, Astronic knew they had to pick up the Firehawks, and they are flying. Game 2 here in our best of 7. Can Reverse Oreo do something to bring it back? They need to get out of their own half. They need to try get shots on. They need to force Astronic to actually make one save, at least in this game.
Yeah, requiring a save out of a strike would certainly be a start. But that feels like one step in the marathon that's in the future. Right now, Reverse Oreo. But you know what they say, Muzz? The first step, the first move to an objective is sometimes the toughest. Just getting past that mark could be a huge push for Reverse Oreo.
Yeah, well, and Torres with a cheeky shot on there. Zyro pushing that one out. And Yellow bringing around the corner. Not going to find anyone. Nitro there to block him out. And so again, pressure slowly be mounted here by Astronic. So Reverse Oreo, you want to try deal with that. You want to try get it across the halfway line and almost dropped into that bottom left-hand corner there as well. Incredibly close. Pixels away. Drop down. Oh, Torres almost sinks it.
Almost ain't good enough in Rocket League. Nitro with a push of his own. Zyro to follow, but beaten again by Torres. Shot from Strudix, gonna go high. Follow there from Nitro, and that's on target. It's in. Reverse Oreo on the board.
I personally couldn't see through the cloud of smoke. Byrochu got demoed in the box, and I'm like, oh, I don't know if there's going to be a goal. I saw Nitro just flash on my screen. Well, production might have caught my celebration there, Pyro J, but Reverse Oreo, they're on the scoreboard. They found it here off the kickoff. They might be able to do more. Stronic, he finds a second. There it is, Reverse Oreo. They're doing it, at least for now.
You know, we talked about the win so much from Reverse Oreo against Nine Lives. It was all led by Strudic on the mainstream. He had the first 4 goals this time. It's the assist from Strudic. It's the shot off the kickoff to pull Reverse Oreo far ahead. Almost a third to come from Zyro.
Oh, I thought there was going to be more there. 2 kickoffs in a row where you can score. Good for you, Reverse Oreo. It's a nice save. They're coming up from Zyro and Yellow. Taking that shot. Now Torres round the bend. Byrochu waiting underfoot. Oh, he gets demoed. He gets smashed. Nice little physicality coming out here from Reverse Oreo. What we like to see. Nitro. So close. Kept out by the woodwork. Zyro looking for more, but cut out Byrochu.
Well, exceeding expectations far and wide are Reverse Oreo, but now's not the time to go back to your original form. Zyro pushing that narrative away as best he can with a save on the goal line, but it continues here. Nitro with a contest against Byrochu in Yellow, reading that touch on 0 boost. That's an excellent form from Yellow to stay in the play, even with resources against them. Byrochu from the ceiling, and this is dangerous. Flip available, but unused. Decides to lean off of it. Back to the midfield as Taurus pushes forward yet again. 50-50 against Zyro's, clamped down on for now.
And those 4 saves already coming at you. Oh, close there. Okay, make it more. The 4 saves coming at you from Reverse Oreo. Nitro as well, dealing with that one swiftly. Zyro goes up. Nice little play from the backboard. That's what we like to see from Reverse Oreo. Zyro just gets up on that backboard, makes clean saves, make sure no drop downs can occur. Oh, well, talking about those drop downs, and Yellow reads them like a cheap book.
Is why you've got to have presence on the backboard. Look at Taurus just dominate it for free. Doesn't have to worry about a bump, doesn't have to worry about a clear, can just put that down anytime he pleases. That is a demonstration of control, and unfortunately for Reverse Oreo, an absence that was punished harshly.
Ooh, close there as well. Torres with that follow-up. Torres again with that follow-up, looking for more. Byrochu. Oh, just when you think they're going to get that equalizer as well. Shots going a little bit wide there for Astronic skill quest, but close. Torres going up in there. Can he get the dunk? Yeah, Nitro looking to get onto him. Almost had no boost to challenge that and continue. Doesn't have the 100 either. And Yellow bullying everyone in the box. But no one following up here from skill quest. And Yellow doing that decent work there just to get them out.
And Yellow dominating the midfield for now. Strudic, breaking through across the gap from the corner of Forbidden Temple. And Yellow once again, though. Good for 2. Absolutely. Corner pass out to Byrochu. And sometimes it's that simple.
Sometimes it can be that simple. Just watch Yellow taking that ball the whole way by himself. Gets a nice little corner read. Finds Byrochu. Sinks it down the middle. We get the equalizer here. 90 seconds remain of game 2. Pyro J, and just when we thought things were going relatively well here for Reverse Oreo, we can see 2 quick goals. Maybe force the OT, maybe concede. We're going to have to see with that shot. Kept up by Byrochu though.
If we know the one thing about Reverse Oreo, it's that they'll fight to the bitter end. They don't mind the overtime, even if it's in that last game of the series. Looking to rival Astronic here in the final minute. Game number 2, it's set down for Nitro. Shot there, 2 defenders, Byrachu and in yellow, both up here. It's gonna get batted away from the backboard. Where's the angle from Nitro? Left the compass at home. Protractor out now on the angle for the 50-50. Byrachu sends across the width of the field. Zyro batted up the backboard. That's a free look. Byrachu bailing out the team just in time.
And looking for the shot himself as well. Nitro has to make that stop, but almost Astronic picking up another. Kept out though. And yellow just down that left-hand flank. A lot of pressure they've been applied by Astronic onto Reverse Oreo, but still 2 apiece here either side. Byrachu gets that shot down. Stradic should be able to collect. Zyro though pushes it out into the wings. Torres does have Byrachu waiting. Zyro goes up as well, pushes it out. Bit of a double as Stradic also goes and tries to contest for that one. And yellow take that shot though, but Nitro waiting patiently for that save as well. Maybe just slow down the play, force the OT as well. Oh, why go to overtime when you can score that banger?
Look at this. Torres finding Byrachu where they're most comfortable. Up in the sky to put that down below. In the lap of Torres, 3-2. The go-ahead goal well timed. And the red carpet could be rolled out. Unless on the kickoff, Zyro comes from the ceiling, puts one up. Nitro from the corner, the pass there, but no one home to take the shot. It's on the ground. Astronic win their second.
Almost from that kick of their Reverse Oreo, trying to find a third. Not able to do so. So, going down 2-0 here in our series, but good fight back from them, Paraja. You know, they did lead there at the beginning 2-0 as well, and just conceded quickly. But I like that fire. You mentioned it. They go hard. They fight the whole time. They have that BMT. They can take on the big teams and show us what they're made of. And so they called the timeout as well. They just want to recoup. They want to regain.
Yeah, recoup, regain, and you know what? Part of that's going to be in the way of a timeout, guys. We've got a timeout being called from Reverse Oreo, so it's time to go back to the handbook and see what worked. So why don't we talk about that, Muzz? What did work for Reverse Oreo when they went up 2-0? Talking about a demo play coming out the gate of game number 2, and then the kickoff to follow. Stradic taking advantage of those massive opportunities on the first assist in demo, and then the kickoff goal. It did seem to lean back in the favor of Astronic, though, when they find their rhythm. So part of the win condition for Reverse Oreo appears to be knocking Astronic off that rhythm.
Yeah, I like that physical play. We saw them in game number 2. Reverse Oreo getting a little bit more physical. They got into the bumps. We saw Stradic and Nitro doing a bit of that action. Started with the decent saves. They ran it upfield. They scored the open shots. You know, you got to get rid of a person on the other field, right? If it's 3 versus 2, isn't Rocket League so much simpler? But Torres, Byrachu, and Yellow, this is a dangerous team, right? You can't count them out. We saw those 2 goals. They came in quick, Pyro. Maybe a new top 10 clip for you as well there. That drop down, Byrachu, Torres, absolute slammer. They're just making it so easy for you to do your job.
Listen, they're just trying to make it easier on themselves. And I'll tell you what makes it really easy for Astronic to score goals like that. It is the absence of Reverse Oreo where they need to be. Sometimes it's in the sky, deflecting that pass from Byrachu to Torres. Yep. Other times it's the backboard. We noticed how it was too free for Torres to drop down that pass on the second goal. There's just these really important positions on defense that Reverse Oreo have to be, whether it's on transition or whether they're running out of boost on a long possession. So how can that defense fortify, especially after the timeout from Reverse Oreo they take now to game number 3?
Yeah, a bit too easy for Torres to have scored that one. And here we go. Game number 3. Of course, Reverse Oreo down by 2. And want to try at least climb back slowly within this series. Can they do so? Oh, Zyro not able to get a hand onto that one. Stradic had the shot there, kept up by Torres. Now a bit of a bump play there. Zyro and Nitro finding each other on the mid mark, but that's not what they needed to be doing. Byrachu and him able to catch this one quite easily. Oh, Stradic getting into his face as well. Nice little quick play upfield though, but everyone from Reverse Oreo, but maybe too high up. So Stradic with a quick counter attack here. Oh, may be able to do something, but Zyro they're quick as well to cut that out.
I mean, yeah, you can tell with the quickness that you're mentioning here, Muzz, that Stradic wants to get in front of every single play. We've seen 2 interceptions in about the last 20 seconds. And so getting in front, having that defensive positioning is so vital for this team. And now we're finally seeing it. Nitro up and away to Zyro. Zyro says, I've got 0 boost. Please, Nitro. After you, and still on 0 boost is Zyro in a very troubling situation. Byrachu. Double tap reaches a bit too high, and Yellow forces up. Torres right back down. Strutting, big clear. Important there for reverse Oreo.
Yeah, any day of the week, I think Astronic would have been able to score those shots as well. Byrachu just kept out by an inch. But reverse Oreo still live to have it 0-0 on the scoreboard now with Strutic pushing that out wide, wants to play to himself. Nitro, nice little pass and play there. Maybe Zyro looking to get that bump on a defender, but it's fine, they didn't. Nitro taking that shot, kept out. Going up, Nitro again does have Strutic underfoot there. And Yellow looking to get in their faces and fight and contest for the ball. Strutic has to pop this out, and you can already see how quick Astronic do get back on defense as well, just the rotations, sharp from them.
Those swift teammates that we've been talking all about, and Yellow has to be even quicker though off the backboard. They're defeated and beaten by the Nitro and Zyro combo.
I mean, and Yellow makes the attempt there, right? He goes up for it, he does challenge, but of course doesn't able to beat out Zyro to that shot. And so, Astronic almost clearing that one out there, but they concede. So we saw this in game number 2. Reverse Oreo take the lead. Can they get a second? Can they extend it? Get some cushion into this one. We're gonna have to see what happens with Strutic. Pushing this out. No beans in the tank again though. Just boost starved this Reverse Oreo, it seems. Also Nitro, yeah, hanging with only 22 in the tank. Zyro catching it, going over. But Byrachu got that demo onto Strutic though, just killing the play. And now Torres going up as well is going to find Anyello. Anyello, bit of a hard pass, but takes the shot though, gets it in, finds it up 90.
Here's are the passes that just enable the beauty of Astronic, and Yellow says, go ahead and pass it even higher, even quicker. The next time I'll nail that shot even harder. Equalizer, that response, quick from Astronic.
Yeah, just a lot of those passing plays I think PyroJ just working out so well for Astronic, right? Where there's Byrachu down Torres finds Anyello. You know, they're so good up in there, they can pass to each other and it works.
Demolition here. Nitro does find Byrachu. Looks to defuse the counterattack effort that Astronic was cooking up. It's kicked over to the midfield. Torres now with a high touch that does lead into Byrachu's drop down. Almost finds the corner. And Yellow for the follow. Double tap. Enough boost to get one more touch on it. Nitro misread on the backboard. Strutic bails them out. And Yellow back for more. No container of boost, but certainly a pass out to Byrachu. It's too hot to handle for reverse Oreo.
Yeah, Strutic just clears it out there, but Anyello just waiting so patiently on that wall. Gets a nice little tap on the top of his roof. Finds Byrachu in the mid. Sinks it. It wasn't even a hard one. Only 52 kilometers per hour. And so already we see that comeback here coming in fast from Astronic as well. 2-1 right now in the reverse order. They need to be doing something with this. They're always able to find that equalizer. Can they do it in game 3? Goes straight over the head of Strutic, and Anyello already there with the read. Torres also wants to try get the ground shot, but Zyro keeping that out. Finds Nitro on the wall. He's running it up as well, but Torres already causing the interference. Byrachu gets bumped out. Strutic has to run back. Zyro's there as well. Byrachu did take a shot on. Zyro had to keep it out over one. Can you go past Anyello? You can't. Sends you all the way back into your own half.
Oh, sidewall so close from Anyello. I like the effort. I like the attempt. We'll see you next time, Anyello. Strutic, though, with an aerial challenge, and that's what I've been needing to see from reverse Oreo. They just haven't been as present as necessary in the skies. A lot of the time, those passes are just free for Anyello and the team of Astronic. So let's see more challenges like that from Strutic as they look to push towards that blue goal line.
Clock slowly ticking down though on reverse Oreo. They need to do it quick. Zyro here, he's gonna dribble it the whole way. Can he sink it though? Maybe he can. Maybe he can. Zyro! Aerial prowess in the air, showing off.
Goal line, the goal line. It's Zyro. Air dribble into the bump for the tie game. Oh boy, that's what you like to see. Put the game in your own hands.
Yeah, oh, best way to do it, right? Just grab it by the horns and run it upfield. There's Zyro coast to coast as well, but this is going to be an open edge here for Anyello. Sinks it in just when you think Reverse Oreo going to be back in game 3, and Yellow does that to you, drives the stake deep into the heart.
Listen, that is unfortunately inexcusable for Reverse Oreo, and Yellow was the player to put that up off the wall. Never in any circumstance should they be the next player on the ball. There's just no follow, there's just no read from Reverse Oreo on that play, and things are getting worse. Crossbar and Torres, you're kidding me. Where does that extra touch come from? That's unbelievable.
Just the fact that you hit that crossbar, the bounce is, I'm assuming quite hard, and you can get that second read and still make a shot though. Just that awareness and that skill and everything to keep you there, Pyroj, and get in that fourth for your team. Right? This is why you're here in the quarters. This is why you want to try and make day 3. This is the team Astronic skill quest.
After the timeout, Reverse Oreo looking to settle things, looking to take an advantage somewhere. They did at the beginning of the game with a 1-goal lead, but that is a figment of our imagination now. It's a memory that many will forget. Instead, we look to a 3rd win of Astronic, despite the hat trick from Zyro.
So close. A nice little just play coming up from Zyro. Gets that early, or not the early goal, sorry, this goal at least. And yeah, 1-goal difference. Nice little, good morale booster maybe in game 3 to head on to serious point here. But yeah, definitely some moments there for Reverse Oreo. They had their sparks in the pan.
I'm wondering if that truly is a morale boost. They just lost their 3rd game here, and Zyro, even on a 3rd goal, I don't think his feelings too great or overly confident. In truth, we spoke on the story of Strutic in particular. It's a top 8, first top 8 for all these players on Reverse Oreo, but namely for Strutic, came one step away in Swiss so many times since the start of RLCS SSA back in 2021 on the 2nd regional. But this time around, this is new territory. And Reverse Oreo, though they've had their moments, just haven't got the better end against Astronic.
Yeah, they haven't, right? I mean, you don't finish Swiss, right, 3-0 in number 1 and then expect to go down to, maybe kind of a mid-table SSA team that no one really thought was going to have a crack of a weekend, and then they did, right? And, Reverse Oreo coming out swinging like this, right? They throw in punches left, right here, Pyroj. But as we head to the series point, Chan, there's only 5 minutes kind of separating both these sides. Reverse Oreo, they need those plays, right? They need to pull something together here, whether it's Zyro, whether it's going to be Strutic. Something needs to happen, right? But when you watch a Torres goal like that and you think, well, how do you even stop that in the first place? I mean, it's a lot.
I mean, there's a reason that Torres had the highest average score yesterday. They appear to be, whether it's a give and go or a pass right in front of the net, setting up beautiful plays for Astronic, as we'll get that scoreboard fixed, folks. They have 3 wins now in the quarterfinals and are 1 step away from their quarterfinal win, their semifinal debut. That standing in the way, though, is Nitro.
Oh, just love that shot coming up from Nitro as well. Just gets it on to underneath the car as well. Sends it into that corner. Both and Yellow, I think, and Baichu in that box as well. Not able to make the save, but decent way to start here on Utopia Coliseum for Reverse Oreo. Well, Baichu, he also wants to start on Utopia. Nice goal.
You can't have anything, Reverse Oreo. Not a single look at the net. They get a nice shot from Astronic because, that being said, Nitro's read off the ground was lovely, but nothing more. You might as well say savage or what a save afterwards, because that follow-up, that quick, cuts deep.
Yeah, cuts deep. 30 seconds only into this game at the moment. Baichu looking for more here as well. Nitro going to be able to stop him out. Zyro going up for it. Gets a small little tap forward, but Yellow ready to cut it out. Well, he's demoed for 3 seconds. Nitro, Baichu. Torres is waiting there in the wings. Nice little play forward as well. Once to get around the bend, he does so easily as well. Takes a shot. Oh my goodness. Well, you spoke about that protractor earlier. Well, Torres says, I need to use it quick.
I mean, yeah, it's a beautiful angle from Torres, but this is a complete collapse of Reverse Oreo. There was no read from the corner. There's a misposition on the goal line. Nitro was on 200 points before Zyro and Strutic were even on 10. They just have not found their footing here yet in game number 4, and it's showing.
Yeah, showing as well that when you leak a goal like that as well, and especially when you had that lead and then you got the equalizer, or at least conceded the equalizer, and then that one from Torres, quite dirty. Pirachu as well, looking for the double, maybe gets it. Zyro though, hanging around. Strutic as well. They bumping each other. This is gonna be a bit awkward. Oh no. You know, Pyro, your words weren't even cold.
I mean, if my narrative earlier was to explain any of this, I don't need to convince you any further. That was Rocket League. In a sense, as the lead now is 3-1 to Astronic. They are well on their way to meeting a top 4 for themselves. Keep in mind something we haven't mentioned. Astronic, the most recent grand finalists against Limitless. They set their sights pretty high, so while this quarterfinals feels like a first time, a great look for the players of Reverse Oreo, it's looking like just a stepping stone for Astronic.
Yeah, just a step toward that championship Sunday for them, and one more hurdle in front of them will be Reverse Oreo. Oh, the shot there, the demo coming up, but it's going to be a little bit wide, and so that doesn't get sunk as well. Good intentions from Reverse Oreo. Nitro fighting them out. Torres keeping them at bay there as well, and Strutic almost able to score that one, but Birachu keeps them out and away from that one, and the game continues. Nitro up, Birachu up, and Yellow is going to be waiting for this one to score, but Strutic beats him on that near post. Birachu almost doing something there as well, but Zyro, he's going to be able to push this one out, but you got to be quick because you get disarmed like that.
Disarmed and unavailable. Opportunities at the net right now. Birachu up high. This is where he loves to play the ball. Sets it up high once again on the beat against Strutic. The ball bouncing towards the net. Zyro with time and boost to lay it away. Torres back on the ball. Double tap on the backboard. Set up there for the teammate. And Yellow completes the effort. It's just 1, 2, 3 for this team. That easy.
Yeah, decent solo play from Torres the whole way through. Nice little tap to the wall, and Yellow with the read says, thank you so much. I barely have to cover any ground to score this goal. And yeah, Astronic on series point now, so they want to close things out here. Pyrojet 3-goal difference at the moment. Reverse Oreo lacking just a bit on all the metrics, and so can they come back here? Can they pull something together there in defense once again? And that's a bad look for them.
We'll see here. I mean, it's Strutic right under the ball. Nitro trying to get a read off the backboard. That's a miss, and you can see it in the display of Reverse Oreo. They are feeling very much like they're, beaten down here. Those are consistent reads for Nitro, who just is not able to get a connection on the ball there. 5-1. It's a commanding lead for Astronic Skill Quest. And definitely you start to think what they can do to make another grand finals position. This one off the post. I mean, Muzz, you're talking about 3 players who dominated the statistics yesterday, but were never on main event. We are definitely seeing why that was the case.
And I just think this wearing down of Reverse Oreo from Astronic, it's so much, right? Just this attrition coming out here. Birachu and Yellow Torres, they're just making this game look like child's play here at the moment. Pyrojet, they even want to try and get a potential Brazil as well. They need one more goal. And this is not the way you want to go out if you Reverse Oreo, right? You've had a darn good weekend. You held your own here, at least from games 1 and 2. And then kind of 3 and 4 here. It's been a little bit hairy. And unfortunately, Astronic Skill Quest just too strong.
Oh. Hey, listen, the only thing you can control is the moment before you now. That's all Reverse Oreo can do. Zyro almost setting up something nice off the backboard, but just doesn't have the beans to get to this ball. You asked for it, Muzz, the Brazil. Well, there it is.
It's tough, right? It's tough because Reverse Oreo, I think, you've made it straight through here to top 8. You made quarters, you made day 2, right? This is a good finish from the whole team, right? Nitro, Zyro, Strutic, they've been on different rosters. They've played in different places, right? They decided to team up here for Major 2, and it's been working out for them, right? But some of these new teams coming down to SSA, right? There's a lot to learn from what you see. Oh boy.
Much to learn. Oh my goodness, Nitro so close there. trying to get that ball off the crossbar, but doesn't get the friendly roll. Shotting with boost, but Zyro takes it away. Wants to play us off the ceiling now. Taurus unallowing of such an effort with a read from the backboard. Strutting out to Zyro once again. Zyro, despite the performance, despite the result here from Reverse Oreo, has had some very shining moments. I mean, we're talking about late game equalizers that push to an OT. We're talking about cross-court air dribble bumps for goals, but with all that said and done, it is still a deadly scoreboard to look at.
I mean, you know, Strutic and Nitro have taken 7 shots between them, right? So they've been throwing shots toward Astronic's goal net here, but, you know, unfortunately, Pyro J, just nothing that's been able to go into the back of the net, right, with that very staunch Astronic defense. And so Reverse Oreo, right, they're good players, right, they know what's going on, but just a little bit more fine tweaking, right, to get to this level, to try get through your game 2, or sorry, your day 2s.
Day 2 turn into day 3 in just moments here, folks. Championship Sunday is on the cusp, and it will be historic when we sit down and take a look at the origins of each player that make Championship Sunday. But to make history decisive are these final 15 seconds of Game 4 in this quarterfinals day. Byrachu on the air dribble demoed against Strutic. It's taken back to the half-court line, and yellow with the ball. Byrachu climbs to the ceiling. One more touch for good measure. Astronic Skill Quest. That's your final team to the top 4.
And Byrachu with some perfect, and yellow with the perfect stats. 3 goals, 3 assists, and 3 shots as well. Just to make things look real nice for the last game. Yeah, but that's it, folks. Astronic take down Reverse Oreo 4-0 here, Pyro J. We covered them yesterday. They could beat out 9 Lives. They win a Game 5, it is close though. And I think there were definitely some moments here where, you know, Reverse Oreo, they had those kind of sparks in the pan. It was good to see that fire coming out. You mentioned Nitro and the work he does on the field. But it just maybe isn't enough yet for a team like Astronic.
Definitely had their moments, but just not close enough here, especially off a 9-1 victory in game number 4 for Astronic Skill Quest. Reverse Oreo out of the top 8. South Africans out of the top 4. I'm curious as to what Altruism has to say here after the match is all said and done here. Astronic making for our second sweep of the day here on quarterfinals. A very overbearing win here in the series.
Second sweep, but certainly not an unexpected one. The 2 teams that we saw coming out of that Swiss stage doing so well. Astronic maintained their undefeated lead, and so no surprises there. But I still was impressed with Reverse Oreo. There were moments there where I really felt that they were going toe-to-toe with Astronic, and that must make you feel good that, you know, some of these players, I mean, someone like Zyro or Nitro wasn't really a big contender in the region a year ago, and it's not just that, you know, their whole skill has raised. They seem to be almost keeping pace. I mean, still, you know, Astronic is not a good benchmark in terms of, yeah, they're still behind. But I feel almost like this team from Reverse Oreo played some of the best Rocket League out of the SSA teams here today.
Yeah, I think they've had a pretty good weekend, right? It's been good results here. Altruism, I think everyone's kind of floor is slowly starting to rise, as well with this kind of import teams coming in. Yeah, we've had a lot of mixed opinions about, you know, do we want these teams here, etc. But if you're a player that's scrimming and looking to get serious and wanting to grind, like Zyro, Nitro, Strutic, play these teams, scrim these teams, look for advice, you know, send them a DM. And I think these guys, they're working hard, and you can see the results on the field here, Altruism. And we didn't expect 9 Lives to lose yesterday. They're gone. They're out. They didn't make day 2. Reverse Oreo, yes, you lost to Astronic, but you can be so proud of yourselves, right? We just see that resilience coming out from such a decent team.
Resilience is certainly needed right now, and hard work, like you say. These guys have been putting in the hours, and, you know, we do have a lot of youngsters coming up here, and it seems like every time we get into one of these regionals, we find another name that we really want to highlight. You know, Sweaty Clarence has come up and joined a great team. And every time we see, okay, we've got this good team, next season there's another one, and one person, you know, even with the roster mania, it makes me excited because the guys in the region are still very much trying things out, Pyro. Not sure if you feel that we're reaching any sort of glass ceiling just yet, or if this is still just got to try things out until something clicks.
Oh, very much the narrative here for the region is it's just going to get better and better. And I like the move here to talk about, like, oh, who's the next Eliakim that moves to Orlando Pirates? Who's the next Sweaty that moves to Limitless, right? You almost see those glimmer of hopes in the way that Zyro rips apart the entire field on a cross-court air dribble bump play to score a goal. But there's definitely more to come than just individual players and mechanics. It has to be a full team effort. And what we saw from Astronics Skill Quest today was a full team effort. It's not just top scorers on the team. It's Agnello who was the top assister yesterday on average. This team knows how to play together, whether it's a give and go from the ground to the ceiling and back, or beautiful midfield aerial passing shot combos. That's the kind of blueprint to mimic.
Yeah. Well, guys, we have finished the Rocket League for the day, but there is still a little bit to tease you with. We are going to be having an interview right now with one of the Astronic players. Very excited to see what their plans are and what they're thinking of the competition here. And then, of course, the driver of the day vote is going to be brought to you right now. You still have a couple of minutes, I think, to quickly sneak in there if someone in that last game did come out as someone that's very exciting to you. Otherwise, Twitter, of course, we still want to highlight that. But predictions, guys, for the day. Muzz, you're looking pretty happy after today. You did manage to spot a couple of big things coming through there. Are you still feeling like you know this region, or that you're going to have a better idea going forwards?
A bit of both, right? I think the region, we kind of know the players, we've seen them, you know, in and out, and I think just the new teams and rosters coming in as well, showing us what we can still learn, and then it's good to see.
And Pyro, in terms of this weekend as a whole, what has been probably the biggest, strangest thing that you've seen so far? Something that was very unexpected. Not just an individual play or anything like that, or something that happened in the green room, but in terms of the general theme of the weekend, what's caught your eye as being something that really has blown you away?
I mean, if we look at the results of the top four, I think that is blowing me away. From the beginning to the end, the unexpected results were unbelievable. A team like OnlyFans, a team like Nixa, those were teams I expected at the very least in the top 16, but just did not make it there. But from the unexpected to what was maybe an expected result from Astronic, I think is in the minds of a lot of people right now, Alt, as I think our interview is all set to go.
Yep, we do have Astronics Torres with us right now, and it is going to be Macht Fish taking that one away. So let's see what secrets he can unveil from the mind. Over to you, Macht.
Well, thank you very much for that one, Ultras. And hello, Torres. Good
Hello,
GG's
hello.
and congratulations on your win.
Thank you so much.
Obviously, Torres, you're new here to SSA, you're new to Astronic. How have you been settling into the team? Is everything going well?
Yeah, it's going pretty well, since we have a lot to train just to improve our playstyle. And yeah, you have seen that in the last game, that we tried to change a bit our playstyle to play more aggressive, and yeah, it worked.
I mean, as a German, I can certainly see the Spanish bim bam. It's coming. It's very quick. It's very mechanical, and the rest of SSA is feeling that you are yet to lose a single game. Do you think you can actually go perfectly through this regional tomorrow as well?
I don't think so. The next team is pretty good, and then if we win against them, we probably be playing BK's team, who is a pretty good team and pretty solid. So I don't know if we can do the perfect run, but we'll try.
You certainly tried. Talk about, is it a target for you to play VK in the grand final? Obviously, he's one of the most prolific Spanish pros there is in Rocket League. Do you take pride in having VK compete with you here in SSA, or is there anything to go with that?
Not pride, but I want to play against them, just because of some things that happen.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I would like to play against Rebesi team in the finals because he's a friend of mine, and yeah, that's all.
I mean, for that, you first have to, of course, beat Unknown Goats. Talk about, I mean, I don't know if you've watched them. I don't know if you've scrimmed. Well, you haven't scrimmed against them because they don't scrim. But how do you prepare against a team that you can't scrim?
I mean, we'll try to analyze them today or tomorrow morning. But yeah, I mean, we'll prepare pretty good, I think. Let's see how it goes. But yeah, I'm curious to see how they play. I haven't seen them.
Okay, I think that we're going to all be very curious to see. And just one final thing. Obviously, there are no SSA teams now in the top 4. The entire top 4 is Europeans. What does SSA, in your opinion, from, you're quite new here, you've scrimmed them, of course, but what in your opinion, does SSA need to do to improve and then take back their region from the EU imports?
I think that they have to improve their defense. That's the most important thing. I think they have to improve. And yeah, like if you saw the games, we when we have to pass to any one of us, no one was covering them.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean that's the key, I think.
See, that's the key. Just clean up the defense. Look for the passing lanes. Look for the opponents. And Torres, thank you very much for sharing that. And thank you very much for coming on as well for the interview. Hopefully next time we can see you as well with a camera. But until then, good luck for tomorrow and see you then. Bye. And with that, back to Ultrazoo.
Wise words actually coming out there from Torres. I do think that he's really hit the nail on the head on a lot of those aspects. The fact that we are not preempting plays is a big part of it. And that comes down to experience. The number of teams here that actually have experience against people playing at this pace is just something that we haven't really gotten to see, Pyro.
It's a pace that you can tell is being, I guess, learned upon for some of these teams that are competing. Listen, they said it best, is that the defense needs to improve from some of the teams that are they're playing against. We talked about it extensively, Muzz, during the matches, that there have to be challenges a bit more quickly in the air. There has to be presence on the backboard. There were all kinds of moments where those didn't formulate, but formulating in front of you is the bracket for tomorrow, Championship Sunday. Tomorrow we'll field those 4 teams. To say it's been a roller coaster would be an understatement. We started with a best of 7 all the way and then fizzled out to just one game 5 there, Alt.
Yeah, certainly a one-sided second half of the day. Limitless going down just a little bit, but it does paint an interesting picture for tomorrow's matchup, right? The fact that Drift Queens was able to overcome maybe the favorites. Favorites is a tough word, but certainly as the bracket, as the panel thought it was the favorite team there, kind of sets it up as 4 incredibly strong teams. And I think it's going to be very difficult to try and figure this out. You can see even the players, Torres was saying, we don't know them, but we do want to put in our homework. They are an unknown entity and they've piqued some curiosity here. So certainly piqued my curiosity. I'm very interested as to what you think, Muzz, as to the state of the 4 teams tomorrow. Are we going to follow again with these 2 teams going in from the Swiss stages, undefeated, going all the way to the end without any real competition, or is this really going to spread us thin?
I mean, I think that Astronic Unknown Goats matchup there, Ultrasm, is the one that's piquing my interest a lot. Is it Torres versus Velocity? And, is that going to be the big thing where Velocity plays in MENA, wasn't that successful, comes out of SSA, says let's try a new region, see what it's like. And I think Drift Queens, they've had a good time, but do they beat Mobula? Right? I don't see it happening. And so in terms of like banger series where we get pushed to the Y, it's going to be that one at the top there, Astronic Unknown Goats. It's going to be a biggie. And I think we saw right now, myself and Pyro J and Yellow, Birachu and Torres, they've got something to say, right? They don't know Unknown Goats, but they can definitely, as you say, do their homework. And I think that's going to be the big one for me. Watch out for Velocity. Watch out for Torres. That's going to be the humdinger. First series, VK is going to look to take down Drift Queens. I think Reevesy, Crypto, and Lazy Bear, they've also got something to say. But it seems that other Spanish team, they definitely, they're sitting in Cape Town, right? They've got no ping issues. So they can play exactly how they want to.
Well, you mentioned a couple of players there, Torres, Velocity, VK Salient. These are all people that we've gotten to see over there. They certainly weren't the only people showing up here today, and we do have your driver of the day here ready and waiting. Certainly, it comes down to your guys' votes. It's not the stats. We'll definitely hear from Bromeo about that one tomorrow, about who really ranked up at the end of it. But sometimes stats don't tell the whole story. You've got to look at the impact a person has made on the day. And your player of the day is VK Salient, coming through with a full 100% win rate. Certainly a great and intimidating shooting percentage, taking up 4 goals. Lower stats than we normally see. Of course, this is over just one series, but the one save there, Pyro, is the one fact stat that, you know, when we look at stats, we normally go, oh, they're so high. But only having to make one save is quite a testament to the team's performance.
Well, certainly is. You know, it goes to show what they've been able to do for Mobula to own that possession game. A lot of the talking points around VK Salient has been their off-the-ball play. In their match against Limitless that they won, he was the player with the highest average speed and boost per meter. He also had the highest amount of demos, or average demos per game, yesterday, just over 2. So now VK Salient, not just doing the off the ball, but as we saw today, the on the ball as well. Him coupled with Leoro is one of the most dangerous components right now in the region. So a worthy driver of the day.
Impact comes in so many different forms. You know, we saw Ram earlier as well, making that sort of impact with the demos. And it's going to be very interesting to see how that impact changes tomorrow. Is it going to be a offensive style? Is it going to be just having to do a little bit more on the backboard? Tomorrow has a whole range of stories yet to tell. 3 matches coming to you. We're going to cover both of those semi-finals. And then, of course, the grand finals match. All of that action kicks off at 4:30 SAST tomorrow. You guys are over the pond in America on the Eastern Shores. You can catch that from 10:30. Every other time zone, I'm pretty sure you guys can figure out from that aspect. But it has been an exciting day. It has been a heartbreaking day. It's been a tournament full of chaos and controversy. And most importantly, it's been a tournament full of some of the highest level Rocket League that we have seen in this region. Some people just being left behind means that they've got motivation to keep working hard. They get to analyze their opponents tomorrow. We'll have to see how all that action plays out. So for myself, Ultrism, Pyro J and Muzz here on the channel. Of course, your boy Q, Bromeo and Muckfish. They're not here with us right now, but they have been keeping us company all day and sharing their insights. You're going to have to keep up to date with that tomorrow. And don't forget, keep up to date on social media, on Twitter. Go follow or any and all of us if you want to hear our opinions. But otherwise, get your voice heard. Hashtag this is SSA. That brings us to the end of tonight's broadcast, though. So we cannot wait for the conclusion of the Rlcs SSA Regional number 4 tomorrow. Until then, have a great night. We'll see you then.